6 days to go until Christmas, with more and more concern that holiday celebrations won't go on just like we planned, with COVID cases skyrocketing and the Omicron variant spreading. All of it feeling a bit reminiscent of the beginning of the pandemic, right? When people waited hours in testing lines and events started to shut down. Even Saturday Night Live was forced to make some big changes last night, going on the air without an audience and telling many cast and crew members to stay home. We're going to have the latest in a live report just ahead. Then our Sunday focus, with thousands of people still picking up the pieces a week after those rare and deadly December tornadoes ripped through 6 states. We'll ask, how much is climate change to blame for storms this bad at this time of year? Plus, in our Sunday spotlight, the incredible voyage to space that's about to begin for the successor to the Hubble telescope, a journey that could give us a new look, quite literally, into how life began. And later, Willie's new Sunday sit-down with Oscar winner Matthew McConaughey on returning to star in the sequel to the blockbuster animated movie Sing, and his recent decision not to run for governor in his home state of Texas.
I just looked and said, to me, politics is so broken right now. You know, to talk about certain legislations and issues in politics is almost like waxing the car when the engine needs oil. It's like, no, we're not talking about, we need to go in and fix the engine.
A Sunday sit-down with Matthew McConaughey, plus another life well lived a little bit later in the show. But let's start this morning with the skyrocketing number of COVID cases and President Biden set to address the nation Tuesday. NBC's Kathy Park is in New York outside of our 30 Rock headquarters with more. Kathy, good morning.
Allie, good morning to you. Just when we thought we had turned a corner, we are seeing troubling signs that we are far from over against the pandemic, especially here in New York City. Last night, SNL still had a show, but given the growing COVID concerns, there was no live studio audience, something we haven't seen since the start of the pandemic.
This morning, rising COVID cases being blamed for major disruptions all across the country, even Saturday Night Live.
Whoa! Where's everybody?
Keenan, haven't you heard?
Heard what? About the thing that's going around?
Yeah, COVID.
Is that real?
The show deciding there would be no live audience and a limited cast and crew due to a recent spike in the Omicron variant. The last-minute changes cut out the musical guest, Charlie XCX, who tweeted, "I am devastated and heartbroken." The winter wave is stretching into the sports world, too. 9 Brooklyn Nets players have entered the NBA's health and safety protocols, while the NFL postponed 3 games this weekend following outbreaks. The League and Players Association releasing a joint statement regarding new measures, which will include a more targeted testing plan, more flexibility for players to attend meetings virtually, and also a high-risk player opt-out for the remainder of the season. Case counts fueled by Omicron are rising at an alarming rate. The variant now detected in nearly all 50 states, leading to long lines for tests.
Nearly 3 hours now.
In New York City, the pandemic is dimming the holiday spirit, shutting down the Radio City Rockettes and some Broadway shows. Late Saturday, CNN announcing its offices are closing to non-essential employees. It's getting so bad in Europe, the mayor of London declared a major incident again.
Over the last 24 hours, we've had the largest number of new cases since this pandemic began.
Back in the U.S., doctors pleading with the public to get vaccinated as they brace for a dark winter.
We never got back to our pre-pandemic levels. And so, yeah, everyone I know is busy. We are busy. We're worried that it continues to be even busier into a very difficult time of year.
And the surge in COVID cases is also upending student life. Some schools in Maryland and Missouri are shifting to virtual learning just days before winter break. Harvard also announcing this weekend that they're going remote for the first 3 weeks in January. Hallie?
Kathy Park, live for us there in New York. Kathy, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Nahid Bhadelia. She's an infectious diseases physician and the director of Boston University's Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases Policy and Research. Dr. Bhadelia, good morning. It's good to see you.
Good morning, Allie.
So listen, we are not where we were at the very beginning of this pandemic. You know, we have vaccines, we have treatments now for COVID. There are things that are different. But I think to a lot of people, this feels, even psychologically, and in some of the numbers we're seeing too, like we are right back where we were a year and a half ago. Is this winter surge going to be as bad as what we saw last year? I think for a lot of folks, it feels like deja vu. Here we are, Christmas time all over again, talking about maybe not being able to see family members, talking about having to change our plans yet again.
Yeah, Hallie, let me start with that. We are not at square one, but there are new challenges. We have the tools in hand. What you're seeing is the first message that I hope everybody who's listening gets is that if you are boosted, you're vaccinated, you're otherwise healthy, you're really well protected against severe disease. And this is from new data against Omicron itself. But because this is a much more transmissible variant, which also seems to evade some part of our immune memory, you're going to see many more breakthrough infections, which is what we're seeing. But it's not just these breakthrough infections that are mild among vaccinated boosted are that are concerning, Hallie. The concern is that because this virus is going to cause so many more infections, it's going to find those amongst our community who are still vulnerable, you know, about 40% that are not fully vaccinated, and people who are vaccinated but in extremes of age or have immune conditions, that is about 3% of the population. And so we're at a place where those folks are still vulnerable because this is moving so fast, and every breakthrough infection is leading to potentially another person who might get infected who is vulnerable. The other bit of this is that the hospitals are already strained compared to last year, and their resilience is less because they have healthcare worker shortages over what's happened over the last year as well.
It's a good point on that. You know, you talk about how this is moving really fast. You look at the Omicron variant specifically, and it seems to have this doubling rate of every 2 days, basically. I know that Delta is obviously still an issue in this country as far as when we talk about variants. But when it comes to Omicron, what are you seeing in the data? Does it seem like people get less sick, that the illness is less severe when they are affected by Omicron as compared to Delta?
The first part of that, the transmissibility, is something we know a lot more about. We know that the odds of you getting an infection from somebody who has Omicron are 3 times that of getting an infection from someone who has had Delta. Much more transmissible. That's why the numbers are rising so quickly. We know a little less. The data is conflicting when it comes to severity. We've seen milder cases, less hospitalizations, 30% less hospitalizations in South Africa. But that's a community that's, you know, younger, and they've had many more prior infections, which may give them some resilience. UK, for example, is starting to see increase in hospitalization. So we have to hold out a bit more on the severity data. Lab data does show that, you know, the way this virus, the Omicron variant, replicates, much more concentration in the upper airway and potentially less concentration in the lungs, which may cause a severe disease. But this is all very early still, Hallie.
Dr. Nahid Bhadelia, it's important context. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your expertise. Appreciate it. As we mentioned, President Biden is getting ready to address the country Tuesday about the rise in COVID cases. Chuck Todd is NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck, good morning to you.
Good morning, Hallie.
So listen, here we are coming up to the holidays, and you have to think, we know that officials have said that the president is likely going to be stern in this speech, right? Talking about what we're seeing with the spike in COVID cases. This isn't what he wanted to be talking about, Chuck. You know, I'm sure the White House and the president wanted to be talking about getting this key piece of his agenda, the Build Back Better Act, over the finish line, which is now delayed, right? Other pieces of his agenda, which are now overshadowed because of this COVID surge that he's going to get out there and address. Can you talk a little bit about how the president navigates that and what you expect to see from him?
Well, look, we said it on the first day of his presidency. As COVID goes, so goes the Biden presidency. And we're now ending the year where it started, right? Which is we have all the tools to deal with this, but we don't necessarily have the will, or at least enough of the country with the will to attempt to deal with this. Can he galvanize the country beyond those that already have listened to him? I think that's a huge challenge. Is there, you know, he issued a mandate, but he hasn't really pushed the mandate. Look, this address to the nation on Tuesday, some might argue is something that should have happened sooner, but it's necessary because of the situation that we're in. And Hallie, ask yourself this now, right? Build Back Better and voting rights couldn't get done at the end of this year. Considering where all of our scientists fearing what this country is going to look like in January and perhaps early February as Omicron spreads and the likeliness of hospitalizations up, is there really going to be the bandwidth for him to not focus on Omicron and suddenly try to talk to Joe Manchin again to get Build Back Better done, right? So you can start to see how I think Omicron, once again, I think is going to consume a majority of the president's bandwidth.
Chuck, thank you for that. We're going to look for more this morning from Chuck on Meet the Press when he's joined by President Biden's top medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci. Do not miss that. In other news this morning, a bit of a surreal scene in North Carolina. Check this out. After a QVC distribution center caught fire there, it ripped through the whole building. You could see it. Look at that from miles away. Every worker inside is believed to have gotten out safely. No word on what started it, and QVC says it's working to figure out what products and customer orders were affected by this. Also this morning, Tiger Woods and his son Charlie are getting ready to play in day 2 of the PNC Championship, his first return to competition since that terrible car crash last February. And on Saturday, there were times when the 15-time major champion looked a lot like the old Tiger, but at other points he was clearly in pain. NBC's Morgan Chesky is there in Orlando for us. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Hallie, good morning. And when Tiger walked onto that first tee box, there was a reverence in the crowd. Everyone realized just how close he came to not only losing his leg, but his life. But today, he and son Charlie right in the middle of the pack, tied for 5th place, just a few strokes behind the leader, and there is plenty of golf left to go.
It's the turnaround some would call nearly impossible if the guy who pulled it off wasn't named Tiger.
Welcome back, Big Cat!
Hard to believe that Tiger is back.
Woods' first tournament back since the California crash that nearly killed him, offering glimpses of greatness.
It's pretty nice. Excellent shot.
From both Tiger and his protege, 12-year-old son, Charlie.
Yeah, the genes are strong out here in this tournament.
Who's already stolen Dad's swing. Not to mention occasional swagger.
That'll give you a little
sack. I really didn't think I'd ever see him on a golf course again. And to see him come out here with his son, it's emotional. It's frankly emotional.
The father-son moments coming in the midst of an extensive recovery for the elder Woods.
There's no doubt there's a very noticeable limp.
The 15-time major champion playing on a surgically repaired right leg doctors considered amputating. That's still far from fully healed. So this weekend, Woods opted for a golf cart, playing the part of proud dad more than pro.
What was your favorite moment out there with Charlie today?
Just everything. The whole. I mean, I wish I could have walked, with him and been with him. It was different, trying to drive the cart slower, with him and talk to him and make sure we were present. We're still a team. We're still doing it together. But again, it's totally different than walking step by step.
In just hours, the Woods duo will be back on the course, playing to win, the only way they know how.
And the Tiger Charlie tee time is set for 10:46 this morning. If they hold their current spot at 5th, they'll still perform better than they did last year when the Woodses placed 7th. Hallie?
Morgan, thank you very much for that. You can see how Tiger, Charlie, and the rest of the field do later today on NBC, the Golf Channel, and Peacock. Let's turn now and get a quick check of your local Sunday weather. Straight ahead, the highs and lows of the week, including the UPS worker who delivered a whole lot more than just a package, plus why one company is paying customers not to buy what it's selling. But up next, our Sunday focused on whether we can point to climate change for the recent spike in unseasonably timed tornadoes and severe weather.
To get tornadoes in December, like we've seen in the last few days, the record warm air mass we've had is a huge factor.
It's all coming up right here on Sunday Today.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This week, just days after a huge tornado system ripped through Kentucky and several other states in the Southeast and Midwest, a new system spawned more than a dozen tornadoes and again caused serious destruction in multiple states. And the thing that's so unusual here, not just the storm's strength, but its timing. Minnesota was under a tornado warning for the first time ever in December. Now, scientists are trying to figure out how much of this is because of climate change, and maybe more importantly, is it going to become the new normal? NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has our Sunday focus.
From Kentucky to Illinois, Arkansas to Iowa, this morning communities are rebuilding after those rare December tornadoes.
The level of destruction we think now is in the billions across Kentucky, and it's going to take us some real time. But we are not broken. We don't break.
With the National Guard, we took in the widespread damage across Kentucky from the air.
It's just utter devastation. And the scope and the scale from this altitude is just, it's just terrible.
The National Weather Service has now classified the main tornado that decimated Mayfield as a powerful EF4, packing winds of up to 190 miles an hour. It was on the ground for more than 2 hours. Experts are now questioning whether these kinds of weather events might become more common.
We get tornadoes in December, like we've seen in the last few days. The record warm air mass we've had is a huge factor.
Bob Henson is a meteorologist for Yale Climate Connections who says violent tornadoes might not be more frequent, but their timing may be different.
What is happening is the seasons are getting reshuffled. and rearrange. So here we are with a tornado outbreak in December. The same changes might also bring us fewer tornadoes in the summertime. We might not have as strong a jet stream in the summer as the climate continues to warm. So more than really an increase in violence of tornadoes overall, we're seeing shifting both in where tornadoes happen and when they're happening.
This storm is headed your way in the next 10 minutes.
In Kentucky, despite warnings from local meteorologists, the sheer power of this December twister seemed to take many people by surprise. Donna Maceda was driving home from out of state when her daughter Brianna called to tell her the storm was barreling toward their house.
All I could hear was her screaming for me, and Mom, I don't know what to do, and Mom, I'm so scared. Then I didn't know what to say. Like, what do you say?
What do you say when you witness this? This is our first up-close look at the candle factory that was obliterated. More than 100 people were working here. 8 of them were killed.
The only thing I remember after that is I heard all kinds of noises, and the next thing I know, I open my eyes and I'm stuck. I can't move my legs.
So all this concrete had just fallen on top of you?
Literally a wall, like a concrete wall was on top of me.
21-year-old Michaela Emery was among the workers who survived after being trapped under a concrete slab for 6 hours. The death of one of her co-workers nearby haunts her.
It hurts so bad, and there's nothing that I can do, but that was my friend, and that still is my friend.
That is the impact of this tornado outbreak. The scientific reason behind it is less clear.
Something to be aware of as climate change unfolds, especially just keeping in the back of your mind, we can expect the unexpected when it comes to tornado season more and more.
Gabe is joining me now live. Gabe, good morning to you, my friend. Listen, I watched you all week long as you were out there reporting in that area. We saw you in that piece, right there on the ground. I know one of the experts that you talked to talked about seeing a shift in where and when we're seeing tornadoes, but what about how many, right? Are we seeing more of them than, let's say, 20 years ago?
Well, Hallie, good morning, and it is not a simple answer. Yes, we do have more reported tornadoes, but that could be because data tracking methods have improved over time and less severe tornadoes are being identified more consistently, Hallie.
That's an interesting point. Can you talk more, too, about the location shift, right? We know that they're moving. Where and how?
Yeah, the most frequent tornadoes had typically been in what's known as Tornado Alley in the central U.S., Kansas and Oklahoma, but the data now suggests that may have shifted just a bit to include more of the South, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez, live for us. Gabe, thank you. Really great reporting. Appreciate you being with us this morning. Coming up next, Willie's new Sunday sit-down with Academy Award winner Matthew McConaughey on the magic of the animated movie Sing and its new sequel, the runaway success of his memoir, Green Lights, and why he decided in the end not to jump into the Texas governor's race. And then, a life well lived. The Holocaust survivor turned toy maker who also changed how we play and watch poker. And as we head to break, our photo of the week, volunteers placing wreaths on the tombstones at Arlington National Cemetery. This is the 30th year that the Wreaths Across America project has put those wreaths on the more than 250,000 tombstones at Arlington and at locations in all 50 states and overseas.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Time magazine has named Elon Musk Person of the Year. You can read more about it on your phone while your Tesla is self-driving you into a lake.
That, of course, is Tina Fey subbing for Colin Jost and teaming up with Michael Che for a pretty pared-down version of Weekend Update on last night's new episode of Saturday Night Live. The two of them performing for just 3 audience members, host Paul Rudd, Tom Hanks, and Kenan Thompson, after SNL told its audience, the musical guest, and many cast and crew members to stay home. Just over a year ago, Willie got together with Academy Award winner Matthew McConaughey over Zoom. The topic that day? McConaughey's very raw and very honest memoir, Green Lights, which went on to become something of a phenomenon, spending 50 weeks on the bestsellers list. The actor and author also spent some of the last year entertaining the idea of running for governor of Texas before just recently deciding against making the leap into politics. Now, McConaughey is starring in Sing 2, the sequel to one of the biggest animated movies of all time. Willie got together with Matthew in New York this week for a Sunday sit-down, this time in person.
Just imagine it. A spectacular musical that takes your audience out of this world.
Thanks to the Sing movies, Matthew McConaughey's audience now includes his own 3 children.
I was kind of getting tired of me getting asked and my kids getting asked, what's your favorite movie that your dad's done? And they go, we don't know, we haven't seen any. And I'm like, I haven't really made many they can see.
That's true, though.
You know, what am I going to do? Sit them down in front of True Detective and
Dallas Buyers?
A lot more questions than answers, right? No, they're not ready for that yet. And so I wanted to do something that they could see. And then it was just good family joy, fun. It promotes some great values, which I believe in. When I was doing the voiceover for Buster, I come out of those sessions feeling younger, feeling like a kid again.
Dream big dreams. That's what I always said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Such a different experience, obviously, for you as an actor to walk into a booth in your street clothes and try to become this little optimistic koala. So how do you prepare for something like that?
Similar to what I do in live action, meaning who is he? Who's my man? In this case, who's my koala?
I won't let you down, sir.
All right? Relentlessly optimistic. Okay. I've got some of that in me. I got to turn that up a notch, though.
I don't suppose any of you can tap dance, huh?
A hustler. Okay. I got some of that in me, in both senses of the word.
Won a ton of awards, and I think you guys are gonna have great chemistry.
Underdog. Yep. I know that part of me.
We cannot let that bully steal our hopes and dreams.
So how does that inform my voice? It's not necessarily my diction now as I talk to you, which is a little more lilting and ends on a down note. The relentlessly optimistic one is always on the attack. We gotta keep moving forward. We're gonna pull this off. It's always on the upside.
Honestly, this is going to be the greatest show I have ever made.
So what do you think it is about this movie that struck such a nerve?
I've got children. You've got children,
Yeah.
right? Sing was something that was for the youth. It was for the parents of the youth. It's for grandparents as well. And the music in this thing, the kids are gonna sing along to a lot of things. Well, I'm singing along to tunes that they don't know. And my mom's singing along to tunes that they don't know.
But I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
I'm singing those aloud while I'm watching. My kids are looking at me and they go, how do you know that song? Is that the new hit? And I go, that was written 35 years ago, buddy.
Nina, what's wrong?
The original Sing was released in 2016 to the tune of more than $600 million at the box office.
It's unfiltered joy, which at this time, after the last 2 years and the time we're in right now, it's good news in the time of a lot of bad news. This show says, hey, keep dreaming. Personally, believe in it. Your own dream. It's out there.
McConaughey never could have dreamed of the success this year of his deeply personal memoir, Green Lights, a candid, sometimes painful review of the journals he has kept since he was 15 years old. The book remained on the New York Times bestsellers list for a full calendar year.
It hit a nerve, and that makes me very happy. You know, because it was the most personal thing I've ever put out. And, you know, did I feel like what I was sharing had a populist sort of, you know, nerve that it could hit? Yeah. I've had people come to me and say, look, it laid out a path for me, a different way of looking at my life, where I've been and where I'm going.
It's got to be validating in some way to say, all right, I gave you everything. I talked about difficult stuff in my childhood, and you took it, and you liked it.
And I think what I've heard from people is saying, oh, look, you were so brutally honest about the successes, the failures, the smiles and the tears that put me in my place many times. I think they were able to feel like they were looking me in the eye and I was looking them in the eye. It seemed to take off, and word of mouth, and people were sharing it without me sharing it. It was about, you know, the themes that were underneath that paper cover with my face on it. It was about that philosophy, that approach to life, and it took on a life of its own.
Recently, McConaughey had been considering a completely different path altogether, a run for governor in his home state of Texas. Despite public and private encouragement, the 52-year-old announced last month he would not enter the race.
I feel like I have some leadership qualities and thoughts to share that are not just good for me, but can be good for the most amount of people.
Did you just decide the way for me to affect change is outside of politics?
My kids are 13, 11, and 8. I'm in the salad days years of being a dad. I mean, they are active in the adventures we take. If I did that, it would be a major sacrifice for myself, them. The sacrifice comes with anything you want to do that's ambitious. But I just looked and said, to me, politics is so broken right now. You know, to talk about certain legislations and issues in politics is almost like waxing the car when the engine needs oil. It's like, no, we're not talking about, we need to go in and fix the engine.
If it's not politics, what does that kind of next step of leadership look like? Have you thought about it?
Yeah, I've thought a lot about it. I will continue writing. I want to continue to perform. I'd like to spread some of these things that I believe in, that I think other people believe in, comedically as well. It'll be more digestible. No time that I know in my life do we need to be told what to do more, but no time in my life that I remember do we not want to be told what to do. I do know this. I love telling stories. We need a new story to tell. We need a new narrative. It's not throwing away the old narrative, but America's a folk song. We need to get reacquainted with the original lyrics, and we need to understand that we're still writing lyrics. We're still writing our song.
Speaking of songs, Sing 2 is in theaters this Wednesday, December 22nd. And Greenlights, Your Journal, Your Journey, which is a new companion set to McConaughey's best-selling memoir, will be available on Tuesday. Our thanks to Daintree in New York for hosting that conversation. And don't forget to subscribe to the Sunday Sit Down podcast to hear Willie's entire interview with Matthew McConaughey, including his thoughts on the state of the country and what he thinks it'll take to heal our divisions. You can find it on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get yours. And next week, a special look back at a year of Sunday sit-downs that began on a snowy bus with Mrs. Maisel and saw Willie sitting down with some of the biggest stars in the world, and just last week with Secretary Hillary Clinton. Our year in sit-downs next week on Sunday Today. Let's turn now and get a quick check of your local Sunday weather. Ahead on Sunday Today, our highs and lows of the week, including an ornament you definitely do not want to see on your Christmas tree. Here's a hint. It slithers. Yikes. But up next, an incredible look into the great beyond that could give us new insight into Earth's very first days.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For more than 3 decades, the Hubble telescope, one of the largest and most powerful telescopes in the world, has been looking 10 billion light years into deep space to answer our biggest questions and inspire more exploration. And now, we're about to get an even better look. On Christmas Eve, NASA plans to launch the James Webb Space Telescope into orbit, the first step in a million-mile journey that could literally give us a look at the very beginning of time. NBC's Jake Ward has more in our Sunday Spotlight.
They really do come out. For more than 3 decades, the Hubble telescope has been beaming back mind-blowing images from some of the furthest reaches of space. Incredible insight into our very place in the universe. Now, its successor, the James Webb Telescope, will build on that exploration with 100 times the reach, possibly back to the very beginning. The Webb Telescope has already traveled nearly 6,000 miles by truck and boat from California, through the Panama Canal, to its launch pad in Guyana. Now, the most expensive spacecraft in human history just has about 1 million miles to go. When we saw it, it was folded up and ready for shipping.
What will that thing look like when it unfolds in space? Well, here it is. This part alone is 21 feet across.
The largest component is a 5-layer sun shield, each sheet the thickness of a human hair to protect it against the sun.
Between the hot side, so the side, look on the bottom, that's where the satellite is, that sits at about plus 185 degrees Fahrenheit. The cold side sits at about minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow.
In orbit, it will unfold itself, deploy its antenna, and then launch away from us and our sun until it's roughly 1 million miles from Earth. There, with its back to Earth, it will scan the universe in one huge yearly circle. Hubble was built to see light the way you and I do. But the James Webb Telescope can also see infrared light, heat basically, that our eyes can't detect.
So by looking at the infrared, we'll be able to look at that light coming from the very beginnings of the universe, back to 13-point-something billion years ago.
The afterglow of the formation of the universe. Okay, let me try to explain that part. When the sun warms my face, like it's doing right now, that light is actually about 8 minutes old. That's because it takes that long for light to travel from our nearest star here to us. But when I look at light from other stars, what I'm looking at is light that has traveled sometimes thousands of years.
Scientists from around the world are already lining up to use Webb's data, and with good reason. We know, for instance, that there are exoplanets out there, worlds that are the right size and close enough to their stars that they might have life on them. But scientists have never been able to truly see what they look like until Webb.
We're going to look and start checking, what's the temperature? Is it like Earth? Is there water in the atmosphere? How much is the content of it like Earth in any way?
Webb is so powerful, we'll be able to see whether distant planets have the stuff of life on them, or whether life might be possible in other environments entirely. An awe-inspiring mission. From our fragile place on this tiny planet, sending our species' most complicated scientific instrument to see how not just life, but the universe itself began. For Sunday Today, Jake Ward, Planet Earth.
Our thanks to Jake for that one. This week, we highlight another life well lived, a man who became a top inventor after surviving the greatest horror of the 20th century.
Henry Orenstein was born in Poland in 1923. By his own account, he lived a happy life as a young boy, but when the Nazis invaded Poland, Orenstein and his family were captured and sent to a concentration camp. Orenstein and his brothers pretended to be scientists and mathematicians because the Nazis wanted to develop a secret weapon, so he was spared, but his parents, one brother and a sister were not. After the war, Orenstein came to the U.S. to work in a factory and then became a toy maker. One day he was at a toy show, mesmerized by a small car that turned into another toy. He convinced Hasbro to buy the car and single-handedly helped create the Transformers, which are both wildly popular toys and movies today. But he didn't stop there. An avid poker player, Orenstein also revolutionized the way the game is watched by creating a poker table with cameras built in, so TV viewers could see the players' cards. Henry Orenstein did all of this with his beloved wife Susie by his side. Together, they would become major benefactors for Jewish causes in the U.S. and Israel. Henry Orenstein, Holocaust survivor, visionary, and philanthropist, died this week at home in New Jersey. He was 98 years old.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it. We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Time now for the highs and lows of the week. And our first high goes to a pair of hopeful moments in the aftermath of those devastating tornadoes that tore through the South and Midwest last weekend. Jordan Bays was sheltering in his basement when a tornado ripped the roof off his house in Bremen, Kentucky. His stuff, as you might imagine, flung everywhere. But one thing stayed intact: his piano. Look at that. So he sat down and started playing. Jordan's sister, Whitney, recorded her brother and posted that video online. It's gone viral. You know, such a beautiful moment at such a difficult time, giving strength to a lot of people. Then across the state in hard-hit Mayfield, Jim Finch decided to take his grill and a truckload of food straight to the people who needed it.
I know they don't have no electricity, so that means they don't have no restaurants and no running water, so I just figure I'd do what I can do. Show up with some food and some water.
It's amazing. Thanks to you, Jim, and to all the volunteers helping those communities get back on their feet. Our first low goes to the cream cheese shortage gripping the nation this holiday season. You've heard about those supply chain issues, right? That means a shortage of a lot of stuff, including cream cheese. So RIP your Christmas cheesecake. But Kraft, which makes Philadelphia cream cheese, is trying to make up for it by paying you, actually paying you, to do literally anything else for dessert.
This is not an empty shelf. It's a holiday tradition waiting another year. This year, turn that famous cheesecake into those famous brownies. End your meal with a friendly fight over the last holiday cupcake. Share some cookies. Anything that'll make you feel anything in that cheesecake-shaped hole in your holiday heart. Seriously, you bake it, we'll buy it. Get it store-bought.
So to cash in, you have to reserve a spot on their website, and then you can submit your receipt to be reimbursed for any dessert worth up to $20. You could call that a rather cheesy marketing ploy, or maybe a sweet one, depending on your perspective. Our next high goes to the latest in our series of delivery workers going above and beyond during the holidays. Jessica Kitchell was expecting a package for her newborn baby this week when she checked her doorbell camera and got a lot more than a box. She got a message from the heart.
If this is the It's a Boy house who had I forget the name of the bird. I hope all is going well with your newborn. I had a child around the same time you guys did, and I just hope everything is going good. God bless. Happy holidays.
Aw, that came from UPS driver Dallin in Roswell, Georgia, who has a baby himself at home. Jessica was so touched by the message, she reached out to UPS to track him down and thank him. And then she paid it forward by posting his baby registry online. Within a matter of days, people had checked off those boxes as a way to give back for that very sweet and small act of kindness. Dallin and Jessica showing off the true spirit of the season. Our final low goes to what I think we are safe to call the worst ornament in the world. Turned up on a Christmas tree in South Africa this week. And it makes you squirm, quite literally, because look at this. It is that's a snake in the tree, slithering amongst the branches of the Wild family tree after they had just finished decorating it. After a quick Google search, listen to this. The Wilds learned that this guest was actually a 4-foot-long boomslang, the most poisonous, deadly snake in South Africa. Obviously, call a professional, right? That's what they did. Coaxed the creature, look at this, out of the tree with a pair of tongs. The snake was then put safely in a container and released back into the wild. That is a real-life nightmare before Christmas. No thank you. We'll be right back with your Sunday mugshots.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because this is it, right?
We got more of your Sunday Today mugshots this week. Starting across the top, check it out. There's Hunter in Houston, Texas. Christina, Perry, Lori, Jessica, and Jake in New York. Holly in Winter Park, Florida. Happy 13th birthday, Holly. Love those balloons. Joyce, Andrew, Emily, and Walter baking cookies together in Holliston, Massachusetts. Then down along the bottom, there's Carter in Virginia. Alice in Philadelphia's Love Park. Candida, Devin, Amanda, and Sarah Rose in Bath, Maine. And Eliza in Lexington, Kentucky, right in front of that tree there. Send us a photo of you and your mug with the hashtag Sunday Today, and you just may see yourself next week. Remember, you can get your Sunday Today mug online at today.com/shop. It's a good one. Thanks for spending part of your morning with us. Willie will see you right back here next week on Sunday Today. Have a great rest of your weekend.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because this is it, right?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they... Go ahead. This is it, right?
This Sunday, the new COVID surge.
I think we're looking at a potential wave of cases that's so large that we still, overwhelm our hospitals.
The Omicron variant exploding across the globe.
What we're seeing in some of these other countries is doubling times of about every 2 days or so.
And across the United States.
As we know, there will be plenty of breakthrough infections, that's for sure.
Cases rising sharply, with a spike in deaths likely to follow.
We're tired. The hospitals are stretched. Resilience is low. Please get vaccinated.
My guest this morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci and the governor of Colorado, Democrat Jared Polis. Plus, the House votes to charge Mark Meadows with criminal contempt.
We won't let the facts be buried by a cover-up.
The former Trump chief of staff refusing to comply with the January 6th committee.
The executive privilege that Donald Trump has claimed is his to waive. It's not mine to waive.
This as January 6th texts from the former president's allies come to light.
One of the president's sons texted Mr. Meadows, quote, "He's got to condemn this ASAP. He is destroying his legacy," Laura Ingraham wrote.
And Build Back when? If President Biden couldn't get Build Back Better or voting rights done this year,
there's nothing domestically more important than voting rights. It's the single biggest issue.
Why would next year be any different? Joining me for insight and analysis are PBS NewsHour chief correspondent Amna Nawaz, Washington Post senior Washington correspondent Phil Rucker, former Democratic Congresswoman Donna Edwards, and John Podhoretz, editor of Commentary. Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning. Well, it's beginning to look a lot like a COVID Christmas and beyond. For millions of Americans, this winter could resemble a rerun of the awful previous COVID surges as the Omicron variant speeds its way across the country. NFL games are being rescheduled, back-to-work plans are being scrapped, and some schools, including Harvard, are even returning to remote learning. Deaths, still almost entirely from Delta so far, are also now occurring at a faster rate than at any other time other than last winter's surge. In fact, the 7-day case average is now nearly 130,000. That represents a nearly 35% increase over the case average since Thanksgiving. Omicron appears to be far more contagious than Delta, meaning a spike in cases could once again overwhelm hospitals that are already a bit overwhelmed in some parts of this country. At the same time, months after President Biden all but declared independence from COVID, Americans are simply fatigued with being fatigued. His administration has felt deflated, begging the unvaccinated to get shots. They're not even doing daily briefings. Mr. Biden will address the country on Tuesday in response to this latest coronavirus crisis. We said it a year ago. As COVID goes, so goes Mr. Biden's presidency. And though the president is not responsible for this latest wave, he may well wind up paying the political price for it.
For unvaccinated, we are looking at a winter of severe illness and death.
With hospitals already at their breaking point, the rise of Omicron is fueling worries about another COVID winter.
Growing concerns over the spread of the Omicron variant.
Doctors say the Omicron could soon be our dominant variant.
80% of COVID cases tested are now the Omicron variant.
The surge forcing a wave of cancellations. The NFL postponing games after a cluster of outbreaks. The Rockettes canceling the rest of their season. And there are growing concerns about this week's holiday travel.
The flights are full, the lobby is full, all the planes are full.
Where does that leave us heading into the holidays?
Well, not in a good place.
The CDC predicts COVID cases could spike this week by 55%, up to 1.3 million infections by Christmas Day. During the first week of January, deaths could rise to up to 15,600 over 7 days.
For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death. For yourselves,
your families, and the hospitals you may soon overwhelm.
Experts say those who have had booster shots are largely protected from severe illness, but hospitalizations are up 20% over the past 2 weeks. Many hospitals nearing capacity.
Last Friday, I had a doctor that just sobbed on the phone with me and said to me, "Debbie, people are dying, not because of COVID, because we can no longer take patients."
In a new study, 40% of nurses and nearly 1 in 4 doctors said they are moderately, likely, or definitely planning to quit the profession within 2 years.
We're tired. The hospitals are stretched. Resilience is low. Please get vaccinated.
Just 61% of Americans are fully vaccinated, 2 doses, trailing more than 50 other countries. Many Republicans have declined to push back against vaccine skeptics in their own party, instead ignoring or catering to a flood of misinformation.
Vitamin D, zinc, keep yourself healthy. Vitamin C, by the way, Standard Gargle, mouthwash, has been proven to kill the coronavirus. Even if you get it, you may reduce viral replication. There's all why not try all these things?
And President Biden's vaccination or testing requirements are under assault by Republicans.
Democratic politicians are authoritarians.
You can't just have these bureaucracies that are running amok.
They really have gone too far.
On Friday, a federal appeals court reinstated the president's vaccine or testing mandate for large businesses, setting up a likely showdown at the Supreme Court. But believing that the White House has lost the political fight, even some Democrats are souring on vaccine requirements.
I truly believe that there should be a vaccine mandate for the federal government. Private sector is a whole different, which I do not support.
Would have probably done it different myself, but look, I mean, hindsight's always 20/20.
You can't, at the end of the day, force people to do something they don't want to do.
And a reminder, despite its recent court victory, the Biden administration plans to delay the implementation of the COVID vaccine mandates by a month. Joining me now is the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. It's Dr. Anthony Fauci. Dr. Fauci, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Let me start with the issue of Omicron in this sense. On Friday, you suggested that it might be less severe. We've seen a new study out of the UK that seems to be perhaps sending a mixed signal. What can you share with us this morning on where Omicron is and how much of a threat it is?
Well, the one thing that's very clear, and there's no doubt about this, is its extraordinary capability of spreading, its transmissibility capability. It is just, raging through the world, really. And if you look even here in the United States, you have some regions that start off with a few percent of the isolates that are positive, now going up to 30, 40, in some places 50%. So yes, there is this issue of whether or not it is or more or less severe. The information we're getting from our South African colleagues still suggests that when you look at it totally, the hospitalization to case ratio is less than with Delta. There seems to be less durability of symptomatology, less requirement for oxygen. But you got to be careful. That might be due really to the fact that their population has so much experience with prior infections that it might be underlying immunity that's making it look like it's less severe. And as a virus, it inherently may not be less severe. No matter how you look at it, Chuck, when you have so many infections, even if it is less severe, that overcomes this slight to moderate diminution in severity, because our hospitals, if things look like they're looking now in the next week or two, are going to be very stressed with people, because again, we have so many people in this country who are eligible to be vaccinated who have not yet been vaccinated, and that's going to be a real problem for stress on the hospital system.
Do we have the right protocols in place? Are we traveling? Do you believe the amount of travel that's going to take place in the next 2 weeks is reasonable considering the situation we're in, or should folks be rethinking their travel plans?
Well, I think people just need to be prudent. Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection. That just goes with respiratory illnesses. But if people need to travel and want to travel for the obvious family reasons during this holiday season, if you're vaccinated and you're boosted and you take care when you go into congregate settings like airports to make sure you continually wear your mask, you should be okay. But we are going to see breakthrough infections, Chuck. There's no doubt about that. The difference between a vaccinated and boosted person who has an infection and someone who has an infection who's never been vaccinated, a major difference with regard to the risk of severity.
Well, let's start. I want to go through a few of these scenarios because people are trying to figure out what should they do if something happens in their household. So you have a COVID positive breakthrough of a vaccinated person. How many times do they need to test negative before they should feel comfortable going back into society?
Well, you know, the general rule is if it's about 7 to 10 days following the onset of symptoms, they're going to be okay. You want to get tested to show that, that's fine. But it really is duration from the time you initially get symptoms. That's one of the things that I think people need to understand. You want to quarantine yourself in the sense of isolating yourself from the rest of the family so you don't spread it around. But that's the general rule of thumb.
All right, what about if you're vaccinated, you don't have COVID, but you've been exposed to COVID? What is your responsibility? What is your recommendation?
No, if you are vaccinated and you're exposed, you don't need to isolate yourself. Some people, and I think it would be prudent to wind up getting tested. Testing now is so much more available, Chuck, than it was in the past, and we're going to be doing even better looking forward over the next few weeks to a month. So again, you don't need to isolate yourself or quarantine yourself for sure if you are vaccinated, but you might want to get a test a couple of days later to just make sure that you have not had a breakthrough infection if in fact you're vaccinated and hopefully boosted.
Well, you kind of answered my follow-up, which is, because look, we've seen this ourselves. Somebody tests negative, you know, there's a positive in the house, somebody tests negative, right, you know, a brother or sister tests negative, and then the next day they test positive. So how many days from exposure should you feel comfortable that a negative test is truly a negative test?
Yeah, you want to wait at least 3 and up to 5 days following it. So you might want to get a couple of tests, test one at 3 to 5 days and maybe one a little bit later. The tests that are now available, the point of care antigen tests, are not as sensitive as the PCR test, but if you do them sequentially, 1 or 2 or more, you're going to get a result that would be an accurate result.
What should we expect from President Biden on Tuesday? I asked this question, what more can be done that you already haven't done in your mind?
Well, what you're going to hear from the president, I don't want to get ahead of the president, but he's going to stress several of the things and upscaling some of the things that we've been talking about. You know, he came out with his winter plan, which is really a good plan, getting people boosted who are vaccinating, getting children vaccinating, making testing more available, having surge teams out because we know we're going to need them because there will be an increased demand on hospitalization, strengthening the safety of travel, and providing vaccines for the rest of the world so that we can look at this as a global problem, not only a problem here in the United States, because what happens globally certainly impacts us. But you're going to hearing a bit more about that, and we're looking forward to the president's speech on Tuesday.
I'm curious on the issue of boosters. You and I have had a conversation multiple times in the last 4 months, and I've asked you multiple questions on boosters. Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? You had President Biden at one point said, hey, we should probably do it after 5 months after talking to Israeli officials. There were some thoughts in August that it should be 8 months. There was confusion about 6 months. And it was, you know, there's been a lot of ambiguity, if you will. Now, all of a sudden, Omicron is here and there's no more ambiguity. But how much did this booster confusion set us back?
I don't think it set us back, Chuck. I mean, it became very clear that we said 6 months or more. After at least 6 months, go get boosted. If it's J&J, it's 2 months. I think those recommendations from the CDC were pretty clear. The one thing we want to make sure people understand right now is that when your time comes to get boosted, get boosted, because when you look at Omicron, all the data in Omicron indicate that even with the good protection that you get, certainly against severe disease, from a 2-dose mRNA, when you look at what it does against Omicron, it's down considerably to a level where you really need to get boosted. If we're going to deal with Omicron successfully, vaccinated people need to get boosted. And obviously, people who are not vaccinated clearly need to get vaccinated now more than ever.
Well, let's talk about what the definition of a fully vaccinated is. Number one, should we expect that definition to change? I know that's not your decision. I assume that's a CDC decision. But let me ask you this. If you're advising a private company that does have a vaccine mandate or a vaccine requirement, would you tell them that they should make boosters part of the requirement?
You know, I would tell them if they want their enterprise, their place of employment optimally protected, that you should get boosted. As you said, there is this technicality of a definition for requirement purposes. But if someone comes to me and says, what is the best thing that I could do? I would tell them to get people boosted. No doubt about that, particularly now in the environment of Omicron. The data are very clear, Chuck, about Omicron. It really needs to get boosted.
I'm curious, is there a lot to learn from all of the professional sports leagues about two issues? One, the issue of boosters, and two, the issue of the J&J vaccine? Because I know now we're not really recommending it. And it does seem as if the J&J vaccine was very popular with athletes. And here we are there, and I know they get tested more than most of the rest of the population. Is that why it's been so many breakthrough cases?
You know, that is possible. There's no doubt now, as we get more and more data, that when you look at the data in general, that the mRNA are preferable to the J&J. The reason the CDC made that recommendation very explicit was not only the degree of efficacy, Chuck, it was the risk of getting thrombosis with thrombocytopenia, that blood clotting issue that generally women who are between a certain age get it. So it isn't seen very often in men, almost exclusively, not exclusively, but almost exclusively in women. So when you put together the two things, the risk of the blood clot and the less of an efficacy when you compare them head to head, that's why the CDC came out clearly that it's preferable to get an mRNA.
Is it, how likely is it that Omicron will replace Delta, the way Delta replaced Alpha? Or are we really going to have two of these variants circulating simultaneously?
You know, we don't know yet, Chuck, for sure. You have to see how it rolls out. But if you look at what's happening, what happened in South Africa, what's happening in the UK, and what's beginning to happen now, I would not be surprised if Omicron bumped Delta off the table. Because, for example, in certain regions in the country, there's up to 50% of the isolates are Omicron. That's a doubling time of anywhere from 2 to 3 days. And when you have a doubling time that's short a period, pretty soon that isolate is going to take over.
I want to ask you to react to one thing. The vice president said in an interview on Friday, we didn't see Delta coming. I think most scientists did not, upon whose advice and direction we have relied. Didn't see Delta coming, we didn't see Omicron coming, and that's the nature of what this awful virus has been, which, as it turns out, has mutations and variants. Dr. Fauci, perhaps nobody could have seen the specific of Delta or Omicron, but did you not see variants coming, or did you?
Yeah, I did. And I think that the vice president's statement was taken a bit out of context. I believe she was referring to the fact that the extraordinary number of mutations and amino acid substitutions, particularly with Omicron, no one had expected it that much. But we were well prepared and expected that we were going to see variants. There's no doubt about that. But I believe that the vice president was referring to the fact, if you look at the number of mutations in Omicron, it's unprecedented. There are about 50 of them, 30 of them in the spike protein, and about 10 to 12 of them on the receptor binding domain. We've never seen anything like that before. So in that context, she was correct.
All right, Dr. Anthony Fauci, I'll admit I have like 17,000 other questions, but we don't have that much time. I'm sure we'll be seeing you in the days to come. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your expertise.
Thank you, Chuck. Good to be with you.
Up next, how are states going to deal with this new dangerous COVID wave? Are we about to see more mask mandates? I'm going to ask the governor of Colorado, Democrat Jared Polis, when we come back.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because go ahead. This is it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. There is no question we've been whipsawed by COVID news. Good news, tens of millions are vaccinated. Bad news, Omicron means a third shot is even more essential. Good news, Omicron appears to cause less severe disease. Bad news, out of the UK, maybe not. The science is not as clear. That makes the job of promoting public health that much harder for elected officials, particularly on the state and local level. Colorado's Democratic Governor Jared Polis was asked just over a week ago why he opposed a mandatory mask mandate in his state.
The emergency is over. You know, public health doesn't get to tell people what to wear. That's just not their job. You don't tell people to wear a jacket when they go out in the winter and force them to. If they get frostbite, it's their own darn fault.
And Governor Polis joins me now. Governor, welcome back to Meet the Press, sir.
Always a pleasure, Chuck.
Look, a lot has changed since you made those comments on the issue of Omicron literally in the last 72 hours. And I know you've clarified when it means emergency, meaning state action on the emergency. Given everything you've heard from Dr. Fauci, everything you've seen, are you having any second thoughts about the state intervening here temporarily, whether it's a mask mandate or something else?
You know, Chuck, we're 2 years into this thing, and I think it's really important that our leaders, whether they're governors, mayors, local influencers, lead with facts rather than fear. People just don't react well to this ongoing environment of fear for 2 years. Let's lead with the facts. Look, the science-driven information people need to keep themselves safe with the individual freedom and local control that we deserve. That's where we are at this point. We know how to stop this thing. Getting 3 doses of the vaccine is highly effective and all but negates any risk that you face. So we just need to make sure that people go out and do it.
Are you going to change the definition of fully vaccinated in your state? I know you have there's some specifics, entities that you want to see have vaccinated. Based on what you've heard, are you going to change those definitions?
That's certainly where it's headed, Chuck. It looks like from everything that we know that to significantly reduce the risk of the Omicron variant, 3 doses of the vaccine are needed. And by the way, Chuck, this is normal with many other vaccines. I have young kids. They have the DTaP vaccine. Every kid gets it, diphtheria, tetanus. It's 3 doses of that vaccine to be effective. So I wish they'd stop talking about it as a booster, Chuck. It really is a 3-dose vaccine. And every piece of data that we're seeing shows that that's the case.
How about your testing capacity all over the East Coast, particularly in the Northeast, over the last 48 hours? There's been a run on the at-home tests. Can't find enough of them. By the way, they're a little pricey, considering if this is something that essential, should they be priced as high as they are? And we've seen fewer public places to get tested. Do you need more resources on that? What's the situation in Colorado?
We've made free at-home testing available to every Coloradan for months now. So we've sent out over 1.2 million, just right to your doorstep. You get the free test, the same kind that in other states people have to buy. It's a popular program. We're certainly planning on continuing it for the time being. It's also important to note that while the Northeast is going up now in cases, our region in the Rocky Mountain West has actually been going down for several weeks. We peaked in October, early November. We have a lot less hospitalizations than we did a few weeks ago. Now, that could change on a dime, we know, with the Omicron variant, but we're in a better place now than we were a month ago. And absolutely, the free at-home tests have been part of that. They've been very popular with the people of Colorado.
If President Biden calls you up tomorrow and says, what do you want to hear from me on Tuesday night? What's important? What helps you do your job in help in getting things better in Colorado? What would you tell the president?
I would say stop talking about the vaccine as a booster, talking about it as 3 doses that are needed for effective prevention. People who've gotten those 3 doses in our Colorado data, which is similar to the national data, are 47 times less likely to die than people that are unvaccinated. It essentially negates the risk. Nothing is risk-free in life, Chuck, but you can go about, if you're boosted, you can feel very confident that if you get COVID, it'll be a minor case. I'd also say we need to focus on prices, increases in prices and costs that people across the country are facing. People are frustrated. Their Thanksgiving turkey costs 50% more. Gas is $3.80 a gallon. Let's show some relief. In Colorado, it's cutting vehicle registration fees. It's making it free to start a business. We've cut taxes twice. So these kinds of things that show that we're doing what we can to make sure that families can get by and thrive.
It's interesting you bring up the inflation issue. It feels like the rise of Omicron is only going to set us back on that, since this has been the supply chain seems to be the biggest impediment when it comes to the inflation issue. You've talked about some things you've done. Is there anything outside what the Federal Reserve does that can impact inflation in your mind?
You know what public policymakers can do, governors, legislators, presidents, Congress, we can save people money, right? So if you save people money on child care, that makes a real difference in people being able to work, which we need now, and also in the development of the child. If you can save people money on vehicle registration fees, on taxes, wherever you can save people money, the child tax credit is another excellent example for folks. So yes, we can do something. I mean, I'm not an expert in the Fed and macroeconomic policy, and most people aren't, but we can do very concrete things that actually reduce the cost for Americans.
Let me go back to the issue of the unvaccinated. And I know you had said, hey, you can't make somebody wear a coat. But frostbite isn't contagious, right? This virus is. Do you have any other new ideas in your head of how you deal with the unvaccinated here? Should there be a penalty? I mean, it does seem as if there's more attention being paid to protect the unvaccinated than there is to reward those who have played by the rules.
Well, I think we want to address the unvaccinated with facts first and foremost, also with compassion and love. They are often victims of misinformation, and we need to do our best to get the very best information in front of them that they need to protect themselves and their family. We've also made monoclonal antibody treatment available widely in Colorado for free. Anybody who needs it. We have 10 mobile buses that do it. The one thing we always point out, though, while it can reduce your hospitalization risk by 70%, that's from the Delta variant, by the way. The monoclonal antibody treatment is not as effective against the Omicron variant. The data is still pending. It's still not nearly as effective as getting the 3-dose vaccine, which all but zeroes out your risk of dying or getting severely ill from the virus. Again, a few people get severely ill from anything. It's certainly still possible. But essentially, you have a very, very low risk if you get fully vaccinated.
One quick political question. Senator Joe Manchin has indicated this morning that he is not going to support Build Back Better. Done. He's done with it. What is your advice to Senate Democrats? Is there anything you think they have to get done next year before the November 2022 elections, of which you'll be running for re-election?
Yeah, really deliver on saving people money and reducing costs. And that might mean preschool and child care. It might mean the child tax credit, other tax reductions or for payroll tax reductions. It might mean saving people money on a variety of things that affect their everyday lives. Of course, as somebody who also looks at the data and science on climate change, I'd love to see the Senate go big and tackle climate change. That would really help states like Colorado and others that are taking this seriously because we have several climate-dependent industries, agriculture, the ski industry. Right. And yes, our ski season is open, Chuck, but we don't have the normal snow that we have. And that's really the situation across the West in a statewide drought. So we'd love to see Congress step up and take action on those issues.
I hear you, but it sounds like if they have to pick a priority, you would prioritize the economy over the climate provisions if that's the only political feasible route to go.
You know, those are not mutually exclusive. I think our climate destiny is our economic destiny, but certainly showing relief for families on costs. Preschool, childcare does that, other things that can reduce costs, save money. That's certainly a big part of our focus here in Colorado, and we welcome any help from the United States Congress.
Governor Jared Polis, Democrat of Colorado, appreciate you coming on, sharing your views. I hope you can enjoy the holiday season. We're all hoping that COVID doesn't become as disruptive as it was last year. Thank you, sir. When we come back, Build Back Better is not just in real trouble, it may now be dead. Voting rights hasn't passed. Is next year going to be any easier for the president's priorities? Panel is next.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome back. We're glad to see our panelists, although we're back in our remote locations. I'm in a remote location because I've come into close contact with someone who's tested positive in the last 48 hours in my household. Also with us, PBS NewsHour Chief Correspondent Amna Nawaz. Phil Rucker is the senior Washington correspondent for the Washington Post. former Democratic Congresswoman Donna Edwards, and John Podhoretz, the editor of Commentary. Well, we got a lot to get into here, and Amna, I'm going to just begin with you. You know, it already was arguably a deflating political end for the Biden administration, and an exclamation point apparently this morning with Joe Manchin saying he's done with Build Back Better. And now we have Omicron. And when you think about the first 6 weeks of 2022, I don't know how the Biden administration focuses on anything else.
You're absolutely right, Chuck. I mean, this latest news from Senator Manchin, this latest statement, is a massive blow. I mean, we know the president wanted Build Back Better done as quickly as possible. We know the Senate Democrats have been saying we wanted to get done by Christmas. But look, even if you just look in the last few days, none of those sort of self-imposed deadlines really made any kind of a difference to Senator Manchin. Not the holiday deadline, not the imminent expiration of the child tax credit, even though experts say it could push some 10 million children, disproportionately Black and Latino and Native children, back into poverty. And Senator Manchin's concerns, to be clear about this, have been consistent over time. It's the size of the package, it's inflation, which has only gotten worse. And the president has been clear. They wanted negotiations to continue. Even as recently as last night, White House officials were saying, this is a president who knows how to get big historic pieces of legislation through, even with two of the narrowest majorities in the House and Senate. But this latest from Senator Manchin is a massive blow. It's really hard to see a path forward for this now.
Hey, Donna Edwards, how big of a blow is this to the Democratic base?
Well, I think it's a big blow, frankly. I mean, there's no other way to put it. This was a major, essential piece of the president's agenda. It is something that he campaigned on, all of the elements of Build Back Better, and it was his priority. And now we know that Senator Manchin, one senator, is going to deny the president of the United States his major policy priority. And so I don't know where it goes from here. I know that there are probably House progressives right now who are saying to themselves, that's why we wanted to tie the bipartisan infrastructure plan to Build Back Better, because we were afraid all along that Senator Manchin would back away from this. And so there's probably a lot of regret going on, and there are promises that will not be kept to the American people.
John Podhoretz?
I don't know how Joe Manchin could have made it any clearer beginning in March of this year that he was not going to support this bill. He said, $1.5 trillion, that's what I'm in for. Then the bill comes out, it's $6 trillion, it's $3.5 trillion, now it's either $2 trillion, $2.2 trillion, $1.75 trillion. He told Chuck Schumer, my number is $1.5 trillion. He wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal saying, my number is $1.5 trillion. That is Joe Manchin. That has been Joe Manchin all year. It is malpractice for the political malpractice on the part of the Biden administration that they did not take him at his word. They do not have a big majority. They have a 50-50 Senate. He said, if you go this way, I'm a no. And they kept saying, don't say you're a no. Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. They had victory on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and they held it until way later than they could have had it and then touted it. And here they are right now with a huge loss at the end of the year. This is very bad politics. And the idea the idea that what this demonstrates is that Biden has some kind of political talent for getting big bills through. That has now been exposed as a sham and a delusion. Like, this is a terrible political outcome, one of the worst I think we've seen for a first-year president ever.
You know, Phil Rucker, I have to say the head scratcher for me is this idea they chose to basically negotiate with everybody else first and hope there would be the pressure campaign would work. I never understood it at the time, and now obviously it looks like a total strategic miscalculation.
Yeah, Chuck, and we should keep in mind the backdrop here. The pressure campaign doesn't work if the American people are not behind the president. And the polling for the last several months has indicated a declining popularity for President Biden. Gallup had numbers recently showing he is nearly as polarizing as President Trump was during his presidency, with a huge gap in approval between registered Republicans and registered Democrats. And that's the data that somebody like Senator Manchin is looking at when he's thinking about whether he's going to put his neck on the line, representing a conservative state like West Virginia to get behind this president's agenda. And so Biden was unable to really sell these policy proposals out with the American people.
Look, I want to bring up something President Biden spoke at South Carolina State, gave the commencement, and he talked voting rights. Take a listen to it.
Maybe most important of all, we have to protect that sacred right to vote, for God's sake. And folks, as John Lewis said, it is the only, without the right to vote, there is no democracy.
Amna, in hindsight now, the decision, he was pretty strong on voting rights on Friday. He gave a strong speech in July, and in between he focused on Build Back Better. He was elected arguably for two reasons: to deal with COVID and to deal with Donald Trump. And the not prioritizing voting rights versus the way they did Build Back Better obviously looks like a strategic mistake here. Can they revive this at all in 22 before the elections?
Well, I think you're starting to see some early signs of that already, right? You see the president there talking strongly about voting rights, which White House officials will say he has said from the very beginning is a priority. We know the vice president has been leading those efforts. But you've seen what happens with the bills when it comes to lawmakers. Democrats have twice tried to move forward and have been stopped by Republicans when it comes to expanding voting rights or codifying them at the federal level. And look, you have to look back over the last year. The White House has done what they can from an executive position, right? They've directed federal agencies to do what they can to expand access. The Department of Justice has ramped up, I think, doubling the staffing of their voting enforcement agencies and are already fighting some of those states where they believe those rights are being challenged. Democrats agree there's a fundamental existential sort of issue here when it comes to voting access in the face of a spate of Republican state legislatures passing restrictions and making it harder for people to vote. And now we know that Senate Democrats are starting to prioritize it again. We've learned about this meeting that they held on Friday, trying to talk about what sort of amendments, carve-outs, changes could they make to a filibuster rule to try to get 50 votes. I'm told by a source in the meeting all options are on the table, that Schumer's been working on this for months, and that they do see it as a priority going into the new year.
Well, between now and the State of the Union. Well, hang on, John. I gotta get going here. Sorry, buddy.
Sorry.
Between now and the State of the Union, it's going to be interesting to see what do they prioritize in the wake of what is going to be an Omicron surge. How much is it voting rights? How much is it the child tax credit? What is it they're going to try to accomplish before the election season starts? That's an unknown. When we come back, our annual tribute to those we lost in the past year.
Thank you. And instead of goodbye, how about so long?
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back. As we do every year, we want to take a moment to look back at some of the iconic people in politics, culture, and media whom we lost in the past 12 months.
Don't anyone ever tell you you are limited because you came from the inner city, because you're black, because you didn't go to the right schools. The only thing that should ever be a limitation is your own dream.
As you know, you go to war with the army you have, and not the army you might want or wish to have at a later time.
My mother, a maid. Because this is America, I am now a congresswoman.
I thought history would judge the campaign as an honorable campaign, and I believe I will be judged that way.
Good day from Washington, I'm Roger Mudd.
I know you didn't want me to do this, but I did. And here it is.
I don't know what to say except to you, my audience. Thank you. And instead of goodbye, how about so long?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back. The panel is with us again. One of the things we learned this past week was how involved President Trump's Chief of Staff Mark Meadows was in the events of January 6th. And it turns out the January 6th committee is now looking even more closely into all the planning that led to the January 6th Capitol riot. And Mark Meadows looks like, at a minimum, he was almost like the concierge for everybody that had either an idea or an event they wanted to do. And Donna Edwards, though, it brings to me, it's sort of like, where is Congress heading? I want to quote Lisa Murkowski, who's just simply said, let me get this right, it's been a horrible year, hasn't it? Began with an insurrection, and it ended with a 4 a.m. adjournment, and a lot of not so good stuff in between.
Well, it's been a really tough year, and I think it also began with us still fighting COVID, and we're ending the year in the same place. The reality is that whether we're talking about the economy or politics, what will help get us back to normal is getting people vaccinated, getting the economy going. And on January 6th, we're approaching the anniversary, and the really important thing here is for this January 6th committee to continue to plug away doing its work so that we can create the record that we need for the accountability of everyone from Mark Meadows to maybe even the former president and on down the line.
John Podhoretz, I found Mitch McConnell's support of what he's learning from the January 6th committee intriguing for this reason. He stopped a chance to make this fully bipartisan and bicameral. Is that a sense that he basically miscalculated, that he thought on January 7th that a year later Donald Trump would be less of an issue in the Republican Party, and it turns out he was wrong?
I think pretty much that's it. I think he thought that Trump would be in the rearview mirror, and he isn't. And one of the hopes for the future of the Republican Party with the independents that it needs to bring it back into power is for Trump not to be the future as he was the past. And we know that because he was a one-term president, and the support that he needed from people who were not hard-lined, hard and fast, dyed-in-the-wool Republicans wasn't there in 2018 in the midterms or in 2020 at the end of his presidency. And this commission, particularly if it finds actual hard facts that don't have to be massaged or like overly hysterically characterized by partisan Democrats, but simply lays out very calmly and rationally what happened in a way that just seems as inexplicably horrible as we can see, will have the net effect of poisoning a Trump future with the independents who could put him over the top.
Well, it's interesting. I guess, Phil, though, does it do enough to change the Republican Party? I mean, it does look like that what looked like a bunch of rogue individuals that may have had one or two people in the White House winking and nodding. Turns out this felt a little more organized. Is that at all going to chasten more Republicans other than Mitch McConnell?
More than a little more organized, Chuck. We see that Mark Meadows was the chief enabler of a lot of these conspiracy theories and the plot to subvert the vote in the weeks and days leading up to January 6th, and aided, by the way, by a large number of House Republicans, elected members of Congress. And the work of this committee will reveal more of those facts, I think, but I'm not sure it's going to chasten any votes, because the polling shows us that a majority of Republican voters believe the lie from former President Trump that this election was rigged. And as long as that lie is believed as if it were fact by the Republican base, then we're going to continue to see Republican leaders in lockstep with the former president.
You know, and Amna, this gets us back to what the heck is next year going to look like? And you say there, and you don't have, we won't have full agreement on what the narrative of January 6th is. We've got COVID that's just punching us in the face, and there's a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like?
It's going to be one to watch, Chuck. I mean, look, I don't think any of us are lying if we say we know what the next year will look like. Even an hour ago, we thought we might have a very different scenario ahead. The most striking thing, I think, coming from the January 6th committee going into the new year is not only the depths of sort of the organized planning from inside, but also the fact that people saw and could believe what they saw with their own eyes. I mean, the messages that we've seen now revealed from the documents that Mark Meadows shared about the president's own son and Fox primetime host expressing concern about the level of violence, about the threats to the Capitol building, and then publicly going out and saying the exact opposite. These are all things that are going to carry over into the new year. But Phil's right. If you believe the election was stolen, nothing about this committee is going to change your mind. If you believe that COVID is a hoax, nothing about the new year is going to change your mind. And that's a tough set of circumstances for the president. Well,
it's been a tough year. It's been a tough December. And it's going to be perhaps a tough start of 2022. Let's hope we all take the Omicron precautions seriously. Before we go, I got a quick note about a special holiday series over the next couple of weeks on the Chuck Toddcast feed. Meet the alternative history. Each episode looks at how things might have changed if one single event had been different. For instance, our first episode, what if Bill Clinton had resigned in 1998 during the Lewinsky scandal? Or how the 2016 election might have been different had Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia not died. Meet the Alternative History launches this Sunday. That's all for today. We'll see you next week, because if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What I think is quite clear is the country wants to move in a different direction.
A half century after his death, Robert F. Kennedy remains a hero to millions of Americans. He was tough.
Well, whose back were you going to break, Mr. Hoffa?
Yet compassionate and idealistic.
Negro citizens are being treated as second-class people, and that's something needs to be done about.
Today, as in 1968, America is deeply divided.
What's going on in poor communities, what's happening to families that are struggling, that's what we ought to be looking at.
Robert Kennedy's life was shaped by tragedy.
President Kennedy was murdered.
He was overcome by the ghost of his brother,
which compelled him to help others.
There's more that we need to do within our local communities.
His passion for the underdog, from every background, made him want to unite people.
I run to seek new policies. Policies to end the bloodshed in Vietnam.
But he never got the chance.
Doctor in the house.
It was a crushing blow.
My grandfather was stolen not just from his family, but from his country.
And I pledge, if you give me your help, if you give me your hand, that I will work with you and we will have a new America. Thank you very much.
What has violence ever accomplished? What has it ever created? No martyr's cause has ever been stilled by an assassin's bullet.
A funeral train carries his body from New York St. Patrick's Cathedral to Arlington National Cemetery, drawing Americans, black and white, to the edges of the tracks.
I was invited to ride the funeral train. Just wanted to keep going. You saw people all along the way holding their children, their little babies, and people crying, some people carrying flowers. It was little America on that train.
When you see the imagery as his body passes on the train, they're wealthy and they're poor and they're black and they're white and they're young and they're old. I think it is amazing how many different types of people that my grandfather touched.
There are different parts of America, and there are different parts of Robert Kennedy. There's the part that cared deeply about poverty. There's parts that cared deeply about justice, and there's parts that cared about how we could build a better world.
His legacy is personal with me. In Bobby Kennedy, A Raging Spirit, I write that Kennedy's message of building a better world is more relevant now than it was a half century ago.
I want injustices and discrimination and prejudice to disappear from this country.
Bobby's advocacy, his sense of right and wrong, drew upon what his ancestors experienced when they arrived in the United States.
He was proud of his Irishness. It had a lot to do with his identity.
We remember where we came from.
After opening a saloon in an old Irish section of Boston, Kennedy's grandfather, Patrick Kennedy, known as PJ, launches a business career by lending money to recently arrived immigrants.
He was a bank owner. He had a real estate company. He had a coal company. He served term in the Massachusetts Senate.
The first Kennedy to hold elective office raises the man who will open the path for his son's success.
Joseph P. Kennedy is one of these absolutely remarkable people. He had been a Hollywood producer. At 25, the youngest bank president in the country, he was a genius at the stock market. One of the richest men in the United States.
Joseph and his wife Rose, the daughter of a beloved Boston mayor, will raise 9 children. Almost from the moment he's born in 1925, Robert struggles to find his place in the large family.
I think in any family where there's a lot of children, you're always fighting with one another or competing with one another.
He was the third son, 10 years younger than Joe Jr., the oldest boy, 8 years younger than Jack. He idolized his older brothers, loved his older brothers, and for them he was a nuisance.
My grandfather was the runt, and so he was not raised to believe that he was going to be, Attorney General and run for president. Those were positions that were set out for other brothers.
He finds meaning in the devotions and rites of the Catholic Church.
He really listened to the church's teachings that you help the poor, you help the sick, and that's how you do your good deeds.
Young Kennedy shows his generous spirit from a young age. An underdog in the family, he roots for others who are overlooked.
Making money is not bad. Making money is fine, but you got to do something with that money. You got to make a commitment to the community for the greater good.
The angry whine of warplanes, ceaseless tattoo of death-dealing bombs.
With the United States entering World War II, the 3 oldest Kennedy sons volunteer for service. Although the war ends before Robert can see combat, both Joe Jr. and John are sent on dangerous missions. After Joe Jr. is killed during a 1944 explosion over the English Channel, Robert takes the news particularly hard. Joe Sr. had been grooming his oldest son to become America's first Catholic president.
Once Joe Jr. was gone, Joe Kennedy Sr. put heavy pressure on Jack, essentially saying, I want one of my children to be president of the United States, and now it is your turn.
The first step for John Kennedy is securing a congressional seat in his native Massachusetts.
The family has to pitch in. Bobby shows up. Jack's not all that happy to see him. Jack sent him out to canvass for votes out in the most remote district in Cambridge, never be seen again.
John perceives Robert as a gloomy presence. He calls him Black Robert. But he underestimates his younger brother's determination, along with his ability to touch other human beings.
Bobby was a worker, so he knocked on every door.
John wins the race and goes to Congress. In the years ahead, his brother's talents are also discovered by both allies and enemies alike. Coming up.
Well, whose back were you going to break, Mr. Hoffa?
Figure of his speech, I don't even know who I was talking about, and I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
My brother Bobby, who managed the campaign, perhaps he could give us some idea, more up to date, of what the final figures were.
I think that from what we got up to about 20 minutes ago, that you were winning by about 70,000.
When Massachusetts Congressman John F. Kennedy runs for the U.S. Senate in 1952, his brother Robert gives up his promising career in the Justice Department to help him. He is no longer seen as an irritating younger sibling who needs to be hidden from public view.
The campaign was a mess. It was going nowhere. Bobby sort of kicks the laggards into shape, and he gets that campaign going.
With his brother in charge, John wins the Senate seat, while Robert stakes out a new role in the family hierarchy.
Bobby was the one who could be the enforcer, who could do the dirty work of the family.
Yet as tough as Robert seems, he's at his core a sensitive religious man who relies on the unwavering support he receives from his wife, Ethel. Together, the two will have 11 children.
Bobby was not a confident man. He was a fierce man and determined, but there was a kind of hollowness in him, and Ethel helped fill that hole. She was a true believer in Bobby Kennedy.
Their father, Joseph P. Kennedy, is still steering his sons' careers. After Jack's election, he convinces Wisconsin Senator Joe McCarthy to appoint Robert a staff counsel on his subcommittee investigating communist infiltration in American life.
We should not give $1 to any ally who is in turn shipping the sinews of economic and military strength to Red China.
Joe McCarthy, who was this feared demagogue chasing communists all over the United States, was a close family friend of the Kennedys.
Ultimately, though, Robert Kennedy begins to view McCarthy's investigation as reckless and destructive.
If the president deliberately promotes a man known to him to be a communist spy, the American people should know that.
After working with the committee for approximately 5 months, I went to Senator McCarthy, said I disagreed with the way the committee was being handled.
Bobby Kennedy realizes what a bully McCarthy is and that he doesn't really have the facts. And Bobby essentially switches sides.
Despite his disenchantment with McCarthy, Kennedy remains committed to public service.
How did you and your brother become interested in government service?
We've always talked about politics and government a lot at home because, of course, my father was in government a long period of time.
In 1957, he begins serving as chief counsel on a Senate committee investigating corrupt labor unions, known as the Rackets Committee. It is his idea. Among the committee members, Senator John F. Kennedy of Massachusetts.
The Kennedy men, attractive, camera-friendly, became a kind of tag team, a wrestling tag team, if you will. TV was in its infancy, but people were starting to watch. This was good publicity.
Well, you have union officials who hold their union positions at the present time who have been convicted of murder, who've been convicted of extortion.
When other mothers might take their kids to the playground, my mother was taking me to the Senate Racket Committee hearings. So that was a different type of childhood.
Well, whose back were you going to break, Mr. Hoffa?
If I give you a speech, I don't even know who I was talking about, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Of all the exchanges at the hearings, none are so volatile or personal as those between Kennedy and Jimmy Hoffa, the Teamsters union boss Kennedy considers a mobster.
Best of my recollection, I must recall on my memory, I cannot remember.
One of the first phrases that I heard growing up where I refused to answer that question on the grounds that it may tend to incriminate me.
To the best of my recollection, I must recall on my memory that I cannot remember.
That's right. I cannot remember anybody being sent there.
Well, I feel that we have shown that Mr. Hoffa has made collusive deals with employers, that he's betrayed the union membership.
There was a period of time where we weren't allowed to leave school without my mother coming to pick us up because the bad guys had threatened to throw acid in our eyes.
Doesn't this seem a little bit like a personal vendetta that you and your brother are waging against him? No, it's not a personal vendetta to be against corruption and dishonesty. It's not just Mr. Hoffa.
Bobby wanted to go after mobbed-up unions. Bobby's father, Joe, was not so sure this was a good idea. After all, the unions were big supporters of the Democratic Party.
Supporters John Kennedy needs when he runs for president in 1960.
I am today announcing my candidacy for the presidency of the United States.
And he needed a campaign manager that he could trust. Obviously, Bobby.
We managed my 52 campaign, and I think he'll play a very, helpful role this time.
And it was the same setup. Jack floated above the fray, was the golden prince, talking about great affairs of state. Bobby was the guy doing all the tough stuff, disciplining people on the campaign, being angry at reporters. They were well matched.
If someone did something malicious to John Kennedy in politics, he didn't take it that personally. You would not say that about Robert Kennedy. If someone crossed him, it was something that he would remember.
By the time John wins the Democratic nomination, Robert has compiled a number of grudges against vice presidential candidate Lyndon Johnson.
Bobby and LBJ always hated each other. Bobby Kennedy thought that LBJ was a big bully. LBJ thought that Bobby was an annoying little runt. A bad match.
But the Kennedys need the big Texan to help carry the South and appease voters uncomfortable with electing a Catholic.
There will be some non-Catholics who will vote against Senator Kennedy because of his religion. The governor of the state of North Carolina said that he felt that this problem or difficulty would cost us maybe 200,000 votes from the state of North Carolina.
It feels so silly. It feels so remote, but it really wasn't that remote in the grand scheme of things. It's not that long ago.
In Vice President Richard Nixon, John is facing an opponent who's had 8 years' experience on the world stage. But there's one thing Nixon lacks, the Kennedy charisma.
The story is told, who knows if it's really true or not, that one of the Nixon people at the first debate in Chicago said to RFK, "Does Nixon look okay in his makeup?" And RFK took one look and he looked like death warmed over, said, "Looks absolutely perfect, don't change a thing."
With Robert's assistance, his charismatic brother wins the first televised presidential debate in American history.
At 7:19 a.m. Eastern Time, Senator Kennedy was elected President of the United States.
It is the turning point in the campaign, the prelude to the Kennedy presidency, which called itself the New Frontier.
It was a change of the generations. This was the beginning of the future.
A future largely guided by the person who'd come to be known as the number 2 man in the White House. Coming up.
Our citizens, Negro citizens, are being treated as second-class people, and that's something that needs to be done about.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Would you have a place in a Kennedy administration, Mr. Kennedy? Well, I have nothing's been said to me, and I don't think I would, because of the reason I think that it's virtually impossible in view of our relationship.
Mr. Wilson.
Nepotism.
Despite Robert Kennedy's open concerns, President John F. Kennedy overrode his critics by nominating his brother for Attorney General.
In a sense, it was outrageous for President Kennedy to pick his own brother as Attorney General to enforce the laws. That could not happen today. But in 1960, the rules were looser. They got some heat for it, but they got away with it.
Are you the second man in the government or not? I don't mean to suggest that in any invidious way, but...
Robert Kennedy was number 2 in the Kennedy administration. It was not the vice president, Lyndon Johnson, by a long ways, because JFK came to feel that Bobby Kennedy was the only person who had the president's interests completely at heart, not anyone else's.
The great danger in all of these matters, in dealing with a dictator, if he miscalculates, the world could be destroyed.
Both brothers are preoccupied with the nuclear threat posed by the Soviet Union, whose leader, Nikita Khrushchev, now tests the young president.
The overwhelming worry in the Kennedy years was, can we survive and prevail in our conflict with the Soviet Union? That permeated everything. Children were told not to eat snow because the Russians had put radioactive fallout in it. They were taught to crouch under their desks to prepare for a nuclear war.
It's a bomb. Duck and cover.
This was something that was a big part of daily life.
But the risk of war is lessened when communist East Germany begins constructing a wall through the middle of Berlin in 1961, keeping its people from escaping to the west. Behind the scenes, the president entrusts his brother to secretly communicate with the Soviets to avoid armed conflict.
Robert Kennedy worked out a quiet compromise that if the Soviets built a wall that divided Berlin, the United States would not challenge it with our military. John Kennedy, in private, said at the time, a wall is a lot better than a war.
A more terrifying crisis occurs the next year, when American surveillance reveals the Soviets are placing intermediate-range nuclear missiles in Cuba, just 90 miles from Florida. The missiles are capable of reaching nearly every major U.S. city.
The presence of these large, long-range, and clearly offensive weapons of sudden mass destruction constitutes an explicit threat to the peace and security of all the Americas.
There were generals and others who were saying to John Kennedy, you have to bomb the missile sites, you have to invade Cuba. Bobby Kennedy was the one whispering in his brother's ear, let's see if we can find some kind of a compromise.
Crisis. The word suddenly springs alive.
With America on edge at the possibility of nuclear war, Robert offers a secret solution by promising to remove U.S. missiles from Turkey if the Soviet Union does the same in Cuba.
Robert Kennedy's role in finding a compromise that solved the missile crisis without war and mass death was so important that at the end of it, John Kennedy says, thank God for Bobby.
This fellow came running up to me and he said, I know who you are. And I bowed my head modestly and he said, you're the vice president. I said, no, I'm not the vice president. And he said, well, you sure look like him.
With Robert's influence growing, the authority of Joseph Kennedy diminishes after a massive stroke in 1961. Following his heart, Robert has immersed himself in causes important to him, most notably civil rights.
When the civil rights movement first began, the Kennedys probably did not understand a lot about segregation and the plight of Southern blacks.
They are not going to march because the ban has been made and we are here to enforce it. It's just as simple as that.
But the long march toward equality has begun. To test a Supreme Court decision desegregating interstate bus travel, groups of freedom riders head south in 1961 to goad local officials into enforcing the ruling. They're assaulted by angry mobs.
I questioned perhaps their wisdom, but I thought that they showed a good deal of courage.
The Kennedys do have a conscience, and this civil rights movement, it affects them. More Bobby than Jack. Bobby starts to feel the moral imperative to do something about civil rights.
How can you say that you believe in the Constitution of the United States or the Declaration of the Independence if you show by your actions that you feel that one element of your population is inferior to another?
When Robert sends his friend and assistant John Siegenthaler to Alabama to monitor the freedom rides, he's caught up in the violence.
And I, in trying to help two young women, was hit with a pipe and hurt and hospitalized.
He had a concussion and they had damage to his ear, his inner ear. It showed the hatred that existed for black people, and it was overt.
When his own close aide, John Siegenthaler, got clobbered over the head and was in the hospital, Bobby took that personally.
I remember him saying to me, John, I understand. The young people, the students have educated me. And I saw the changes taking place in this man.
In June of 1963, the civil rights movement is getting a lot of publicity. And the Kennedys realized this is the moment to strike. This is the moment to go on national TV and ask for a civil rights bill that will end segregation in the South.
100 years of delay have passed since President Lincoln freed the slaves, yet their heirs, their grandsons, are not fully free. Now the time has come for this nation to fulfill its promise.
In the summer of 1963, when JFK sent a civil rights bill to Congress, his poll ratings went down about 20 points.
With the 1964 campaign season starting, Kennedy begins to think seriously about re-election.
The reason why John Kennedy was in Texas in the fall of 1963 was he knew that he had to win Texas if he was going to get re-elected.
It's a fateful decision that will change the course of American history.
It appears as though something has happened in the motorcade route. Something, I repeat, has happened in the motorcade route. Several police officers are rushing up the hill.
President Kennedy was murdered in Dallas, Texas. He was shot by a sniper hiding in a building near his parade route.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The greatest leader of our time has been struck down. He lives on in the mind and memories of mankind. He lives on in the hearts of his countrymen. No words are sad enough to express our sense of loss.
Bobby had a very tough time after his brother's death. He would go lie on his brother's grave. He would wear his brother's overcoat. He was overcome by the ghost of his brother.
The story I remember Dad relaying to me was that Bob Kennedy had talked to the president on the phone a day before, I guess, he was shot. But he couldn't remember what he had said, and it kind of haunted him.
But in Washington, the Kennedy legacy continues. Like Robert Kennedy, President Johnson has become personally invested in the civil rights struggle. With Kennedy watching, he signs the Civil Rights Act into law on July 2nd, 1964. In a symbolic gesture, he then hands the pen to Kennedy.
I thought that was a gracious act on Lyndon Johnson's part because, as you know, they've had a lot of challenges between the two of them.
And with Johnson running for president in 1964, Kennedy has hopes to be picked for vice president.
He felt that he represented the Kennedy wing of the party and that it deserved a place on the ticket.
But Johnson harbors no affection for Kennedy and instead chooses Minnesota Senator Hubert Humphrey as his running mate.
Someone said at the time that if Lyndon Johnson had a choice for vice president between Robert Kennedy and Ho Chi Minh, he would have gone with Ho Chi Minh.
Still, Johnson is fearful that Kennedy's appearance alone will stampede delegates at the 1964 Democratic Convention to pick him anyway.
Like a very shrewd politician, LBJ moved RFK's appearance before the delegates to the final night of the convention after the nominations had been done.
It kind of backfired, because when RFK did speak, the hall went crazy. And there was this forlorn Bobby standing up there as the symbol of the nation's loss.
That ovation, by the way, ran about 12 minutes.
It was sort of the last word. You may have just nominated President Johnson, but we all miss and long for John F. Kennedy.
We can't just look to the past. We must look to the future. What has been started 4 years ago, if that's to be sustained, if that's to be continued.
Robert Kennedy felt if he wasn't going to be vice president, he would like to be a senator.
With his younger brother Ted representing Massachusetts, Robert decides to run in New York.
He was the most unlikely political leader in the sense that he didn't have that kind of gift for oratory and the great style that his brother, President Kennedy, had.
Combine that with the fact that he was in this profound depression. This was not even a year after JFK's assassination, and he has to go in glad hand and smile at people. Not very easy for him.
But his emotional accessibility endears him to voters.
He had an intensity that came through, an authenticity that came through, an integrity that came through.
And in 1965, he joins Ted Kennedy in the Senate.
That kind of brotherhood and bond really, I think, just helped both of them survive a very difficult time.
As a legislator, Kennedy can now further his agenda to aid the country's overlooked.
The situations are worse now in the ghettos than they were 3, 4, 5 years ago, and I don't think that's satisfactory, particularly when we made so many promises to the poor and the deprived of this country.
One thing a senator can do is have hearings. They can have them outside of Washington. And so Bobby goes to Mississippi to investigate poverty.
There were children who were severely malnourished to the point that they had disease you don't find in the United States. We saw children who had swollen bellies, who had sores on their arms and legs that would not heal. It was just stunning. And he said to me, "I've never seen anything like this." And then he went home and he said to his kids, he banged on the table and he said to them, "You have to do something about this."
Now the first question.
Robert Kennedy has become an activist senator, willing to take on causes that don't often translate to votes.
No senator had come out to join the farm worker struggle. Hardly any local politicians, for that matter.
The movement is headed by union leader Cesar Chavez. He's been organizing Latino field hands and leading a boycott against California growers. Like Martin Luther King Jr., Chavez is an ardent foe of the Vietnam War, seeing that a disproportionate number of the U.S. soldiers are minority and poor. Kennedy is also turning against Johnson's war policy.
Bobby is pro-war initially, but as he becomes a U.S. senator, he starts to see the war turning bad and becoming more of a hopeless war, and slowly but surely, he turns against the war.
We spend more in a month in Vietnam than we do on the poverty program. I think that there's more that we need to do within our local communities.
Each time RFK spoke out against the war, it made Johnson even more nervous and resentful.
We are going to continue to press forward.
LBJ was always worried that the base of the Democratic Party loved the Kennedys and not him, and that at some moment RFK would come and take it all away.
Indeed, Kennedy is deliberating over whether to challenge the president in 1968 to try to heal a country that's become deeply divided. Coming up,
I run to seek new policies. Policies to end the bloodshed in Vietnam and in our cities.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
As anti-war demonstrations flare across the country in late 1967, Minnesota Senator Eugene McCarthy takes the dramatic step of challenging a sitting president for their party's nomination.
And I think the time has come for us to say that in the name of America, we should try to bring an end to the killing, at least that for which we are responsible.
Lyndon Johnson never thought that Eugene McCarthy had a chance of deposing him as the Democratic nominee in 1968. He thought that Robert Kennedy might.
People in the anti-war movement and people who are dissatisfied with LBJ come to Bobby and they say, you've got to run. And Bobby just doesn't want to do it.
Said that I'm not interested, I'm not going to run, and that it's a source of embarrassment.
He's afraid of tearing up his own party. He's afraid that he might not win, and that would sully the legacy of JFK.
But when McCarthy stuns the president by a strong showing in the New Hampshire primary, getting 42% of the vote, Kennedy starts to reconsider.
The remarkable New Hampshire campaign of Senator Eugene McCarthy has proven how deep are the present divisions within our party and within our country.
4 days later, Kennedy enters the race.
I run to seek new policies. Policies to end the bloodshed in Vietnam and in our cities. Policies to close the gaps that now exist between black and white, between rich and poor, between young and old, in this country
and around the rest of the world.
The McCarthy people are infuriated because they've done the advance work, so to speak. They've done well in New Hampshire when Bobby was hanging back, and now here comes Bobby to steal his thunder.
There was an aura about him. He was the brother of the assassinated president, and he represented the hope that others had felt when Jack Kennedy was president.
What was your response that you got back from President Johnson when you sent word to him? Was there any response?
Johnson recognizes that the mood of the country has turned against him. On March 31st, he makes a stunning announcement.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
I don't know an analogy comparable to that, because you had the President of the United States saying that he was retiring from politics. So suddenly the world opened, and it was thrilling.
Emerson once said that if a young man plants himself on his instincts and there abides, the world will come around to him. I ask for your help to change the face of the United States and to help mankind. Thank you very much.
I don't think people felt that Gene McCarthy would ever be elected president, but Robert Kennedy absolutely stood a pretty good chance in ending the Vietnam War, among other things.
In addition to his opposition to the war, Kennedy addresses the racial strife roiling the country. On April 4th, 1968, he's on his way to campaign in an African-American section of Indianapolis when he learns that Martin Luther King Jr. has been assassinated.
Do they know about Martin Luther King?
The responsibility falls on Kennedy to inform the crowd about the tragedy.
I have some very sad news for all of you, and I think sad news for all of our fellow citizens and people who love peace all over the world. And that is that Martin Luther King was shot and was killed tonight in Memphis.
He got up on the bed of a truck, surrounded by angry people, and that night he talked about why it was important for us to remember Martin Luther King Jr.'s message of nonviolence. And people listened.
For those of you who are black and are tempted to be filled with hatred and mistrust, I had a member of my family killed, but he was killed by a white man.
The assassination of his brother was not something that he would easily talk about. And the fact that he would bring that up was showing in a public way the depth of his pain.
So I ask you tonight to say a prayer for the family of Martin Luther King. Yeah, that's true. But more importantly, to say a prayer for our own country.
It is one of the great speeches in American history, not one word of it provided by a speechwriter. This came from his heart.
Mrs. King and her children left their home before midnight for one last look at her husband's body before the funeral this morning. There will be a small private service at the church. Afterwards, about 60,000 persons are expected to march in a funeral procession through downtown Atlanta.
I will never forget, Bobby Kennedy came to attend the services for Dr. King, and he was one of the few white politicians in America that literally walked more than a mile following Dr. King's body, and there was no booing. People cheered him.
Kennedy then returns to the campaign trail, where he continues to face a formidable challenge from Eugene McCarthy. On May 28th, McCarthy defeats the New York senator in Oregon, making Robert the first Kennedy to lose an election.
Those results represent a setback to my prospects for receiving the presidential nomination of my party.
Robert Kennedy said, "I have to win the California primary. If I lose California, I'm probably out."
Kennedy throws himself into the crazed crowds who turn up for his rallies.
We spent the last 2 weeks of that campaign in San Francisco. He would ride through the streets in an open convertible, and the crowds would come out of nowhere and grab him and grab his hand and try to pull him to them. He was mobbed.
Always looming over Bobby's head was the possibility that he would be another Kennedy to die.
There were firecrackers. A lot of people around him were worried it was something else.
Coming up.
Is there a doctor in the house?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The country wants to move in a different direction. We want to deal with our own problems within our own country, and we want peace in Vietnam.
Despite his late entry into the 1968 Democratic primaries, Robert Kennedy edges out a win over Eugene McCarthy in California, a crucial step on his path to the party's nomination.
And I want to also, if I may, just take a moment more of your time to express my appreciation to Paul Schrade.
Kennedy's labor chair, Paul Schrade, is on stage with the candidate at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles.
I gave him the peace sign, and he grabbed my hand, shook it, and he finished his speech.
My thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there. Thank you.
He is now moving out of the ballroom with Ethel, his wife.
Kennedy is advised to take a shortcut to the ambassador's kitchen.
Robert Kennedy approached the busboys, shook hands.
He doesn't notice Sirhan Sirhan, a Jerusalem-born Palestinian opposed to the senator's pro-Israel positions.
Senator Kennedy has been shot.
lying there with his eyes closed, blood on the floor.
Is there a doctor in the house?
Everybody, please stay back. Please stay back. We need a doctor here.
Mrs. Ethel Kennedy is coming in now.
Come on, there's a doctor.
Here comes the doctor.
So I got shot that night. I was the first one shot. I was shot in the head, right here. And I was just blinded by it, and I just didn't know what happened to me. I'm laying with my feet about 3 feet from Bob's head.
Kennedy is shot 3 times. 5 other bystanders are also hit by gunfire.
Are there any more doctors?
He said, oh, Ethel. And Ethel said to him, Bobby, you're going to be all right.
I had been told to bring the car around outside the Ambassador Ballroom. All of the ambulances came up behind the car, and I saw Robert Kennedy carried out of the Ambassador into the ambulance. I saw that part of the tragedy take place right in front of me.
The Senator's sister, Jean Kennedy Smith, looking slightly dazed, being taken away. And now, coming up, is an interview with an eyewitness.
He was mad. He was a lunatic.
I just couldn't believe it could be anything except a firecracker, because the other day in San Francisco, we were in a motorcade and there had been some firecrackers, and I'd had the same panicky feeling.
As I went by, the senator was staring at the ceiling with glassy-eyed, and blood seemed to be coming from the side of his right side of his head.
There is one wound in the head by the mastoid bone, by the right ear, and that is critical.
Mrs. Kennedy is with him. He's being taken up to surgery now.
We have been waiting outside.
With each passing minute, the news grows more grave until
Senator Robert Francis Kennedy died at 1:44 a.m. today, June 6, 1968.
My grandfather was stolen not just from his family, but from his country.
It was a crushing blow, because at least when his brother was killed, he was still here, and he was obviously committed to continuing the struggle. When Martin Luther King Jr. was killed, he's the one that calmed the crowd and called us to new hope. So when he was killed, it was tough. It was tough to go on.
As both allies and rivals joined together at St. Patrick's Cathedral for the funeral, the last surviving Kennedy brother, Senator Ted Kennedy, delivers the eulogy.
I want to express what we feel to those who mourn with us today in this cathedral and around the world. We loved him as a brother, and as a father, and as a son.
I knew my dad, and when I watched that video of him speaking at my Uncle Bobby's funeral and his voice cracking.
Those of us who loved him and who take him to his rest today, pray that what he was to us, and what he wished for others, will someday come to pass for all the world.
There's a moment there where he wants to weep, and America wants to weep, and yet you're not allowed to.
As he said many times in many parts of this nation, to those he touched and who sought to touch him. Some men see things as they are and say, why? I dream things that never were and say, why not?
America lost hope. America lost its innocence again. America lost youth. America lost a passionate leader who cared deeply about the future of our country. And my father lost a friend.
I still remember how I felt that grim day watching Robert Kennedy's funeral train. As I write in my book, the faces of those along the tracks are his legacy. Black and white, many of them poor, they believed in him. His bravery and elevated national optimism, and his death left America with a feeling of shared devastation. Where his brother's majestic funeral had displayed a terrible beauty, Robert's farewell held no pageantry, only loss.
I think my mother's really was good about it happened, live your life, and go on.
At Arlington National Cemetery, Robert Kennedy's gravesite reflects none of the splendor of his dreams. Instead, visitors are faced with a simple plaque and plain white cross of sacrifice and of hope.
Do I want to look at the 50th anniversary and talk about his funeral? No. Do I want to look at the issues that he cared about? What's going on in poor communities? What's happening to families that are struggling with health insurance or the lack thereof? That's what we ought to be looking at. So it's not like it stopped in 1968.
That we replace the hatred and the distrust that now exists in the United States with compassion and with understanding. That's what you want.
She was family. A giant hole was ripped in our hearts. The first thing you want is, well, the police are going to go get the bad guys, right? I was not prepared for what happened.
Professor, artist, mom.
She was a phenomenal mother.
Alone in her home in the dark. Murder.
A primal scream came out of me.
Police were quick to question her ex. Maybe too quick.
They focused in right from the very beginning. Husband always does it, right?
What if the husband didn't? That's the question in this case. There was no proof he was even at the scene, but maybe someone else was. The man in the guest cottage, was he more than a tenant?
Sort of this free-spirited surfer dude.
He was actually rather obsessed with her.
Shoe prints, blood drops, mystery DNA, then a secret email. Was the wrong man on trial?
I did not kill Carol.
So much tragedy, so much heartbreak.
It was very emotional for me.
We just kept waiting for them to figure out that they had it wrong.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Keith Morrison with the mystery on Bridle Path.
It was the 2nd of July, 2008. Early evening in a fine old town called Prescott, Arizona. Sun going down, air cooling down to a fine evening warm. Here at the town's historic rodeo grounds, refugees from the summer heat in Phoenix, 2 hours and 25 degrees away, settled into the stands to enjoy the annual exploits of the Cowboys. At the very same time, a few miles away on the edge of town, a woman named Carol Kennedy jogged along a well-worn path at the base of Granite Mountain. Sometime after 7, she turned in at her big backyard here on a street called Bridle Path, trotted past the stone labyrinth she'd laid out here years earlier to mark the turn of the millennium, and arrived at the back door of the house she intended to inhabit for the rest of her natural days. But of course, Carol Kennedy had no idea that this was going to be her last day. And no, it would not be natural at all.
It's the biggest loss of my life to this day. It's profound, it's piercing, it's constant.
Carol Kennedy was in, as they say, a good place in her life. This is her friend, Catherine Morris.
Carol was the epitome of kindness and living a life from a perspective of having an open heart and being loving.
Before she became a close friend, Catherine Morris was Carol's student at Prescott College.
She was very well respected and admired. Her classes were always full, very difficult to get into.
What was she like?
She was magnetic, and she was always sort of searching for the truth, and you just were gravitated to her.
Charisma that kind of pulled her students in, especially maybe you.
She was soft and inviting.
I'm Carol Kennedy. I live in Prescott, Arizona.
You get a sense of her personality in this 2006 interview, in which she was asked about her passion for teaching.
Such a gift to feel like you get to give seeds to this first row here, and then they turn around and give it to rows behind them.
And in fact, she shared those passions with the man who was her husband for 25 years. Love of her life, really. Steve DeMacher.
They were crazy for each other.
Sharon DeMacher is Steve's sister.
Carol was really easy to love. She was kind of a natural fit in the family. She was just immediately a sister to all of us.
All of us being the DeMacher family, high achievers, all of them. Sharon is a doctor.
It's an accomplished bunch. As one of my friends said, there's not a weak link in this group.
Carol and Steve got married in his parents' backyard overlooking Lake Ontario, near Rochester, New York, an outdoor wedding for a couple who loved adventure.
Steve was the one that kind of started the adventuring side of things. First there was hiking and skiing and mountain climbing and kayaking.
They moved around a bit, as people do, and wound up eventually in Prescott, which proved to be the perfect place to raise their two bright, attractive daughters, Katie and Charlotte.
They're amazing. I think that it's really a testimony to the kind of parents that Steve and Carol were, that the girls were their first priority.
Steve became the dean of Prescott College. Carol taught psychology there. But life is a river, never the same for long. Steve decided to change careers, left the academic life, became a financial advisor, very successful too. And there were other changes, more difficult ones.
Nobody knows all of what goes on inside a marriage, but I did talk with both of them about it. And they both struggled because their lives were moving in different directions.
And much as they still cared for each other, there were infidelities. Steve had an affair. They decided to separate.
Carol loved Steve fiercely. She fought hard for her marriage until the end.
But in 2008, after more than 25 years of marriage, 5 living apart, Steve and Carol divorced. It was a long, painful process, and after it was final, Carol went to a nearby lake where she called Catherine.
She was sobbing, and at first when she called me, I was like, oh no. And then I realized that the sobbing and the wailing on the phone was a mixture of things. Yeah, absolutely. Open heart.
Time for a fresh start. Carol had left teaching by that time, was focused on a new passion, painting.
Her art was developing. She was really doing well with that and taking off for that.
Of course, she remained close to her daughters, but she also stayed close to Steve. And, in fact, just a few days before that July morning, the whole family went to the airport together to see Katie off on a study abroad trip to South Africa. Charlotte was staying with her dad in Prescott. Nothing ahead now but the long, easy days of summer. As she jogged the last few yards to her house, Carol passed by the guest cottage she'd rented out as a way to help pay her expenses.
It's 50 feet away from the main house, and it has all of its own kitchen and bath and shower and rooms.
It was comforting, in a way, to have someone else with her on the property, out here at the edge of things. Man's name was Jim Knapp, divorced father, bit of an odd duck, some people said, but easy to get along with. At least that's what Carol told her friends. The man didn't cause any trouble.
Jim Knapp was just sort of this free-spirited surfer dude from Hawaii who hang 10.
But she took him in as a boarder?
It was my understanding that he had been diagnosed with cancer. And I think they sort of co-supported each other through a lot of the painful times that they were both experiencing.
Once inside her house, Carol put together a salad for dinner, answered a few emails, settled in for an evening alone. She picked up the phone and called her mother, Ruth, who lived way off in Nashville, Tennessee.
She was an amazing daughter who still called her mom every day.
Ruth was 83. The call, a nightly ritual, and then, at 8 p.m., oddest thing, the line went dead, but not before Ruth heard something rather terrifying. Ruth tried to call back, nothing. And there she was, so far away and now worried. So she decided to call the sheriff's department, whose headquarters is here in downtown Prescott.
Sheriff's Office, Maria, how can I help you?
Yes, my name is Ruth Kennedy, and I'm calling from Nashville, Tennessee. I was on the phone with my daughter, and she screamed and said, "Oh no," and the phone's gone dead. Is there anything you can do? Can you go check?
Oh no. Those two words played back again and again in Ruth's worried brain. And so began a mystery, and a story too unbelievable even for some of its most intimate participants. What happened to Carol Kennedy?
That question would take years to answer. Not just what happened to Carol, but who could have been behind it.
She didn't have any enemies.
None. None.
We were just stunned.
When Dateline continues.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Carol Kennedy and her mother Ruth were having their nightly phone call. Suddenly, the phone line went dead. Ruth tried back, couldn't reach Carol. Then she called the sheriff's department.
She's out there, and she screamed and said, oh, no, and then the phone was dropped, and I'm just at my wit's end.
Now, did you call her, or did she call you and this occurred?
She called me tonight, and she calls me every night because I'm 83, and she worries about me. And so we were just having our conversation, and then all of a sudden she just screamed and said, oh, no. And then I haven't been able to get her to answer the phone back. So, I'm afraid something bad's happened.
Okay, Ruth. And who does your daughter live with?
She's recently divorced. She's alone.
What's your daughter's name?
Carol Kennedy.
Did you notice what she said? Recently divorced? Certainly the operator heard it.
Do you believe that there's any reason that she would be concerned if her ex-husband came back?
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think it's that kind of a thing,
Okay.
Family and friends all knew that even after their divorce, Steve and Carol still cared deeply for each other and their two daughters. That connection between the two of them interests me.
They took time to nurture their relationship and to spend time together and to do things that they enjoyed doing and bringing up Katie and Charlotte.
But this was hardly the time for reminiscing. Carol wasn't answering her phone, and Ruth was frantic.
All right, we will send somebody out to check on her, and we'll have them give you a call.
You can imagine what that was like for Ruth, so far away, waiting for a phone call. She knew Carol had a boarder, that offbeat guy Jim Knapp, but Ruth didn't know how to reach him. Steve would know what to do, so she called him on his cell phone, and when he didn't pick up, she left him this message.
Steve, this is Ruth Kennedy in Nashville. I was on the phone with Carol, and she screamed and said, "Oh no," and I can't get her to answer me back. I wonder if you could see what you can find out and let me know something.
By that time, it was dark. Steve and Carol's daughter, Charlotte, and her then-boyfriend, Jacob Januszak, were at that moment at Steve's house, waiting for him to come home. Jacob was actually living there while he tried to sort out a few issues with his parents.
What was your relationship like with him, and what was Charlotte's relationship like?
Charlotte was very close with Steve. He had offered me to stay with him before, tried to figure something out just to make my situation with my parents better. And so I had a lot of respect for him. Definitely looked up to him.
But that evening, Steve, an avid outdoorsman, was overdue from a mountain bike ride. And it was getting late. Really late, actually.
Yeah, it was very, very odd. We'd usually have dinner pretty late there. It was, normal to have dinner at 9 o'clock, 9:30. When he hadn't come home around that time was when we kind of started to get a little worried that maybe he had crashed or gotten hurt or something.
What'd you do?
Charlotte called his cell phone and
no answer.
No answer.
Did it go straight to voicemail? Is that what?
Yeah.
Anyway, hungry for dinner, they went to the store for groceries.
While we were at the store, it was probably around 10:15 was when we got a call from Steve, and he told us that, he got a flat tire and he was at the workout center and was going to finish up his workout there.
And what, his phone had been off or something, or what happened to his phone?
He said his phone had died.
Well, he was out there having a flat tire.
Right.
Steve was in the shower when Charlotte and Jake arrived back at the condo. They made a quick dinner, vegetable stir-fry. It was late, but then again it was a mild summer night. Not a care in the world, it seemed. No idea what was happening at the house on Bridle Path.
Coming up.
I'm kind of getting worried about you.
Panic begins. A daughter rushes to the scene. What would she find?
She just immediately broke down. Started crying pretty hard.
When Dateline continues.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
So let it snow, oh, say you won't go.
news. Two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
July 2nd, 2008, about 11 p.m. Steve DeMacher, his daughter Charlotte, and Charlotte's boyfriend Jake were eating a very late dinner.
He had taken a few more bites of his dinner, and then by that point, Charlotte and I were pretty close to being finished.
That's when Steve told them about a strange phone call he received from Carol's brother, who told him that apparently Carol's home phone suddenly cut out when she was talking to her mother Ruth and nobody could reach her.
How did Charlotte react to that?
She was worried.
Charlotte said she texted her mom earlier that evening. Everything seemed fine then. But now, she called her mother. Voicemail.
Hey Mom, it's Char. I heard from grandmother that something happened while you guys were on the phone and she was kind of worried about you, so I wanted to text you and see if everything was okay, and now I'm kind of getting worried about you. So if you want to text me back or call me or something, just to let me know that you're okay and that everything's okay.
The beginnings of panic bubbled up in Charlotte's brain. She and her boyfriend called around to local hospitals, but nobody named Carol Kennedy had been admitted to any of them.
So this is nighttime. Was there any thought of going over there?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Steve was concerned about Carol, of course, but as her now ex-husband, he had another concern, too.
Steve had expressed that he wasn't really comfortable with it because, they had just finalized their divorce, and, he didn't feel comfortable invading her privacy if she was with, another guy on a date or something like that. So we had decided that Charlotte and I would go out there and check on her. Just kind of see, if anything was out of the ordinary.
It was around midnight when they drove out to Carol's place on Bridle Path, having promised to call Steve the minute they got there.
Do you remember what it was like driving over there?
It was very quiet. I don't really think we spoke very much at all on the way there.
Because?
Just nerves.
A little anxious.
Right.
Do you remember pulling up to the house?
Yes, very vividly.
At that moment, Charlotte was on the phone with her dad.
As soon as we got to the top of the hill, you could see the police, the sheriff's lights and all the cars, and just the worst thoughts are kind of going through, my mind at that point. And
yeah, that almost the kind of thing that hits you here before it hits you here.
Right, yeah. Kind of feel it in your stomach first, for sure. And we got closer to the house, and you saw caution tape and all the, people running around and everything. We had pulled up and stopped on the side of the road, and two sheriffs walked up on either side of the car, and we rolled the windows down.
Did this person know who you were?
Yeah, I think he had asked, "Are you guys just passing through?" And Charlotte said, "No, this is my mom's house." And he said, "Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but Carol passed away." At that point, she just immediately broke down, started crying pretty hard.
Charlotte dropped the phone, fell to pieces. Were you frightened?
Scared, a little bit. Really more so for Charlotte, just, not really. I mean, even now, I don't think I could figure out how to console someone in that situation.
Maybe Steve would know what to do.
I picked up the cell phone and told Steve what had happened. He needed to come down and be with Charlotte.
And Steve?
He was taken aback. It was almost kind of disbelief, like he didn't really know what to say, really. Kind of hear him choking back some tears a little bit, and that was hard.
Right away, Steve rushed over to Carol's house. A detective had a recorder rolling. You can hear Charlotte sobbing and Steve talking.
The last time I was out here was, I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't know, it's been a while.
Someone else talked to the detectives, too. A man who showed up just minutes after the deputies got there. Jim Knapp, Carol's boarder, the man who'd been living in the guest house.
I can't remember the month I moved in.
And Jim Knapp had a lot to say about Carol, but he didn't stop there.
Coming up.
It was certainly a gruesome scene.
Blood drops, shoe prints, the clues tell a story.
So, that tells you something about how she died.
She certainly died a violent death.
And the man in the guest cottage has a story too.
I don't warn you guys, it's just my intuitive take.
When Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Just before 9 p.m., July 2nd, just around the time Carol Kennedy's worried family members were recording phone messages to each other, a Yavapai County Sheriff's deputy was dispatched to Carol's house on Bridle Path. Found the home dark, eerily quiet. He shone a flashlight through a window. Saw a bookcase toppled over, and blood everywhere.
11825.
That's when investigator Mike Sachet was pulled into the strangest case of his career. The kind of thing he had moved to Prescott to avoid.
It's a quaint little community nestled in the pines, and not a whole lot of crime, especially from what I was used to.
Sachet put in 27 years in the Phoenix Police. This job with the Yavapai County Attorney's Office was supposed to be an escape from big city crime. And here he was, middle of a July night, looking at one very brutal homicide. What did it look like?
It was certainly a gruesome scene. Not only a large amount of blood on Carol's body, but also on the furniture that was nearby, blood spatter that had been cast off onto the walls and other items as well.
So that tells you something about how she died.
She certainly died a violent death.
Something else. As he surveyed the room, he could plainly see whoever did this was trying to fool them. How did he know? When he looked past the obvious gore, he couldn't help but notice things had been moved around after Carol was dead.
There was a ladder that was placed over top of her body. That, along with some of the blood that had splattered onto a bookshelf, and then the shelf was knocked over, obviously several minutes after the blood hit it.
Unlikely that it was just tottering and eventually collapsed.
That could not have happened.
So that's a pretty significant little detail then.
Yes, absolutely.
Staging. Clear as day, said the detective. There were even some drops of blood just outside the door. The blood trail led detectives to another discovery. Shoe prints outside the house.
There was a lot of tracks out there.
The house was next door to ranch land. Lots of people went running and riding there. Carol, too.
Horses, animals, people used that area, and there were a lot of tracks. These tracks were unique. They were fresh.
They found Carol's footprints from her jog that very evening, but there were others.
Her track, as it went out, the suspect's track, then stepped right on one of hers. So she went out, and then the suspect came into her house.
You even had sequence of tracks.
Yes.
About 50 feet from the main house, you remember, was a guest cottage, which Carol had rented out to that tenant, Jim Knapp.
Jim Knapp was one of the first ones to arrive at the scene after the deputies had arrived.
Of course, the detectives asked him, where was he that night? And Knapp was ready with a story.
He had been babysitting one of his boys at his ex-wife's house when this incident actually occurred.
You'd have to pin him down on that, make sure he had proof of it, right?
That's correct.
Another detective turned on his recorder as Knapp rambled on about his relationship with Carol.
She and I sort of committed to one another to be co-coaches, to coach each other through both our divorces.
But Knapp didn't stop there. Oh no, he seemed very eager to tell them about Carol's ex-husband, Steve DeMocker.
I warn you guys, it's just my intuitive take. The guy comes off to me as a very sneaky, manipulative man.
So, by the time Steve arrived, detectives were already suspicious. And they asked him to come to the sheriff's department, where he told them the same thing he had told his daughter. He was riding his mountain bike when he got a flat tire.
I don't really mountain bike very often. Okay. I mean, I'm starting to some. I do some on and off. Mostly I've been trail running, so I don't have a routine.
He drew them a map of the trail he followed.
The lane goes up and it kind of peters out, and there's a trail.
At one point, the trail got to within a mile of Carol's house. The detective's ears perked up. But Steve insisted he never went to Carol's house.
I'm happy to give you blood, saliva. I'm happy to give you anything you need.
So there's nothing we're going to find that's going to tie you there?
No, I wasn't there. I wouldn't do that.
Steve told the detective he was tired, dehydrated.
We can fix that. If you need more water, I'll be glad to get you water. You need some food, I'll give you food. I'll go get you some food. You tell me what you want. I'm just asking you to be a little bit patient with us and help us through this matter.
Of course I want to do that. I'm happy to give you DNA. I wasn't there, so I assume that will be good for me.
That is true. If it is like you say, then once we do our lab work and...
I'm cold and I'm tired.
Steve asked them, what were they thinking about him? Was he a suspect?
I don't know what looking suspicious looks like. I know I didn't mean to ask, just about tired.
No, and like I said, here's the whole thing with it. There's certain things in what's going on. Just like I said, we've got a suspicious death, and right now we don't have any other person. Well, we have no other person right now.
And so it was a long night in that little room. The detective gave Steve a blanket, asked again about that trail.
The proximity of where the trail is,
I know.
where you're riding.
Wish I'd chosen a different trail.
I wish you would have chosen a different trail also. Because, and here's the thing, is right now.
If I had done it, I probably wouldn't have chosen to be right near the scene of what sounds like maybe a crime.
Maybe so, but wherever he was, he picked up something the detective simply couldn't ignore.
Very fresh, multiple scratches.
On his arms and legs. Steve said he got those riding a rough mountain trail on his bike. Detectives photographed them before letting him go home. Meanwhile, overnight, other detectives searched Steve's office and his home and his garage. They took pictures, lots of pictures. After the autopsy next afternoon, the medical examiner reported that Carol died from blows to the head administered by some blunt object 7 times her killer hit her. With what? The medical examiner offered an opinion. It looked like might have been a golf club. And one more thing. Carol herself might already be telling them who killed her.
Coming up.
So it sounds like kind of an aha moment, right?
It's one of those moments that you go, oh my goodness, we may have overlooked something.
The clue that police almost missed. Will it help them crack the case? When Dateline continues.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There is, as Catherine Morris can tell you, no good way to find out your close friend has been murdered, especially a friend as incandescent as Carol Kennedy.
It's the biggest loss of my life to this day. It's profound, it's piercing, it's constant.
She didn't have any enemies.
None. None.
Catherine, who by this time lived in Atlanta, flew across the country to Prescott.
I needed to see it. I needed to be in her home where she last was.
She joined other members of Carol's family at Bridle Path, in the very room where Carol died. Blood still spattered on the furniture. The mess of what happened everywhere in that room.
You can't imagine. Painful.
Did it help?
It helped greatly to put it into perspective of the absolute horrendous brutality, animalistic, violent.
Evidence of that was still in the room.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Steve was there too, said Catherine. And she remembers him saying something that to her didn't make much sense.
He put his arm around me and said, "You just want to think it was an accident, don't you?" Then I looked at him and I said, "This is not an accident. What I'm looking at is not an accident."
By then, so soon after the murder, Steve was the only real suspect under investigation. And in the following weeks, as friends and family mourned, detectives peeled back the layers of Steve and Carol's relationship and soon found evidence that their recent divorce was, well, no divorce is pleasant, but...
We looked heavily into emails, and we learned that Carol was very unhappy with the outcome of the divorce. They argued heavily back and forth up until the day of her murder.
Steve made good money as a financial advisor, had agreed to pay $6,000 a month in spousal support.
When you say somebody makes over $500,000, you would assume that a $6,000 monthly payment is not a big deal. But he was spending way more than he was making. He was having to borrow money from his parents almost monthly.
When he's making $500,000 a year?
That's correct. And the $6,000, he was going to be unable to sustain his lifestyle.
Mind you, those numbers were for 2008, a year when, like a lot of people, Steve hemorrhaged money because of the financial crisis. Still, to the detective, that $6,000 a month sounded like motive, It might even explain why the murder occurred when it did at the beginning of July.
And that payment started June 1st. The second payment was due July 1st. She was murdered July 2nd, and that payment was never made.
I wasn't there. I wouldn't do that.
Again and again, he denied killing his ex-wife, said he was out mountain biking the evening she died. But look at this. Along with shoe prints near Carol's house after the murder, police also found tire tracks, bike tires.
We then were able to see that the bike had been stashed, and then the individual walked right to the back of her house.
They did not take direct impressions of those shoe and tire tracks, as investigators frequently do, but they did take pictures of the tracks. Looked a lot like the treads on Steve's tires, they felt. And while no matching shoes turned up, they discovered that Steve once bought a pair that might match. And then there was the curious business of the murder weapon, or possible murder weapon. Remember the coroner's report suggesting Carol may have been hit with a golf club? When investigators learned that, something clicked in their memories from their first search through Steve's house.
There were golf clubs in his garage.
So let's go back and seize them, right?
Yeah, seize them and examine them to see if we can determine that these golf clubs were used as the murder weapon.
So it sounds like kind of an aha moment, right?
It's one of those moments that you go, oh my goodness, we may have overlooked something.
So they returned to Steve's condo, seized the golf clubs from the garage, and tested them, but could find no evidence that any of them was the murder weapon. But there was something else. In the first search of the condo, a detective remembered seeing a golf club cover, or golf sock, on a shelf. They looked at the photos. There it was. But when they searched the garage a second time, it was gone.
And the shelf itself had apparently been sort of rearranged.
Was it possible that now missing golf sock belonged to a different golf club? One that was no longer around, one used to kill Carol Kennedy? Did Steve, knowing he was a suspect, get rid of that golf sock because it was incriminating evidence? Seemed like every investigative trail they followed led right back to the same person they had suspected all along. Carol's friend Catherine knew who that was.
I didn't believe that Steve did it, but I couldn't think of anyone else that would possibly do any harm to Carol.
And so, 3 months after Carol was killed, they arrested Steve DeMacher on a charge of first-degree murder. Steve's sister, Sharon.
I'm trying to imagine what it was like for the family. This amazing, accomplished, interesting, intelligent family, when the leader child was charged with murdering his wife, a woman who you all loved.
It was a total shock. You're going, they don't understand. If they knew him, they would see how wrong and impossible this was.
Even worse, prosecutors filed for the death penalty. Any chance for bail for Steve, given the charge, was remote. Still, the whole DeMacher family gathered in court for the hearing, which, coincidence, had been scheduled for Christmas Eve 2008. And then it was delayed.
It was this crushing blow, seeing that the wheels turn painfully slowly in this process. So we left and we're standing out in the corridor. Then they were just starting to bring Steve out. And we said, you know what, let's just sing him a Christmas carol. So we started singing We Wish You a Merry Christmas, and we could see that, you know, there were tears streaming down Steve's face.
Steve's family wept too. They believed he was innocent, that someone else killed Carol. And their belief only grew stronger after
911, what is your emergency?
a 911 call, this time to the Prescott Police Department.
The door is open. It looks like a gunshot hole in the window, and there's a shell casing inside, and the bedroom door is closed.
Coming up.
Husband always does it, right? They focused in on one person right from the very beginning.
A thumbprint, a smear of blood, and here's the bombshell. neither one belonged to Steve DeMacher.
There were a lot of red flags that were concerning.
When Dateline continues.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd-cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd-cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Steve DeMacher was in jail, charged with first-degree murder for his ex-wife Carol Kennedy's violent death. He pleaded not guilty. Private investigator Rich Robertson joined Steve's defense team and right away saw what he believed was an elemental mistake by detectives.
They put together their story, their version of events, almost immediately.
Husband always does it, right?
But yeah, they focused in on one person, and they had a story, and that's what they worked on. They zeroed in on Steve DeMacher right from the very beginning.
But Robertson said detectives should have taken a much closer look at another man in Carol's life, Jim Knapp, the man who lived in the guest house and showed up at the crime scene within minutes of the officers, and who was the first person to point the finger at Steve.
The fact that law enforcement viewed him in a different way that they viewed Steve DeMacher, that they saw Jim Knapp as a friendly witness and they see Steve DeMacher as a suspect, frames the way that they investigate. So anything having to do with Jim Knapp becomes excusable, explained, It's just not something you have to worry about because he's not our guy.
And yet, look, for example, at these crime scene photos on Carol's kitchen counter. The magazine was sitting on it, and slipped inside, between the pages, were some financial documents that were printed the very day Carol was murdered.
That became really important because his thumbprint is on those financial documents.
What was Jim Knapp doing with those documents? And something else, perhaps very significant.
There was blood on the doorknob of the door that led from the main house into the backyard garage.
The blood became evidence item number 805, collected days after Carol's death. And whose DNA was mixed with Carol's blood? Jim Knapp's DNA.
Just like the thumbprint, the question becomes, when did Jim Knapp's DNA get put on that door handle?
Robertson clearly had his suspicions, and Steve's sister, Sharon, did too.
So you felt all along that Jim Knapp should have been a suspect and wasn't?
He should have been investigated. There were a lot of red flags that were concerning.
Knapp told sheriff's deputies he was nowhere near Carol's house when the murder happened. He was at his ex-wife's place, miles away, babysitting his son.
Didn't they find out the alibi, in fact, was pretty solid?
No, actually it wasn't. What the son said was that, yeah, they'd gotten a video and the son was watching it. He doesn't know where Dad was.
Dad wasn't sitting beside him in the room?
No, Dad was not watching with him, so he doesn't know where Dad was. The son got bored watching this movie, and I believe he went and got on his computer. So there's a period of time that we don't really know. He might have been in the house, but nobody saw him.
So maybe Knapp's solid alibi wasn't. And remember how he told everyone he had cancer? Sharon, a doctor, discovered something about that.
I've seen the medical records.
And?
He had a superficial type of skin cancer at one point, and it had been removed. So, no, he didn't.
Steve's family even recorded this video after the murder, in which Jim Knapp said things about Carol they found deeply disturbing.
Because Carol and I lived a life like an old married couple.
He was actually rather obsessed with Carol. I have emails that he's written about how what he and Carol share is more than anyone could picture, that no one will understand the bond that they have and how close they are to each other. And he referred to her, to some people, as his girlfriend, but she never had any romantic interest in him, and no one
And he had tremendous romantic interest in her.
Very much so.
Thus, in your mind, a reason to be angry one night?
Certainly.
Was it possible Carol rebuffed him, that he got angry? The detectives didn't ask those questions, said Steve's family. And soon it was too late. 6 months after Carol's murder, a 911 call from a condo where Jim Knapp went to live after Carol was killed.
We came for a welfare check of our friend of mine. The door is open. It looks like a gunshot hole in the window, and there's a shell casing inside, and the bedroom door is closed.
Who are you doing the welfare check on?
Jim Knapp.
Jim Knapp was dead. Gunshot wound. The medical examiner ruled it a suicide.
I was stunned. It was one of those moments where it just sort of took my breath away. And then when I found out there was no note, and as I learned about the details of what the scene looked like, it's still a baffling death.
Baffling because it simply did not look like a suicide.
There was multiple gunshots fired in that room. There was furniture in disarray. There was drawers pulled out.
Staging, in other words, just as the investigators believed someone staged the scene of Carol's murder. Was Jim Knapp Carol's killer, or another victim of an unknown killer, or maybe both? Couldn't have been Steve, he was in jail. And then the questions multiplied. In June 2009, almost a year after Carol's death, Steve's attorney received an email, the sender anonymous. The email read, "I can tell you what really happened the night Kennedy was killed." The email said Jim Knapp was running his mouth to Kennedy about a prescription drug deal he was in. It said the murder was meant to look like home invasion robbery gone bad. This wasn't one crazed man with a golf club. When Steve's attorneys told him about the email, Steve replied with a startling story. He had heard the same thing just a month earlier in jail.
Coming up.
I almost hate to ask you this, but can you explain why you're emotional? Because I spent a year not knowing what happened to Carol and being accused of it.
When Dateline continues.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
A year had passed since Carol Kennedy's death. Her ex-husband, Steve, had been arrested and charged with murder. But now, an anonymous email sent to Steve's attorney said the killing was a result of a drug deal gone wrong with Carol's neighbor, Jim Knapp. Steve said he was told a similar story.
Steve said that somebody was communicating to him through the ventilation system in the jails and told him a story about how a drug ring out of Phoenix had been trying to collect money or seek some retribution against Jim Knapp for involvement in a prescription drug ring.
The attorneys arranged for a meeting, an opportunity for Steve to tell law enforcement what he heard so they could investigate it. They showed him the mysterious email. Listen to his reaction.
Sorry. I almost hate to ask you this, but can you explain why you're emotional?
Because I've spent a year not knowing what happened to Carol and being accused of it. That's what's happening right now.
There was more than the email to go on. Remember the DNA the medical examiner found under Carol's fingernails? Turned out it wasn't Steve's or Jim Knapp's. Police called the DNA evidence item 603, but to defense investigator Rich Robertson, it represented much more.
Evidence item 603 became Mr. 603. It was a male's DNA that was found mixed in with Carol's blood under the fingernails of her left hand. And this wasn't a small amount of DNA. Reasonable person, I think, would think this probably could have gotten there during an attack.
Jim Knapp, the anonymous email, Mr. 603. Steve's family and attorneys thought investigators should focus more on all of those things. Instead, seemed to them, prosecutors had already made up their minds, and Steve would go on trial. Summer 2010, 2 years after Carol Kennedy's murder, American flags were once again draped up around the Prescott Town Square in anticipation of the annual rodeo. And on June 3rd, inside the square's historic courthouse, County Attorney Joe Butner opened his case against Steve DeMacher by ticking off the reasons why, in his view, Steve deserved to spend the rest of his natural life behind bars. By this time, pretrial legal rulings had taken the death penalty off the table, though Attorney Butner told the jury the case was no less condemning.
I will ask you to find the defendant guilty of the first-degree premeditated murder.
First, he said, Steve had motives, and not just that $6,000 a month in alimony. No, Carol, said the prosecutor, was worth a lot of money, dead.
The evidence will show that at the time of her death, that Stephen DeMacher was the owner and beneficiary of 2 life insurance policies. The total value of those life insurance policies was $750,000.
Steve and Carol's daughters, Katie and Charlotte, were in court, sitting behind and supporting their father. Defense investigator Rich Robertson.
To have your father accused of killing your mother, and for them to not believe it, you can't imagine what that must have done to how they view things. It's just got to be a horrible experience.
In his opening statement, defense attorney John Sears was quick to address that life insurance money.
And you will hear from Katie and Charlotte that their father told them from the beginning, this is your money from your mother, this isn't mine. He disclaimed, he signed over any interest to the girls, and the money was paid out to the girls. That's what happened in this case.
Prosecutor Butner called his first witness, Katie DeMacher, Steve and Carol's elder daughter.
Did she have a habit of things that she did when she came home from work?
She did. She typically went for a run, maybe 4 days a week, out on the back land.
And to your recollection, did she leave the door unlocked when she would do that?
Yes.
An unlocked door, opportunity for her killer to enter and wait. On the stand, Carol's mother, Ruth Kennedy, had to relive that very last phone call with her daughter. How exactly did it end so abruptly? She told the sheriff's department operator that Carol had screamed, "Oh no."
And you just said that, "Oh no," a certain way with a certain emphasis. Was that the way that she said it, to your recollection?
She said, "Oh no." Basically, that's the way it came out.
Did she scream that?
It really was not a scream. I'm sure it was because I was so rattled myself. She just said, "Oh no." That's all she said, and basically in that tone of voice, like it was more dismayed.
This was very difficult for Ruth, as you can imagine.
She was everything a mother would want in a daughter. She was a good mother.
Charlotte, the younger DeMarker daughter, was living with Steve that summer, was in Steve's house the night of the murder when he was unreachable for 5 hours and said,
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Dad.
Your father, did he have, normally have spare batteries with him?
Sometimes in his car.
Did he carry them in the car and also in his briefcase?
It's possible. I don't know.
Normally he was reachable by way of his cell phone, right?
Yes.
And when he finally got home that night, she saw those scratches. Suspicious, according to the prosecution.
Did you ask him about those scratches?
I did.
What did he tell you?
He explained they were from branches from riding his bike.
And then the prosecutor asked Charlotte's, by then former boyfriend, Jacob, about the weird business of the golf club cover, the golf sock that appeared in a photo in Steve's garage night of the murder, but was gone when detectives returned with another search warrant. The implication, of course, was that the cover fit the club never found that killed Carol. Jacob said that after the detectives left, he talked to Steve.
What was that conversation?
The golf head sock cover was found after they had left.
He said he had found it?
Yes.
Did he say what he was going to do with it?
He didn't know whether or not to turn it into the police or give it to his lawyer.
Implying, said the prosecution, that Steve knew the golf sock could incriminate him and didn't know what to do with it. But just as the case seemed to be building momentum, 2 weeks into the trial, Judge Thomas Lindberg left the bench at lunch break and suddenly collapsed. It was a brain tumor. And everybody waited for 5 weeks until a brand new judge was appointed so they could pick up with testimony right where they left off. And that's when the jurors finally got to hear what became of the missing golf cover.
Go ahead and open your evidence bag, please.
Detective Teresa Kennedy showed it to the jurors, and the judge explained a stipulation made by the attorneys.
On July 5th, 2008...
Turned out, days after Carol's murder, Steve gave the golf sock to his attorney, John Sears, who kept it in his locked office until Steve's arrest. That's when Sears turned it over to law enforcement. So, was the curious case of the migrating club sock an attempt to cover up a murder, or a bit of confusion, an investigative dead end? Prosecutors weren't done, mind you. They next tried to tie Steve to the crime scene. Didn't find any of Steve's DNA or fingerprints at Carol's house, but they did see those tire tracks. A criminalist compared them with the tires on Steve's bike.
The tread on this tire is similar to the tread you observe of this tire track.
And did you find any discernible differences between them?
No, I did not.
And those shoe prints, they brought in an expert from the FBI.
Did you find any shoes that seemed to be comparable to the impressions that you observed in these photos from the crime scene?
Yes, I found one shoe that could have made those impressions.
A La Sportiva Pikes Peak. Records showed that Steve bought a pair of those shoes 2 years before the murder. But when detectives searched his house, they didn't find any such shoes. So, intriguing but hardly proof. Prosecutors knew they had a big problem. That anonymous email linking the murder not to Steve, but to Jim Knapp and illegal drugs. So, even as the trial went on, investigator Mike Sachet was interviewing and re-interviewing witnesses, including Steve's girlfriend, Renee Girard.
It was obvious to me that she was very protective of Mr. DeMacher.
Steve began dating Renee when he was separated from Carol. They were together during that tumultuous time: Steve's divorce, Carol's murder, his arrest. Renee had always stood by Steve and his family. But Sachet had a feeling.
We were pretty convinced that she knew more than she was telling us.
Sachet knew something else, too. During the trial, Renee broke up with Steve. So, on the eve of her testimony, Sachet interviewed Renee again about that anonymous email. What he discovered? Explosive is not too big a word.
Coming up,
Steve was terrified. We were terrified.
the email trail, the money trail, a winding trail of surprises was about to change this case.
That was a doozy of a mistake.
When Dateline continues.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Mornings dawned cooler in the Arizona mountains. The summer flags in the town square were stored away for another year. And the murder trial of Steve DeMocker ticked into its fifth fitful month. The prosecution had amounted to circumstantial bits and pieces to that point. And investigator Mike Sachet knew that Steve was likely to mount a strong defense.
Mr. DeMocker is a very intelligent individual, but he's also a very narcissistic personality. You put those together and you can make it difficult to solve a crime.
Narcissistic? That's what it seemed like to the detective. Also seemed to him like Steve's girlfriend, Renee Girard, was protecting him, knew more than she was telling. Then Renee broke it off with Steve, and Sachet interviewed her one more time. And remember the anonymous email that claimed Carol's murder was linked to an illegal drug ring? Oh boy.
She told me that Mr. DeMocker had informed them during one of their in-person visits at the jail to bring some pencil and paper. There was a glass between them. Mr. DeMocker had brought a document with him that he placed on the glass so that they could view it.
According to Renee, Steve himself wrote that document, then asked his daughter Charlotte, just 17 at the time, to copy it down.
Mr. DeMocker then asked them to send that document, which became known as the anonymous email, to Mr. Sears and to the prosecutor's office.
Mr. Sears was John Sears, one of Steve's defense attorneys. Steve's reasoning, according to Steve's sister Sharon, he'd heard that story from an inmate in that air vent conversation and desperately wanted to get the story out and investigate it.
The death penalty was still on the table, so Steve was terrified, we were terrified. I can certainly appreciate when you're terrified, maybe you do some stupid things.
Well, it's when you start making mistakes, and that was a doozy of a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And uncovering that fraud led investigators to what they thought was another even bigger one. Remember Carol's life insurance money, $750,000 worth? Steve's defense attorney talked about it during his opening statement.
He disclaimed, he signed over any interest to the girls, and the money was paid out to the girls. That's what happened in this case.
That statement caught investigator Mike Sachet by surprise.
We had made contact with the life insurance company several times throughout the investigation, and we had been informed that the life insurance had not been paid out to anyone.
So, had the insurance paid out, or hadn't it? Sachet took another look, a much harder look at the money trail.
Not only was the insurance paid out, but it was paid to the two daughters, who then transferred it to several accounts, including wire transfers to Mr. DeMacker's parents' account in New York, who then wire transferred it back to Mr. DeMacker's defense team.
Remember, Steve DeMacher was a highly paid financial advisor. The prosecutors now believed he was using that expertise to try to get away with murder.
Here's a person that murdered his ex-wife, then collected her life insurance of over $750,000 and is using that life insurance to pay his defense team in the murder prosecution.
So then, prosecutors added fraud to the charges Steve was facing. But fraud is certainly not what it was, said defense investigator Rich Robertson.
These girls voluntarily, on their own, believing in their father's innocence, dedicated money that they inherited to defend him. How can that be wrong?
The girls decided to use that money for their dad's defense. There was no fraud, or the insurance company would have been the first one to say, hey, we got a problem here.
So is that just piling on the part of the prosecution?
Yeah.
The much bigger issue for the defense, said investigator Robertson, was that phony email. An email the attorneys presented in court as real, because they said they too were duped by Steve.
Suddenly the attorneys are in an awkward legal, ethical kind of posture and in relationship to their client. And so it created an untenable situation for the first defense team.
So untenable for these highly respected defense attorneys that they, no option, they said, withdrew from the case. And so, 7 months in, the judge was forced to declare a mistrial.
We thought we were sprinting to the finish line. We thought that Steve was going to be home in time for Thanksgiving. And suddenly the finish line just kind of moved off into the horizon.
Gut-wrenching, said Carol's friend, Catherine.
It was so emotional, of not even a roller coaster, just the intensity of the emotion.
They'd have to start all over again. The money the girls received from their mother's insurance was gone now, gone to pay for the first team of attorneys. So, since Steve was pretty much destitute, court-appointed attorneys stepped in. And right away, Craig Williams and Greg Parzik were impressed by how Steve's family supported him.
It's a large family, very educated, very tight-knit group.
How uniformly did they support Steve through this process?
I'd say very uniformly.
They're all behind him?
Yes.
But one thing after another. As Steve's second trial approached, there was another huge surprise. The source of the DNA found under Carol's fingernails was finally identified. That would be Mr. 603.
Coming up.
We exhausted so many man hours and looked at any and all alternatives. We finally were able to discover and verify who Mr. 603 is.
The mysterious Mr. 603, not who anyone expected.
How could you trust anything after that?
Exactly.
When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It had always been an issue in the case against Steve DeMocker. That one fascinating clue that could break the case wide open. Who was Mr. 603? That's what people were calling the mysterious DNA found under Carol's fingernails after she was murdered. One thing for sure, it was not Steve.
We exhausted so many man-hours and looked at any and all alternatives.
And then, it was during the long months of waiting for a new trial to begin. The prosecution had an idea. What if that 603 sample was a simple mistake? What if something just got mixed up in the lab? So investigator Mike Sachet looked up the autopsy done just before Carol's and submitted a sample from that for retesting. And nearly 3 years after Carol's murder, a call from the crime lab.
The sample DNA that we sent had matched the DNA under Carol Kennedy's fingernails. We finally were able to discover and verify who Mr. 603 is.
Mr. 603, it turned out, was another dead soul, the man lying on the autopsy table before Carol got there. It was his DNA, maybe on one of the coroner's instruments, that ended up under Carol's fingernails. Mystery solved. One more doubt removed, said the prosecution. But for Steve's defense team, it was further proof of a shoddy investigation.
Contamination. And we found out not only potential contamination, there was actual contamination in this case.
How could you trust anything after that?
Exactly.
Defense attorney Craig Williams said the case against Steve had an even bigger flaw.
You cannot put Steve DeMocker in that house where there was a horrific murder, a bloody murder. You can't put him in the house.
No DNA at all?
No DNA, no blood. You don't find any DNA of Carol's on him anywhere. You don't find any DNA, fingerprints, blood, anything of his in the house. How can you convict him of murder?
But in July 2013, by this time a full 5 years after Carol's death, Steve was still in jail, and the case finally went to trial again. New defense attorneys, a new prosecution team, who, it soon became clear, had, during the long delay, spent some quality time honing their argument against Steve.
Carol Kennedy had no enemies. This was not a burglary or a robbery. No valuables are missing. The overwhelming evidence in this case points to the defendant. And at the close of that evidence, we will ask you to return verdicts of guilty on all charges, and especially the first-degree murder.
And now the prosecution had more evidence, like Steve's Google searches during the months before Carol's death. Damaging, to say the least.
There was some information for the term how to kill and make it look like suicide, and there was some information on the term how to make a homicide appear suicide.
Those emails and text messages, Carol and Steve arguing in the days before her death, were read to the jury. Crime scene analysts claimed the blood spatter indicated the killer was left-handed.
With the position that I think is the most comfortable position, I would think that they're swinging from the left.
And Steve was left-handed. Remember the golf sock in the garage? It was made, said the prosecution, for a now missing left-handed club. So here at last was the state's theory about how Steve killed his ex-wife. Days before the murder, said the state, he dropped off that club at Carol's house, supposedly for her to sell in an upcoming garage sale, but left the golf sock in his garage. And then, night of the murder, he sneaked into her house and used that club to kill her. Though such a club was never found, the golf sock was evidence it existed, said the prosecution, and the shape of Carol's wounds confirmed it. Then, to bolster an alibi, as his ex-girlfriend Renee Girard testified for the prosecution, Steve allowed his cell phone battery to die, something he never normally did.
In general, there was usually a battery in his phone and an extra battery, either charged or being charged.
Did you ever know him to be to not have a phone at the ready if he needed to use it?
I didn't.
Renee also revealed that a month after the murder, Steve told her something that in hindsight seemed very significant.
In the evening, we'd take a walk on the golf course, and he picked up a bag on the way out the door one evening, and as we were walking, told me about the bag and what he was going to do with it.
A getaway bag, which, she said, he buried on a golf course. And sure enough, with Renee's help, detectives found the bag on the golf course. Inside were cash and clothing and a cell phone and a pen light. Also, after Steve was arrested, they conducted more searches. In his storage unit, they found books about how to cover your tracks and live as a fugitive. At an apartment he rented in Scottsdale, Arizona, they found something interesting in the parking garage.
I believe it was a BMW motorcycle that the detective showed me that was in the parking garage. They believed that he had recently purchased it.
And inside these locked cases, they later learned, Steve had maps, clothing, hair dye, makeup, and $15,000 in cash. Charlotte, who still believed her father was innocent, reluctantly testified for the prosecution. Put on the spot, she had to agree she knew he was thinking of running. And under a grant of immunity, she admitted that she wrote the so-called anonymous email that claimed Carol was killed by drug dealers, an email dictated by her father.
At one point, your dad held up a piece of paper to that glass window and wanted you to write down what was on that paper.
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
What were you supposed to do with that piece of paper?
I was supposed to write an email with the same substance that I had copied down, I believe, in the hopes that it would be investigated further.
What did that mean to you? I mean, did you believe it?
I did. I believed that that was what he had been told by someone in the jail, and that, you know, it was very emotional for me, and I wanted it to be investigated
So how did you get the information out?
I sent an anonymous email.
Anonymous, so that it could not be traced back to her or her father. Her older sister Katie wasn't aware the email had come from Charlotte, but she was at the center of the story about life insurance. Steve had signed a disclaimer saying he would not benefit from the proceeds of Carol's life insurance. But Katie was forced to testify.
Yes.
That wasn't true.
My father was just asking me for various things related to that money.
Once Carol's life insurance paid out, Katie transferred her share to her grandparents.
But you knew that your grandparents were going to use that money for attorney's fees.
That was my understanding, some or all of it.
The prosecution called close to 50 witnesses to portray Steve DeMacher as a man who plotted to kill his wife, plotted his escape, and used his own children to fund his defense and even hoodwink his lawyers in the court. The case looked strong. The prosecution rested.
Your Honor, the state would rest.
Now, it was time to hear from the defense. And, no surprise, it had a quite different theory about Carol Kennedy's murder. A theory that had nothing whatsoever to do with Steve DeMacher.
Coming up, that man in the guest cottage.
It wasn't a little bit of evidence that we had on Mr. Knapp. It was a mountain of evidence.
He got to the point where he was lying about having active cancer and asking people for financial help.
I'm wondering what was this man capable of? Was he going to hurt me or hurt my family? I was scared.
When Dateline continues.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are.
It's here now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Five years. The state has had 5 years to put Steve DeMacher at the scene of the crime. But they cannot.
Anybody paying attention to the bizarre murder case playing out in fits and starts here in Prescott was apt to be a little suspicious of Steve DeMacher's behavior after the killing. Getaway bag? Fake email? Defense attorneys Craig Williams and Greg Parzik could see that as well as anyone. But was he guilty of murder? No, they said. Rather, he was the victim of some detectives' tunnel vision, beginning with a sloppy investigation.
It was kind of a cavalcade of people roaming through this scene that they didn't lock down, tromping through footprints and tromping through the house, and they didn't seal it off correctly. To me, when somebody shows up on the scene and immediately points the finger at the ex-husband, and then that's all they ever did.
It's always boom, right on him.
It was always on him.
The jurors listened to Steve's interview with the detectives conducted the night Carol was killed.
We've got a suspicious death, and right now we don't have any other person. Well, we have no other person right now.
In which you can hear the suspicion, said the defense. And Steve, said the attorneys, felt a cold fear overcoming him.
He's afraid of what's happening, that the investigation is all on him. They're not focusing on anybody else, anything else. The focus is on him, and he's afraid that nobody will believe him.
That's why he buried the getaway bag, they said. It wasn't a sign of guilt, but of terror. In fact, it didn't turn up until months after Steve was arrested.
You never had any evidence that Mr. DeMacher tried to use that bag to flee, correct?
That he tried to use the bag to flee?
Yes.
I believe that's precisely what he did.
He never fled.
We arrested him before he could flee, yes.
Well, you're using a term of art there, before he could flee. My question to you is very direct. He did not flee, did he?
He was not able to, no.
Okay, there's another term of art. It's a very simple question. Did Mr. DeMacher flee or not? That's a yes or no question.
No, he did not flee.
And Steve's sister Sharon had a simple explanation for those coincidences the night of the murder, the circumstantial evidence, like his dead cell phone battery.
I think most of us with cell phones can appreciate that later in the day, it's not uncommon for the battery to go.
But their ears perked up when he drew the route, and part of it came within a mile of the house on Bridle Path.
Well, he lived out there for many years, so that was a favorite trail.
They also made a great deal of the tracks that they found in the property, the shoe prints that must have been his, the tire tracks that must have been his.
Nobody knows whose those are. He did buy a pair at one point, but he doesn't know if he kept them. He said, I never keep any shoes for more than 6 months. He ran all the time. No shoes lasted more than 6 months.
And he bought them a couple of years earlier. So.
Yeah. The bicycle tire, that's the tire that's on 80% of all the mountain bikes in the U.S. It's the most common tire. So there's nothing very distinctive about that. They wanted to be able to tell the jury that it was a match. They were not allowed to do that because, as the expert said, we have no idea if it's a match or not.
Something that has more or less.
The defense called its own forensic pathologist to ask if the medical examiner was correct in his conclusion that the murder weapon was a golf club.
With regards to saying specifically this weapon, I can't.
I think the golf club is a, as Alfred Hitchcock used to say, it's the MacGuffin. Okay, it's the magic device to tie it to Steve DeMacher. The golfer, the elitist, the rich guy who's pissed off about...
Fine, but isn't there scientific evidence to say that's a golf club head that hit her?
No, I don't agree with any of that. And nobody, not a single person could say that that was a golf club. They all said it could have been a golf club, but they also said it could have been other weapon.
The defense argued detectives should have looked into other suspects too. One person in particular, Jim Knapp, the man who rented Carol's guest house and arrived at the scene almost immediately after deputies.
Why was he a potential suspect in your view?
Well, it's like the guy who lights the fire that comes back to watch it burn. And that was our feeling about Mr. Knapp, because it wasn't a little bit of evidence that we had on Mr. Knapp. It was a mountain of evidence on him.
Knapp, said the defense attorneys, was in serious financial trouble and cooked up a shameless lie to persuade friends to lend him money. They told the jury how Knapp faked cancer.
He got to the point where he was lying about having active cancer and asking people for financial help so that he could take care of this cancer, which he actually didn't have.
They said Knapp desperately wanted to buy a franchise business, a smoothie store, with Carol's divorce money. At one point, even introducing Carol as his business partner. So was he obsessed with Carol? His behavior with his former girlfriend when she tried to break up with him certainly seemed obsessive to her, she said. He wouldn't leave her alone, kept sending her emails.
I'm wondering, what was this man capable of? Was he going to come up and stalk? Was he going to do something mean? Was he going to hurt me or hurt my family? I felt threatened, is what it felt like, and I was scared.
More defense questions? How did Jim Knapp's fingerprints wind up on those financial documents that were printed the day of the murder and found slipped inside a magazine sitting on Carol's kitchen counter? And how did Knapp's DNA get mixed with Carol's blood in a sample taken from a doorknob leaving the house? That was evidence number 805. They called a DNA expert.
So you can see that all the way across that top line, the numbers are the same as James Knapp, and there are many points of difference with Steve DeMarker.
Your point was that on each of these analyses, James Knapp matches each one of these, and Steve DeMarker doesn't.
That's right.
In fact, neither Steve DeMarker's DNA nor his fingerprints were ever found at the crime scene. So, had police focused on the wrong man all along? And because Steve DeMarker knew that, did he make a foolish mistake, like a frightened man would?
The anonymous email, the voice in the vent, all of that occurs once he's placed in custody, loses hope, and becomes desperate. That should not, in our opinion, should not have been introduced in this trial. That's a whole separate trial, whole separate issue.
The defense tried to keep all that out of the trial. Did not succeed.
Yeah, because it makes him look like a bad, evil guy who forced his daughters to use their inheritance money to pay for his attorneys. A low, scummy thing to do.
But none of that put him in the house. None of that put any DNA on him in his house, car, person, anything along those lines.
Judge, at this time the defense rests.
All along, Steve's family remained rock solid in his corner. As Sister Sharon said,
I want to think the best of my brother. The other part of it is that no one showed me anything that changes my mind. There is no evidence to say, well, you know, you're not thinking about this. Show me something.
But do you see your own kind of understandable family bias affecting your judgment about these things?
If you can prove to me that this is what happened, then that's different. But I'm missing the big evidence that says that he was there.
and now, 5 years after the brutal murder on Bridle Path, a jury would finally get to decide, and Steve would finally get his say.
Coming up.
Yeah, you can't sleep.
It was rough on everybody.
You really are in pins and needles.
The wait for a verdict and a long-awaited interview with Steve DeMarker when Dateline continues.
There may be nothing else in life to compare to the agonizing hours and days a family waits, endures, as 12 strangers sit in a locked room and prepare to dictate fate.
Well, as anyone who's watched a TV show, I can tell you, unfortunately, the reality is really similar. You really are in pins and needles waiting for that verdict that you don't know what it is.
Yeah, and you have no control over it.
Mm.
Strangers who are going to decide.
Mm-hmm.
Who don't know your brother.
Mm-hmm.
This family of highly educated professionals knew the case for and against Steve as intimately as any attorney. On the third day of deliberations, there was nothing for them to do but sit together, watch their phones, and then, as they prepared to leave a coffee shop in Prescott, news that the jury had reached a verdict. But it was 4 in the afternoon, apparently quitting time, and the judge decided they'd all have to wait until morning to hear what the verdict was. Katie and Charlotte, comforted by Steve's parents, his siblings, had another night to wait and wonder, what did the jury decide?
It was rough on everybody.
It is, and that's just horrible. That nervous energy then is to the, you can't sleep.
We were thinking, well, are they just stretching this out?
Was it torture?
Well, sure. I mean, we just want them to go ahead and let him go now.
Then, the next morning, the clock struck 9. It was time.
When they came back into the room, could you tell?
Yeah. Didn't have a good feeling. It's never good when they come back in the room and they won't look at the family.
We, the jury, duly and cannibally sworn to find the defendant, Steve DeMocker, guilty on verdict count 2, guilty for count 3, guilty.
Guilty on all counts.
How'd it feel?
We were just stunned. It wasn't the right verdict. The law didn't support that verdict.
Defense investigator Rich Robertson didn't think so either.
The biggest shock to me was that they came back unanimous, and came back unanimous fairly quickly. It was disappointing, and still is.
How did Steve take it?
Devastated.
Steve's innocent, and Steve wants to continue to fight and prove his innocence. That's what his mission is now.
But is he innocent? Investigator Mike Sachet.
I believe in my heart and soul that Steve DeMocker killed Carol Kennedy.
He thinks often, he said, about the daughters, about the impact on them.
While my heart goes out to them, you know, you have to recognize that this is all because of one man's actions.
Carol's friend, Catherine.
I never wanted to believe that Steve was capable of doing this, and the jury has made their decision. I accept their decision. I agree with their decision. I'm so glad it's over. I'm so relieved, because so many of us have been dragged through it for the last 5.5 years.
Katie and Charlotte were back in court at their father's sentencing. And in spite of everything, the state's case against Steve, how Steve used Charlotte to create that phony email evidence, then paid for his defense with life insurance money Carol intended for her daughters. In spite of all that, at their father's sentencing, they asked the judge for leniency.
I ask because I would like the opportunity to someday walk again with my father, freely and outside. To speak openly and honestly with him and find ways to heal the pain of this prolonged nightmare. I believe in healing and forgiveness because that is the way that I was raised. As for me, I can promise that I will never forget the memory of my mother. She lives in me every day and will for the rest of my life.
The additional pain of the reality that we now face is very difficult for me to grasp. The knowledge that, like my mother, my father may never attend my wedding or see my children born or even watch me graduate. It feels like losing a parent all over again. This excruciating punishment is almost as difficult for me as I know it must be for him.
Steve professed his innocence.
I did not kill Carol. We loved each other for more than 20 years. Our marriage was over, but not our affection for each other. I would no more have harmed her than I would harm my daughters by taking her from them.
Leniency was not forthcoming. The judge sentenced Steve DeMocker to natural life plus 20 years. No parole, no hope of a life ever outside prison walls. All along, we'd been asking for an interview with Steve. He was willing. The sheriff wasn't. But finally, after the sentencing, we were allowed a brief telephone interview from state prison.
The lengths that they went to strain, to amplify, to exaggerate the evidence, to even misrepresent it. That was the only way they were able to achieve this conviction. And it's just wrong.
Well,
it's just wrong.
you could be, in fact, in prison for the rest of your life. Are you prepared for that?
I'm as prepared as anyone can be.
Interesting thing about Steve DeMacher, he's an extremely articulate man. Can he possibly be sincere, too? All we can know with certainty is that Carol will never again have the chance to be useful. Although, scratch that. Maybe she will.
One thing that she always sort of said to us, as long as I'm living in this world, I am always here for you and with you. And I think she should have rephrased that to, no matter if I'm here living or in heaven, I'm always with you, because I feel her in my heart. I feel her when I'm doing certain things, and her presence certainly lives on.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
This Sunday, the new COVID surge.
I think we're looking at a potential wave of cases that's so large that we still, overwhelm our hospitals.
The Omicron variant exploding across the globe.
What we're seeing in some of these other countries is doubling times of about every 2 days or so.
And across the United States.
As we know, there will be plenty of breakthrough infections, that's for sure.
Cases rising sharply, with a spike in deaths likely to follow.
We're tired. The hospitals are stretched. Resilience is low. Please get vaccinated.
My guest this morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci and the governor of Colorado, Democrat Jared Polis. Plus, the House votes to charge Mark Meadows with criminal contempt.
We won't let the facts be buried by a cover-up.
The former Trump chief of staff refusing to comply with the January 6th committee.
The executive privilege that Donald Trump has claimed is his to waive. It's not mine to waive.
This as January 6th texts from the former president's allies come to light.
One of the president's sons texted Mr. Meadows, quote, "He's got to condemn this ASAP. He is destroying his legacy," Laura Ingraham wrote.
And Build Back when? If President Biden couldn't get Build Back Better or voting rights done this year,
there's nothing domestically more important than voting rights. It's the single biggest issue.
Why would next year be any different? Joining me for insight and analysis are PBS NewsHour chief correspondent Amna Nawaz, Washington Post senior Washington correspondent Phil Rucker, former Democratic Congresswoman Donna Edwards, and John Podhoretz, editor of Commentary. Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning. Well, it's beginning to look a lot like a COVID Christmas and beyond. For millions of Americans, this winter could resemble a rerun of the awful previous COVID surges as the Omicron variant speeds its way across the country. NFL games are being rescheduled, back-to-work plans are being scrapped, and some schools, including Harvard, are even returning to remote learning. Deaths, still almost entirely from Delta so far, are also now occurring at a faster rate than at any other time other than last winter's surge. In fact, the 7-day case average is now nearly 130,000. That represents a nearly 35% increase over the case average since Thanksgiving. Omicron appears to be far more contagious than Delta, meaning a spike in cases could once again overwhelm hospitals that are already a bit overwhelmed in some parts of this country. At the same time, months after President Biden all but declared independence from COVID, Americans are simply fatigued with being fatigued. His administration has felt deflated, begging the unvaccinated to get shots. They're not even doing daily briefings. Mr. Biden will address the country on Tuesday in response to this latest coronavirus crisis. We said it a year ago. As COVID goes, so goes Mr. Biden's presidency. And though the president is not responsible for this latest wave, he may well wind up paying the political price for it.
For unvaccinated, we are looking at a winter of severe illness and death.
With hospitals already at their breaking point, the rise of Omicron is fueling worries about another COVID winter.
Growing concerns over the spread of the Omicron variant.
Doctors say the Omicron could soon be our dominant variant.
80% of COVID cases tested are now the Omicron variant.
The surge forcing a wave of cancellations. The NFL postponing games after a cluster of outbreaks.
The Rockettes canceling the rest of their season, and there are growing concerns about this week's holiday travel.
The flights are full, the lobby is full, all the planes are full.
Where does that leave us heading into the holidays?
Well, not in a good place.
The CDC predicts COVID cases could spike this week by 55%, up to 1.3 million infections by Christmas Day. During the first week of January, deaths could rise to up to 15,600 over 7 days.
For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death. For yourselves, your families, and the hospitals you may soon overwhelm.
Experts say those who have had booster shots are largely protected from severe illness. But hospitalizations are up 20% over the past 2 weeks. Many hospitals nearing capacity.
Last Friday, I had a doctor that just sobbed on the phone with me and said to me, Debbie, people are dying, not because of COVID, because we can no longer take patients.
In a new study, 40% of nurses and nearly 1 in 4 doctors said they are moderately, likely, or definitely planning to quit the profession within 2 years.
We're tired. The hospitals are stretched. Resilience is low. Please get vaccinated.
Just 61% of Americans are fully vaccinated, 2 doses, trailing more than 50 other countries. Many Republicans have declined to push back against vaccine skeptics in their own party, instead ignoring or catering to a flood of misinformation.
Vitamin D, zinc, keep yourself healthy. Vitamin C, by the way, standard gargle, mouthwash has been proven to kill the coronavirus. Even if you get it, if you may reduce viral replication. There's all why not try all these things?
And President Biden's vaccination or testing requirements are under assault by Republicans.
Democratic politicians are authoritarians.
You can't just have these bureaucracies that are running amok.
They really have gone too far.
On Friday, a federal appeals court reinstated the president's vaccine or testing mandate for large businesses, setting up a likely showdown at the Supreme Court. But believing that the White House has lost the political fight, even some Democrats are souring on vaccine requirements.
I truly believe that there should be a vaccine mandate for the federal government. Private sector is a whole different, which I do not support.
Would have probably done it different myself, but look, I mean, hindsight's always 20/20.
You can't, at the end of the day, force people to do something they don't want to do.
And a reminder, despite its recent court victory, the Biden administration plans to delay the implementation of the COVID vaccine mandates by a month. Joining me now is the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. It's Dr. Anthony Fauci. Dr. Fauci, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Let me start with the issue of Omicron in this sense. On Friday, you suggested that it might be less severe. We've seen a new study out of the UK that seems to be perhaps sending a mixed signal. What can you share with us this morning on where Omicron is and how much of a threat it is?
Well, the one thing that's very clear, and there's no doubt about this, is its extraordinary capability of spreading, its transmissibility capability. It is just, raging through the world, really. And if you look even here in the United States, you have some regions that start off with a few percent of the isolates that are positive, now going up to 30, 40, in some places 50%. So yes, there is this issue of whether or not it is or more or less severe. The information we're getting from our South African colleagues still suggests that when you look at it totally, the hospitalization to case ratio is less than with Delta. There seems to be less durability of symptomatology, less requirement for oxygen. But you got to be careful. That might be due really to the fact that their population has so much experience with prior infections that it might be underlying immunity that's making it look like it's less severe. And as a virus, it inherently may not be less severe. No matter how you look at it, Chuck, when you have so many infections, even if it is less severe, that overcomes this slight to moderate diminution in severity, because our hospitals, if things look like they're looking now in the next week or two, are going to be very stressed with people, because again, we have so many people in this country who are eligible to be vaccinated who have not yet been vaccinated. And that's going to be a real problem for a stress on the hospital system.
Do we have the right protocols in place? Are we traveling? Do you believe the amount of travel that's going to take place in the next 2 weeks is reasonable considering the situation we're in, or should we be, should folks be rethinking their travel plans?
Well, I think people just need to be prudent. Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection. That just goes with respiratory illnesses. But if people need to travel and want to travel for the obvious family reasons during this holiday season, if you're vaccinated and you're boosted and you take care when you go into congregate settings like airports to make sure you continually wear your mask, you should be okay. But we are going to see breakthrough infections, Chuck. There's no doubt about that. The difference between a vaccinated and boosted person who has an infection and someone who has an infection who's never been vaccinated, a major difference with regard to the risk of severity.
Well, let's start. I want to go through a few of these scenarios because people are trying to figure out what should they do if something happens in their household. So you have a COVID positive breakthrough of a vaccinated person. How many times do they need to test negative before they should feel comfortable going back into society?
Well, you know, the general rule is if it's about 7 to 10 days following the onset of symptoms, they're going to be okay. You want to get tested to show that, that's fine. But it really is duration from the time you initially get symptoms. That's one of the things that I think people need to understand. You want to quarantine yourself in the sense of isolating yourself from the rest of the family so you don't spread it around. But that's the general rule of thumb.
All right, what about if you're vaccinated, you don't have COVID, but you've been exposed to COVID? What is your responsibility? What is your recommendation?
No, if you are vaccinated and you're exposed, you don't need to isolate yourself. Some people, and I think it would be prudent to wind up getting tested. Testing now is so much more available, Chuck, than it was in the past, and we're going to be doing even better looking forward over the next few weeks to a month. So again, you don't need to isolate yourself or quarantine yourself for sure if you are vaccinated, but you might want to get a test a couple of days later to just make sure that you have not had a breakthrough infection if in fact you're vaccinated and hopefully boosted.
Well, you kind of answered my follow-up, which is, because look, we've seen this ourselves. Somebody tests negative, you know, there's a positive in the house, somebody tests negative, right, you know, a brother or sister tests negative, and then the next day they test positive. So how many days from exposure should you feel comfortable that a negative test is truly a negative test?
Yeah, you want to wait at least 3 and up to 5 days following it. So you might want to get a couple of tests, test one at 3 to 5 days and maybe one a little bit later. The tests that are now available, the point of care antigen tests, are not as sensitive as the PCR test, but if you do them sequentially, 1 or 2 or more, you're going to get a result that would be an accurate result.
What should we expect from President Biden on Tuesday? I asked this question, what more can be done that you already haven't done in your mind?
Well, what you're going to hear from the president, I don't want to get ahead of the president, but he's going to stress several of the things and upscaling some of the things that we've been talking about. You know, he came out with his winter plan, which is really a good plan, getting people boosted who are vaccinating, getting children vaccinating, making testing more available, having surge teams out because we know we're going to need them because there will be an increased demand on hospitalization, strengthening the safety of travel, and providing vaccines for the rest of the world so that we can look at this as a global problem, not only a problem here in the United States, because what happens globally certainly impacts us. But you're going to hearing a bit more about that, and we're looking forward to the president's speech on Tuesday.
I'm curious on the issue of boosters. You and I have had a conversation multiple times in the last 4 months, and I've asked you multiple questions on boosters. Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? You had President Biden at one point said, hey, we should probably do it after 5 months after talking to Israeli officials. There were some thoughts in August that it should be 8 months. There was confusion about 6 months, and it was, you know, there's been a lot of ambiguity, if you will. Now all of a sudden Omicron is here and there's no more ambiguity. but how much did this booster confusion set us back?
I don't think it set us back, Chuck. I mean, it became very clear that we said 6 months or more. After at least 6 months, go get boosted. If it's J&J, it's 2 months. I think those recommendations from the CDC were pretty clear. The one thing we want to make sure people understand right now is that when your time comes to get boosted, because when you look at Omicron, all the data in Omicron indicate that even with the good protection that you get, certainly against severe disease from a 2-dose mRNA, when you look at what it does against Omicron, it's down considerably to a level where you really need to get boosted. If we're going to deal with Omicron successfully, vaccinated people need to get boosted. And obviously, people who are not vaccinated clearly need to get vaccinated now more than ever.
Well, let's talk about what the definition of a fully vaccinated is. Number one, should we expect that definition to change? I know that's not your decision. I assume that's a CDC decision. But let me ask you this. If you're advising a private company that does have a vaccine mandate or a vaccine requirement, would you tell them that they should make boosters part of the requirement?
You know, I would tell them if they want their enterprise, their place of employment optimally protected, that you should get boosted. As you said, there is this technicality of a definition for requirement purposes. But if someone comes to me and says, what is the best thing that I could do? I would tell them to get people boosted. No doubt about that, particularly now in the environment of Omicron. The data are very clear, Chuck, about Omicron. It really needs to get boosted.
I'm curious, is there a lot to learn from all of the professional sports leagues about two issues? One, the issue of boosters, and two, the issue of the J&J vaccine, because I know now we're not really recommending it. And it does seem as if the J&J vaccine was very popular with athletes, and here we are there, and I know they get tested more than most of the rest of the population. Is that why it's been so many breakthrough cases?
You know, that is possible. There's no doubt now as we get more and more data that when you look at the data in general, that the mRNA are preferable to the J&J. The reason the CDC made that recommendation very explicit was not only the degree of efficacy, Chuck, it was the risk of getting thrombosis with thrombocytopenia, that blood clotting issue that generally women who are between a certain age get it. So it isn't seen very often in men, almost exclusively, not exclusively, but almost exclusively in women. So when you put together the two things, the risk of the blood clot and the less of an efficacy when you compare them head to head, that's why the CDC came out clearly that it's preferable to get an mRNA.
Is it, how likely is it that Omicron will replace Delta, the way Delta replaced Alpha? Or are we really going to have two of these variants circulating simultaneously?
You know, we don't know yet, Chuck, for sure. You have to see how it rolls out. But if you look at what's happening, what happened in South Africa, what's happening in the UK, and what's beginning to happen now, I would not be surprised if Omicron bumped Delta off the table. Because, for example, in certain regions in the country, there's up to 50% of the isolates are Omicron. That's a doubling time of anywhere from 2 to 3 days. And when you have a doubling time that short a period, pretty soon that isolate is going to take over.
I want to ask you to react to one thing. The vice president said in an interview on Friday, we didn't see Delta coming. I think most scientists did not, upon whose advice and direction we have relied. Didn't see Delta coming, we didn't see Omicron coming, and that's the nature of what this awful virus has been, which, as it turns out, has mutations and variants. Dr. Fauci, perhaps nobody could have seen the specific of Delta or Omicron, but did you not see variants coming, or did you?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. And I think that the vice president's statement was taken a bit out of context. I believe she was referring to the fact that the extraordinary number of mutations and amino acid substitutions, particularly with Omicron, no one had expected it that much. But we were well prepared and expected that we were going to see variants. There's no doubt about that. But I believe that the vice president was referring to the fact, if you look at the number of mutations in Omicron, it's unprecedented. There are about 50 of them, 30 of them in the spike protein, and about 10 to 12 of them on the receptor binding domain. We've never seen anything like that before. So in that context, she was correct.
All right, Dr. Anthony Fauci, I'll admit I have like 17,000 other questions, but we don't have that much time. I'm sure we'll be seeing you in the days to come. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your expertise.
Thank you, Chuck. Good to be with you.
Up next, how are states going to deal with this new dangerous COVID wave? Are we about to see more mask mandates? I'm going to ask the governor of Colorado, Democrat Jared Polis, when we come back.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. There is no question we've been whipsawed by COVID news. Good news, tens of millions are vaccinated. Bad news, Omicron means a third shot is even more essential. Good news, Omicron appears to cause less severe disease. Bad news, out of the UK, maybe not. The science is not as clear. That makes the job of promoting public health that much harder for elected officials, particularly on the state and local level. Colorado's Democratic Governor Jared Polis was asked just over a week ago why he opposed a mandatory mask mandate in his state.
The emergency is over. You know, public health doesn't get to tell people what to wear. That's just not their job. You don't tell people to wear a jacket when they go out in the winter and force them to. If they get frostbite, it's their own darn fault.
And Governor Polis joins me now. Governor, welcome back to Meet the Press, sir.
Always a pleasure, Chuck.
Look, a lot has changed since you made those comments on the issue of Omicron literally in the last 72 hours. And I know you've clarified when it means emergency, meaning state action on the emergency. Given everything you've heard from Dr. Fauci, everything you've seen, are you having any second thoughts about the state intervening here temporarily, whether it's a mask mandate or something else?
You know, Chuck, we're 2 years into this thing, and I think it's really important that our leaders, whether they're governors, mayors, local influencers, lead with facts rather than fear. People just don't react well to this ongoing environment of fear for 2 years. Let's lead with the facts. Look, the science-driven information people need to keep themselves safe with the individual freedom and local control that we deserve. That's where we are at this point. We know how to stop this thing. Getting 3 doses of the vaccine is highly effective and all but negates any risk that you face. So we just need to make sure that people go out and do it.
Are you going to change the definition of fully vaccinated in your state? I know you have had, there's some specifics, entities that you want to see have vaccinated. Based on what you've heard, are you going to change those definitions?
That's certainly where it's headed, Chuck. It looks like from everything that we know that to significantly reduce the risk of the Omicron variant, 3 doses of the vaccine are needed. And by the way, Chuck, this is normal with many other vaccines. I have young kids. They have the DTaP vaccine. Every kid gets it, diphtheria, tetanus. It's 3 doses of that vaccine to be effective. So I wish they'd stop talking about it as a booster, Chuck. It really is a 3-dose vaccine. And every piece of data that we're seeing shows that that's the case.
How about your testing capacity all over the East Coast, particularly in the Northeast over the last 48 hours? There's been a run on the at-home tests. Can't find enough of them. By the way, they're a little pricey considering if this is something that essential, should they be priced as high as they are? And we've seen fewer public places to get tested. Do you need more resources on that? What's the situation in Colorado?
We've made free at-home testing available to every Coloradan for months now. So we've sent out over 1.2 million, just right to your doorstep. You get the free test, the same kind that in other states people have to buy. It's a popular program. We're certainly planning on continuing it for the time being. It's also important to note that while the Northeast is going up now in cases, our region in the Rocky Mountain West has actually been going down for several weeks. We peaked in October, early November. We have a lot less hospitalizations than we did a few weeks ago. Now, that could change on a dime, we know, with the Omicron variant, but we're in a better place now than we were a month ago. And absolutely, the free at-home tests have been part of that. They've been very popular with the people of Colorado.
If President Biden calls you up tomorrow and says, what do you want to hear from me on Tuesday night? What's important? What helps you do your job in getting things better in Colorado? What would you tell the president?
I would say stop talking about the vaccine as a booster, talking about it as 3 doses that are needed for effective prevention. People who've gotten those 3 doses in our Colorado data, which is similar to the national data, are 47 times less likely to die than people that are unvaccinated. It essentially negates the risk. Nothing is risk-free in life, Chuck, but you can go about, if you're boosted, you can feel very confident that if you get COVID, it'll be a minor case. I'd also say we need to focus on prices, increases in prices and costs that people across the country are facing. People are frustrated. Their Thanksgiving turkey costs 50% more. Gas is $3.80 a gallon. Let's show some relief. In Colorado, it's cutting vehicle registration fees. It's making it free to start a business. We've cut taxes twice. So these kinds of things that show that we're doing what we can to make sure that families can get by and thrive.
It's interesting you bring up the inflation issue. It feels like the rise of Omicron is only going to set us back on that, since this has been the supply chain seems to be the biggest impediment when it comes to the inflation issue. You've talked about some things you've done. Is there anything outside what the Federal Reserve does that can impact inflation in your mind?
You know what public policymakers can do, governors, legislators, presidents, Congress, we can save people money, right? So if you save people money on child care, that makes a real difference in people being able to work, which we need now, and also in the development of the child. If you can save people money on vehicle registration fees, on taxes, wherever you can save people money, the child tax credit is another excellent example for folks. So yes, we can do something. I mean, I'm not an expert in the Fed and macroeconomic policy, and most people aren't, but we can do very concrete things that actually reduce the cost for Americans.
Let me go back to the issue of the unvaccinated. And I know you had said, hey, you can't make somebody wear a coat. But frostbite isn't contagious, right? This virus is. Do you have any other new ideas in your head of how you deal with the unvaccinated here? Should there be a penalty? I mean, it does seem as if there's more attention being paid to protect the unvaccinated than there is to reward those who have played by the rules.
Well, I think we want to address the unvaccinated with facts first and foremost, also with compassion and love. They are often victims of misinformation, and we need to do our best to get the very best information in front of them that they need to protect themselves and their family. We've also made monoclonal antibody treatment available widely in Colorado for free. Anybody who needs it. We have 10 mobile buses that do it. The one thing we always point out, though, while it can reduce your hospitalization risk by 70%, that's from the Delta variant, by the way. The monoclonal antibody treatment is not as effective against the Omicron variant. The data is still pending. It's still not nearly as effective as getting the 3-dose vaccine, which all but zeroes out your risk of dying or getting severely ill from the virus. Again, a few people get severely ill from anything. It's certainly still possible. But essentially, you have a very, very low risk if you get fully vaccinated.
One quick political question. Senator Joe Manchin has indicated this morning that he is not going to support Build Back Better. Done. He's done with it. What is your advice to Senate Democrats? Is there anything you think they have to get done next year before the November 2022 elections, of which you'll be running for re-election?
Yeah, really deliver on saving people money and reducing costs. And that might mean preschool and child care. It might mean the child tax credit, other tax reductions or for payroll tax reductions. It might mean saving people money on a variety of things that affect their everyday lives. Of course, as somebody who also looks at the data and science on climate change, I'd love to see the Senate go big and tackle climate change. That would really help states like Colorado and others that are taking this seriously because we have several climate-dependent industries, agriculture, the ski industry.
Right.
And yes, our ski season is open, Chuck, but we don't have the normal snow that we have. And that's really the situation across the West in a statewide drought. So we'd love to see Congress step up and take action on those issues.
I hear you, but it sounds like if they have to pick a priority, you would prioritize the economy over the climate provisions if that's the only political feasible route to go.
You know, those are not mutually exclusive. I think our climate destiny is our economic destiny, but certainly showing relief for families on costs. Preschool, child care does that, other things that can reduce costs, save money. That's certainly a big part of our focus here in Colorado, and we welcome any help from the United States Congress.
Governor Jared Polis, Democrat of Colorado, appreciate you coming out, sharing your views. I hope you can enjoy the holiday season. We're all hoping that COVID doesn't become as disruptive as it was last year. Thank you, sir. When we come back, Build Back Better is not just in real trouble, it may now be dead. Voting rights hasn't passed. Is next year going to be any easier for the president's priorities? Panel is next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back. We're glad to see our panelists, although we're back in our remote locations. I'm in a remote location because I've come into close contact with someone who's tested positive in the last 48 hours in my household. Also with us, PBS NewsHour Chief Correspondent Amna Nawaz. Phil Rucker is the senior Washington correspondent for the Washington Post. Former Democratic Congresswoman Donna Edwards, and John Podhoretz, the editor of Commentary. Well, we got a lot to get into here, and Amna, I'm going to just begin with you. You know, it already was arguably a deflating political end for the Biden administration, and an exclamation point apparently this morning with Joe Manchin saying he's done with Build Back Better. And now we have Omicron. And when you think about the first 6 weeks of 2022, I don't know how the Biden administration focuses on anything else.
You're absolutely right, Chuck. I mean, this latest news from Senator Manchin, this latest statement, is a massive blow. I mean, we know the president wanted Build Back Better done as quickly as possible. We know the Senate Democrats have been saying we wanted to get done by Christmas. But look, even if you just look in the last few days, none of those sort of self-imposed deadlines really made any kind of a difference to Senator Manchin. Not the holiday deadline, not the imminent expiration of the child tax credit, even though experts say it could push some 10 million children, disproportionately Black and Latino and Native children, back into poverty. And Senator Manchin's concerns, to be clear about this, have been consistent over time. It's the size of the package, it's inflation, which has only gotten worse, and the president has been clear. They wanted negotiations to continue. Even as recently as last night, White House officials were saying this is a president who knows how to get big historic pieces of legislation through, even with two of the narrowest majorities in the House and Senate. But this latest from Senator Manchin is a massive blow. It's really hard to see a path forward for this now.
Hey, Donna Edwards, how big of a blow is this to the Democratic base?
Well, I think it's a big blow, frankly. I mean, there's no other way to put it. This was a major, central piece of the president's agenda. It is something that he campaigned on, all of the elements of Build Back Better, and it was his priority. And now we know that Senator Manchin, one senator, is going to deny the president of the United States his major policy priority. And so I don't know where it goes from here. I know that there are probably House progressives right now who are saying to themselves, that's why we wanted to tie the bipartisan infrastructure plan to Build Back Better, because we were afraid all along that Senator Manchin would back away from this. And so there's probably a lot of regret going on, and there are promises that will not be kept to the American people.
John Podhoretz.
I don't know how Joe Manchin could have made it any clearer beginning in March of this year that he was not going to support this bill. He said, $1.5 trillion, that's what I'm in for. Then the bill comes out, it's $6 trillion, it's $3.5 trillion, now it's either $2 trillion, $2.2 trillion, $1.75 trillion. He told Chuck Schumer, my number is $1.5 trillion. He wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal saying, my number is $1.5 trillion. That is Joe Manchin. That has been Joe Manchin all year. It is malpractice for the political malpractice on the part of the Biden administration that they did not take him at his word. They do not have a big majority. They have a 50-50 Senate. He said, if you go this way, I'm a no. And they kept saying, don't say you're a no. Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. They had victory on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and they held it until way later than they could have had it and then touted it. And here they are right now with a huge loss at the end of the year. This is very bad politics, and the idea, the idea that what this demonstrates is that Biden has some kind of political talent for getting big bills through. That has now been exposed as a sham and a delusion. Like, this is a terrible political outcome, one of the worst I think we've seen for a first-year president ever.
You know, Phil Rucker, I have to say the head scratcher for me is this idea they chose to basically negotiate with everybody else first and hope there would be the pressure campaign would work. I never understood it at the time, and now obviously it looks like a total strategic miscalculation.
Yeah, Chuck, and we should keep in mind the backdrop here. The pressure campaign doesn't work if the American people are not behind the president. And the polling for the last several months has indicated a declining popularity for President Biden. You know, Gallup had numbers recently showing he is nearly as polarizing as President Trump was during his presidency, with a huge gap in approval between registered Republicans and registered Democrats. And that's the data that somebody like Senator Manchin is looking at when he's thinking about whether he's going to put his neck on the line, you know, representing a conservative state like West Virginia to get behind this president's agenda. And so Biden was unable to really sell these policy proposals out with the American people.
Look, I want to bring up something President Biden spoke at South Carolina State, gave the commencement, and he talked voting rights. Take a listen to it.
Maybe most important of all, we have to protect that sacred right to vote, for God's sake. And folks, you know, as John Lewis said, it is the only, without the right to vote, there is no democracy.
You know, Amna, in hindsight now, the decision, he was pretty strong on voting rights on Friday. He gave a strong speech in July, and in between he focused on Build Back Better. You know, he was elected arguably for two reasons: to deal with COVID and to deal with Donald Trump. And the not prioritizing voting rights versus the way they did Build Back Better obviously looks like a strategic mistake here. Can they revive this at all in 22 before the elections?
Well, I think you're starting to see some early signs of that already, right? You see the president there talking strongly about voting rights, which White House officials will say he has said from the very beginning is a priority. We know the vice president has been leading those efforts. But you've seen what happens with the bills when it comes to lawmakers. They have now Democrats have twice tried to move forward and have been stopped by Republicans when it comes to expanding voting rights or codifying them at the federal level. And look, you have to look back over the last year. The White House has done what they can from an executive position, right? They've directed federal agencies to do what they can to expand access. The Department of Justice has ramped up, I think, doubling the staffing of their voting enforcement agencies and are already fighting some of those states where they believe those rights are being challenged. Democrats agree there's a fundamental existential sort of issue here when it comes to voting access in the face of a spate of Republican state legislatures passing restrictions and making it harder for people to vote. And now we know that Senate Democrats are starting to prioritize it again. We've learned about this meeting that they held on Friday, trying to talk about what sort of amendments, carve-outs, changes could they make to a filibuster rule to try to get 50 votes. I'm told by a source in the meeting all options are on the table, that Schumer's been working on this for months, and that they do see it as a priority going into the new year.
Well, between now and the State of the Union. Well, hang on, John. I gotta get going here. Sorry, buddy.
Sorry.
Between now and the State of the Union, it's going to be interesting to see what do they prioritize in the wake of what is going to be an Omicron surge. How much is it voting rights? How much is it the child tax credit? What is it they're going to try to accomplish before the election season starts? That's an unknown. When we come back, our annual tribute to those we lost in the past year.
Thank you. And instead of goodbye, how about so long?
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. As we do every year, we want to take a moment to look back at some of the iconic people in politics, culture, and media whom we lost in the past 12 months.
Don't anyone ever tell you you are limited because you came from the inner city, because you're black, because you didn't go to the right schools. The only thing that should ever be a limitation is your own dream.
As you know, you go to war with the army you have, and not the army you might want or wish to have at a later time.
Sharecropper, my mother a maid. Because this is America, I am now a congresswoman.
I thought history would judge the campaign as an honorable campaign, and I believe I will be judged that way.
Good day from Washington. I'm Roger Mudd.
I know you didn't want me to do this, but I did. And here it is.
I don't know what to say except to you, my audience. Thank you. And instead of goodbye, how about so long?
I leave you all tonight with a full heart and a fervent prayer that we will meet again and we will meet often.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back. The panel is with us again. One of the things we learned this past week was how involved President Trump's Chief of Staff Mark Meadows was in the events of January 6th. And it turns out the January 6th committee is now looking even more closely into all the planning that led to the January 6th Capitol riot. And Mark Meadows looks like, at a minimum, he was almost like the concierge for everybody that had either an idea or an event they wanted to do. And Donna Edwards, though, it brings to me, it's sort of like, where is Congress heading? I want to quote Lisa Murkowski, who's just simply said, let me get this right, it's been a horrible year, hasn't it? Began with an insurrection, and it ended with a 4 a.m. adjournment, and a lot of not so good stuff in between.
Well, it's been a really tough year, and I think it also began with us still fighting COVID, and we're ending the year in the same place. The reality is that whether we're talking about the economy or politics, what will help get us back to normal is getting people vaccinated, getting the economy going. And on January 6th, we're approaching the anniversary, and the really important thing here is for this January 6th committee to continue to plug away doing its work so that we can create the record that we need for the accountability of everyone from Mark Meadows to maybe even the former president and on down the line.
John Podhoretz, I found Mitch McConnell's support of what he's learning from the January 6th committee intriguing for this reason. He stopped a chance to make this fully bipartisan and bicameral. Is that a sense that he basically miscalculated, that he thought on January 7th that a year later Donald Trump would be less of an issue in the Republican Party, and it turns out he was wrong?
I think pretty much that's it. I think he thought that Trump would be in the rearview mirror, and he isn't. And one of the hopes for the future of the Republican Party with the independents that it needs to bring it back into power is for Trump not to be the future as he was the past. And we know that because he was a one-term president, and the support that he needed from people who were not, hard-lined, hard and fast, dyed-in-the-wool Republicans wasn't there in 2018 in the midterms or in 2020 at the end of his presidency. And this commission, particularly if it finds actual hard facts that don't have to be massaged or like overly hysterically characterized by partisan Democrats, but simply lays out very calmly and rationally what happened in a way that just seems as inexplicably horrible as we can see, will have the net effect of poisoning a Trump future with the independents who could put him over the top.
Well, it's interesting. I guess, Phil, though, does it do enough to change the Republican Party? I mean, it does look like what looked like a bunch of rogue individuals that may have had one or two people in the White House winking and nodding. Turns out this felt a little more organized. Is that at all going to chasten more Republicans other than Mitch McConnell?
More than a little more organized, Chuck. We see that Mark Meadows was the chief enabler of a lot of these conspiracy theories and the plot to subvert the vote in the weeks and days leading up to January 6th, and aided, by the way, by a large number of House Republicans, elected members of Congress. And the work of this committee will reveal more of those facts, I think, but I'm not sure it's going to chasten any votes, because the polling shows us that a majority of Republican voters believe the lie from former President Trump that this election was rigged. And as long as that lie is believed as if it were fact by the Republican base, then we're going to continue to see Republican leaders in lockstep with the former president.
You know, and Amna, this gets us back to what the heck is next year going to look like? And you say there, and you don't have, we won't have full agreement on what the narrative of January 6th is. We've got COVID that's just punching us in the face, and there's a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like?
It's going to be one to watch, Chuck. I mean, look, I don't think any of us are lying if we say we know what the next year will look like. Even an hour ago, we thought we might have a very different scenario ahead. The most striking thing, I think, coming from the January 6th committee going into the new year is not only the depths of sort of the organized planning from inside, but also the fact that people saw and could believe what they saw with their own eyes. I mean, the messages that we've seen now revealed from the documents that Mark Meadows shared about the president's own son and Fox primetime host expressing concern about the level of violence, about the threats to the Capitol building, and then publicly going out and saying the exact opposite. These are all things that are going to carry over into the new year. But Phil's right. If you believe the election was stolen, nothing about this committee is going to change your mind. If you believe that COVID is a hoax, nothing about the new year is going to change your mind. And that's a tough set of circumstances for the president. Well,
it's been a tough year. It's been a tough December. And it's going to be perhaps a tough start of 2022. Let's hope we all take the Omicron precautions seriously. Before we go, I got a quick note about a special holiday series over the next couple of weeks on the Chuck Toddcast feed. Meet the Alternative History. Each episode looks at how things might have changed if one single event had been different. For instance, our first episode, what if Bill Clinton had resigned in 1998 during the Lewinsky scandal? Or how the 2016 election might have been different had Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia not died. Meet the Alternative History launches this Sunday. That's all for today. We'll see you next week, because if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
It's still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
I don't even think I asked him what happened because you don't want to hear details. That was the worst day of my life that I found out about my mom.
Leslie and Fred, married more than 25 years, still madly in love.
She was turning to look at the bird. It's like her feet just went out from under her.
All of a sudden I hear yelling coming from downstream. There was Mrs. Mueller floating face up.
A wife falling to her death, a husband falling apart.
He was panicking, he was shaking, crying.
Accidents in the wilderness happen tragically every day. So why did investigators suspect that Leslie's death wasn't an accident at all?
The evidence at the scene makes us believe that something entirely different happened.
He told me she fell 20 feet. Where were the injuries? Why did I not see what I expected to see?
For investigators, disturbing clues in the woods and water.
If your theory is right, that is almost like she was being hunted.
It's almost like a hare and a wolf.
Two harrowing accounts of what happened to Leslie. One seemingly unsolvable mystery.
Either you believe crazy story A or you believe crazy story B. Both stories are crazy. Which one do you want to go with?
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Andrea Canning with The Secrets of Cottonwood Creek.
Winding down a mountain in southwest Colorado, waterfalls spill over granite and sunlight filters through aspens and evergreens. Cottonwood Creek, an only in the west sort of backdrop. These snapshots barely capture it, but who can resist trying? What a spot to preserve a memory. Careful though, this is wilderness. The dangerous kind.
She's in the river. She fell. They can't find her. He thinks she's dead.
The frigid currents here can take a life and also, maybe, sweep away secrets.
Where's the perfect place to commit a murder where nobody would see you?
If you go into it looking for trouble, you're gonna find it.
And up in those mountains, sometimes questions are left behind.
I don't have an explanation for this, but certainly it does truly haunt me.
The story begins with those pictures. Together, they form a couple, husband and wife, Leslie and Fred Mueller, married for almost 27 years.
They were always super affectionate. They acted like they were two high school kids that had just started dating. They were just all over each other.
These are the Muellers' 3 children, Amanda, the eldest, then Ariel, and Alex, the youngest and only boy. They were brought up in Texas, near the town of San Angelo, but for fun, the family headed out to their second home in Lake City, Colorado. Those photos of their parents were taken nearby.
They both loved the cabin and going up to Colorado.
It was so pretty. It was in a valley, and there were just, you would look, and it would look like a postcard of the mountains.
There was a river running right near there.
Their Rockies getaway was a family place to relax and escape their busy lives back home.
What was life like up at the cabin?
We would usually go in the summers. We would just go hiking together, horseback riding, and just kind of hang out as a family.
Did you feel like there was a lot of family bonding that went on at the cabin?
Yeah, definitely. We'd end up having a lot of fun, with board games or going out hiking and doing all these different activities together.
In Texas, Leslie had an OBGYN practice and worked long hours delivering babies.
And she was the area's first OBGYN, female OBGYN?
She was very much a pioneer in that sense. Like, I think the more people told her, you can't do this, she wanted to do it.
Yeah, she was very strong-willed and definitely a feminist in a way that she was all about, like, I can do anything that any man can do, and I can do it better.
In 2004, Leslie decided to make a change in her life. She retired from medicine and devoted her time to the church. She even studied theology. But most of all, Leslie loved the outdoors, especially riding horses.
I think if she had her choice, she would be riding horses every day and then practicing theology, and I'm sure she wished the days were longer.
She's like Superwoman.
Yeah.
Their mom embraced adventure, and she wanted her kids to as well.
One time, Mom and I went, just the two of us. I hadn't been horseback riding in a while, and so I told her I didn't want to go more than maybe 5-6 miles. And she goes, okay, well, I found this trail. It's 8 miles, but you can do it. And by the time it ended, it was 16 miles. She must have had the map.
So she tricked you.
Yeah. But we had such a wonderful time. But the next day, I was not moving.
As for Fred, he owned a multi-million-dollar company importing steel for construction. Still, their dad wasn't all business all the time.
In the traditional motherly roles, he would definitely step up and wasn't afraid to be Mr. Mom.
The Muller kids say their parents fit one another perfectly.
He'd make a point of every night to try to do something nice for her.
He was so proud of her, too.
They'd talk all the time. Anytime that there was any type of disagreement about, who the dishes weren't done or some honeydew chore kind of a thing, they would talk about it until they were completely resolved, and then at the next second they'd be all over each other again and be perfectly happy.
It was a happy weekend at the Mullers' Colorado cabin, May 3rd, 2008. Now that Leslie was no longer working, she was spending much more time up here. That Saturday, the spring day was sunny, the high-altitude air still chilled. Morning began with chores.
I think we were unloading some hay, doing stuff kind of like that around the house.
So was this just a very typical weekend in Colorado?
Yeah.
It was just Alex, then 14, up with his parents on this trip. That afternoon, the three went to Mass in town. Later, after a snack, his parents suggested they cap off the day with a hike to photograph some stunning waterfalls nearby.
I was pretty wiped out by that time, and I just kind of wanted to hang out in the cabin and just read a book or something like that. So I turned him down on going for the hike.
Fred and Leslie headed off with her dog Gracie, a border collie pup.
I think she was only 6 months old.
Was she rambunctious?
She was rambunctious for sure. She was the type of dog that when the ceiling fan would be going, she would try to jump up and follow it around.
Fred and Leslie parked at the base of the trail. Snow still covered the ground in patches. They hiked up past a series of waterfalls, up until they found the perfect spot for pictures. They had arrived at Cottonwood Creek. Fred struck a pose first. Next, Leslie's turn. One more of Fred, big smile, and then Leslie again, this time with her beloved Gracie. Then, something went wrong.
It's like it's just happened in slow motion in front of me.
In an instant, Leslie was gone.
At the waterfall. She's in the river.
What happened at Cottonwood Creek?
The hunt for answers would start with a frantic search. Where was she? When we return, the first clues.
All of a sudden I hear yelling, and the yelling is coming from downstream.
When Dateline continues.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Alex Mueller was alone at his family's vacation cabin in Colorado. His sisters weren't on this weekend trip, and that Saturday afternoon, his parents went out for a hike without him.
Do you remember the last words you said to your mom as she was leaving the cabin?
Just see you later, you know?
Just a normal, like, of course I'm going to see my mom in an hour.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, nothing really memorable. So.
And so then there's a whole period of time that they're gone. What's the next thing you remember?
So reading, kind of hanging around. I think the first time I kind of noticed that it was getting a little late. It had gotten dark and, no way I should be kind of hiking or walking around when it's dark.
Alex had no inkling of the tragedy unfolding at Cottonwood Creek. It started right after his dad took this picture of his mother, Leslie.
Leslie and Gracie posed here. You can see it's a stunning setting. But just about an arm's length behind me is a cliff, a steep drop off to the granite below, and the icy cold waters of Cottonwood Creek.
Right after Fred snapped the picture, Leslie fell and was swept away in the water. Unable to find her, Fred raced for help, driving more than a mile to the nearest house.
Somebody just showed up at my house.
With no cell service up by the creek, the owner of the house, Justin Sparks, was the first to call 911.
He pulled up, he said, at the waterfall, She's in the river. She fell, and they can't find her. He's frantic, of course. He said he thinks his wife's dead.
It's his wife?
Yes.
The homeowner offered right away to help Fred. They sped back up the mountain, and Fred dropped him off at a spot to begin searching. Just down the road, physician's assistant and EMS volunteer Michael Golub was on duty.
A call went out over the radio for a female drowning victim.
Golub headed over to the base of the trail. There, he ran into Fred.
He comes barreling down at a very high rate of speed and kind of slams on his brakes and starts yelling at me, "Let's go, let's go, let's go."
The EMS responder noticed this man he was trying to help could also be injured. Fred's face was scratched up.
He has some superficial lacerations, and so I take a minute to make sure this isn't my second victim, to make sure he's okay. And he assures me he's fine, just kind of wants to keep going.
But then, as Fred drove, he seemed disoriented. He pulled over, but he couldn't seem to find where Leslie fell.
I start to unload from the Jeep. He says, "No, this isn't it." And we get back in the Jeep, and he continues upstream or uphill.
After another stop, they found the right place and hiked toward the creek.
All of a sudden, I hear yelling, and the yelling is coming from downstream.
It was the homeowner, Justin Sparks. Michael Golub took off toward him. He was in a knee-deep pool down below the waterfalls.
There was Mrs. Muller. She's dressed in a lime green jacket, and she's floating face up. He actually found her, I believe he used the word pinned, under the log and face down.
Leslie had no pulse, but Golub thought there was still hope she could be revived. Fred had caught up, towering over them from the creek embankment.
He says, "Is she dead?" I tell him it's too soon to know.
Golub sent Fred back down the road to look for more help. By then, a small village of first responders had assembled at the start of the trail. Among them was Hinsdale County Sheriff's deputy at the time, Justin Casey.
We had other officers responding, that we also had the EMS personnel coming in ambulances, and we had fire personnel coming with the fire trucks.
Dispatch put a call into then local sheriff Ron Bruce.
We had gotten a report of a drowning up on Cottonwood Creek, and they said they'd keep me advised.
By then, a group of medical responders made their way up to the creek to help. But still, no heartbeat, not a breath from Leslie, and it was clear she was gone.
We were not going to be able to bring Miss Muller back.
At the cabin, Alex was wondering why his parents weren't back yet. Their hike was only supposed to last an hour or so, but they'd been gone more than 3 hours.
Were you worried?
Not really worried as in something happened to him. It's more like, it's kind of weird that they would, stay out past dark if they're going for a hike.
It was past 8 p.m. when his dad got home, without his mom.
It's my dad and the deputy, and they come in. It's kind of a shock to see, when you're expecting somebody to see strangers coming in instead.
What do you think when you see that?
Not a whole lot of time to think, honestly. You kind of go into shutdown mode.
Alex recalled his dad seemed like he was in shock.
He was very disheveled, had been crying a lot. Then he, gave me a big hug, and that was kind of how it broke.
I can't even imagine getting that news when you just thought your parents were going for a quick hike.
It's kind of disbelief, really. Like, the whole thing just seemed so surreal.
Then, father and son were shuttled to the sheriff's department where Fred could file a report about the accident.
I remember them saying, "You take Fred and I'll take Alex."
Sheriff Bruce was at the station to meet them.
My initial reaction to Fred was he was a victim, a grieving husband.
Fred gave a brief handwritten statement.
We want to make sure we've dotted the I's and crossed the T's, because we're dealing with the death of a woman.
Then, Fred and Alex headed back to their empty cabin. And there in that home that had, until then, been full of such happy memories, Fred and Alex endured the longest night of their lives.
We stayed together in the same room the whole night.
And did your dad sleep at all that night?
It was a very long night.
But they had no idea it was just the first sleepless night in what would become the longest ordeal of their lives.
Coming up.
We started taking photos. She took a few of me, I took some of her.
Fred gives investigators a detailed account of what happened to Leslie.
It looked to me like she just did a swan dive and lands on the rocks right by the water.
And he's very clear on who's to blame.
It was that damn dog tangled up in her legs, is what I think it was.
What would police think of that? When Dateline continues.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. Is in fact the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Fred and Leslie Muller's daughters, Amanda and Ariel, were hundreds of miles away from Colorado when it happened. Their dad had to break the terrible news to them by phone.
He said, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." And I said, "What happened?" And he said, "We were hiking. I was trying to take a picture. She fell." And I remember saying, "But she's going to be okay." And he said, "No, she's dead." And I kind of lost it. Started crying terribly, and he said, I'm so sorry, Mandy."
What did your dad say to you when you got him on the phone?
I don't even think I asked him what happened because you don't want to hear details. I mean, I could easily say that was the worst day of my life that I found out about my mom. And the only detail that matters is she was gone.
The tragic details, however, were the business of Hinsdale County Sheriff Ron Bruce. He and his small office had the huge job of patrolling more than 1,100 square miles of potentially dangerous wilderness and wildlife.
Should they have not gone
to
that area?
No, it was perfectly fine. I think he related it was something of an idyllic day.
The day after Leslie died, Sheriff Bruce stopped by the Mullers' cabin to get a more precise account of what happened during that hike. Bruce's undersheriff and a state investigator talked to Fred.
You know, I shouldn't have even taken her up there. It's all my fault.
The conversation at the Mullers' kitchen table was recorded.
We started taking photos. She took a few of me, I took some of her.
Fred described in detail how that Kodak moment went wrong.
I suggested that she take a picture with her dog, and it's a border collie. It's just extremely skittish dog. She's looks at me, and I take her picture, and we think everything's cool. And I think it, like a bird kind of flutters by.
Fred said the rambunctious border collie got startled.
But the dog just jumps out as she's turning, and it's like her feet just went out from under her. It's like it just happened in slow motion in front of me. She falls forward, and I remember lunging forward to try to get to her, but I was probably 5, 6, 7 feet from her.
Fred said he witnessed Leslie free fall.
It looked to me like she just did a swan dive and lands on the rocks right by the water, just like head and shoulders, and just crumples, and then just slides like mush into the little channel. And I'm screaming her name, I'm hollering. I should have just jumped in.
Fred said he lost sight of Leslie in the water, so he ran down to where he thought the current would take her. He said he got scratched up as he stumbled up and down this embankment, navigating rocks and running through bushes.
I must have tripped a few times, quite a few times coming down, and I'm sure I obviously hit something coming down a few times.
He told how he had left the camera with those last images of his wife behind.
I would imagine I just dropped it while I was screaming.
Unable to locate Leslie, he abandoned his search of the creek bed and made the decision to go for help.
I haul butt down to Justin's house, and I'm honking, and I scream at him to, I think my wife's dead.
After listening to Fred's story, the sheriff wanted to go up to the site of the accident.
You take Fred back up to the mountain?
Yes, we did a walkthrough on the scene.
Up at the scene, Fred repeated how the dog seemed to cause Leslie's fall.
It was that damn dog tangled up in her legs, is what I think it was.
Gracie ran off into the woods right after the accident. A member of the sheriff's department later found her and took her back to his house.
Everything changed that day.
Changed forever, in ways the kids could not, in their immediate grief, begin to grasp. That's because while their father was on that mountain talking to authorities, seeds of doubt were being planted right in the landscape around Cottonwood Creek.
Coming up, one of those seeds found near the ledge where Leslie spent her last moments.
All the alarm bells were going off. Even to this day, it gives me the chills.
When Dateline continues. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh yeah, this is it. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Fred Mueller spent the day after his wife's death talking with investigators about the accident on Cottonwood Creek. The next day, he and his son Alex flew home to Texas, ferried by a friend in a private plane.
You never think it would, it could happen to you.
There, Fred and Alex were reunited with Amanda and Ariel, Alex's older sisters.
You hear horrible stories and you feel for these people. It was surreal that we were now that family, and now, just trying to get through it.
So many came to pay their respects, but mourning took its toll.
I would hold myself together in front of people who would visit, and then I would go in the other room to cry and break down. And it's kind of just saving face a little bit.
Leslie, the horse lover, was buried on the Texas ranch where she grew up riding.
When the blur was over and you finally had time to process what had happened, what did you think about with your mom and your future?
I was angry. I was really looking forward to being pregnant and calling my OB-GYN mom anytime I had any kind of little odd thing happen.
It was like 2 weeks before my graduation. It was like a week before my prom. Like all these big things that aren't the biggest things in the world, but it was just like things that your mom should be there for. And I mean, seeing us grow up, it's...
The kids weren't just grieving their own loss, they felt their father's too.
I had never seen him so sad, or, you just didn't know if he was going to do something crazy, or, if he was ever going to get over this and be able to move on.
And up in Colorado, Sheriff Bruce wasn't moving on either. He still had questions about the accident and Fred's story. He'd sent Deputy Justin Casey up to Cottonwood Creek to document the site. Casey brought his brother with him. They snapped photos and shot video along the way.
We started below where Mrs. Mueller's body was found and took photographs below as we progressed upstream.
As the Casey brothers moved up the creek, they noticed that the creek's flow didn't seem very strong.
It didn't push us around as we were walking. We were careful with our footing in the sense that there's slippery rocks underneath the water, but it wasn't hard to go against the current.
The deputy couldn't help but wonder, how had Leslie's body floated so far?
The water is coming down, but it's not a raging river. It's not fast moving.
Deputy Casey reported back to Sheriff Bruce, who by that time had talked to the couple who lived by the trail and had helped Fred in those first frantic moments. What they said cast a new light on Fred's story of that awful day.
A little tickling at the back of their neck had sent up some red flags to them.
They told Sheriff Bruce that as they called 911 and set out to help in the search, Fred was frantic one minute and seemed calm the next.
They said the vibes were all wrong from him. They became very uncomfortable.
Or did they kind of, like in hindsight, think back, or was it right then?
They were immediately concerned that something was amiss.
It was the husband, Justin, who found Leslie's body in the creek, but he told the sheriff that initially Fred had sent him off to search too far downstream.
He drove up a short ways and said he was sure that his wife's body was somewhere in that area. Justin thought that was odd.
Was it possible that Fred was disoriented? It's kind of a tough area to navigate.
It's possible.
Yet Sheriff Bruce said he too got a strange vibe from Fred the night Leslie died, and again the next day when they went back up to Cottonwood Creek.
His emotions and his responses to everything seemed to be extremely flat, and I thought almost rehearsed.
Is that fair, though, with everyone being different in this world and everyone reacting differently to tragedy? Is it fair for you to judge him based on how you think he should be acting?
I don't know if it's fair, but in my business it's realistic because you have to look at all angles of an event and make sure that you're uncovering everything that's there.
On a ledge near where Fred said Leslie fell, investigators found Fred's camera and the photos of Leslie's last moments alive. As he stared at Leslie, the vibrant wife and mother, Sheriff Bruce's gut told him, keep looking.
The vibes were all wrong. All the alarm bells were going off. Even to this day, a little bit gives me the chills.
Coming up, vibes are one thing, but investigators thought they also had evidence that Fred wasn't telling the truth.
He told me she fell 20 feet. Where was the trauma? Where were the injuries? Why did I not see what I expected to see?
There were no broken bones, any substantial abrasions or contusions.
When Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For the folks charged with keeping the woods and waters around Cottonwood Creek safe, Leslie Muller's drowning was a tragedy, but also a mystery.
You know, I put myself in Fred's shoes, and they didn't fit.
Sheriff Ron Bruce had thought Fred's demeanor the day Leslie died was unusual. Fred, to him, showed a lack of emotion. But what really spoke volumes to the sheriff and his team was something they knew well: the terrain around Cottonwood Creek.
As Fred told them, Leslie did a swan dive from up there, landing on her head and shoulders on this rock. Then she slid into the water. A horrible accident. But to local law enforcement, something seemed off.
The first trained rescuer on the scene noticed it first, what appeared to be a major inconsistency in that story. After such a treacherous fall, Leslie's body, when pulled from the creek, didn't look at all injured.
He told me she fell 20 feet. Where was the trauma? Where were the injuries? Why did I not see what I expected to see?
One look at that drop-off, and Sheriff Bruce was wondering the same thing. And when the autopsy report came back, it only heightened his suspicions.
There were no broken bones, any substantial abrasions or contusions. They simply weren't there.
Every accident is different, every fall is different. Is it possible that she just fell in a certain way that just didn't produce those injuries you were looking for?
No. If she landed head first, as he told us she landed, she would have had head injuries, facial fractures, spinal trauma. None of that was present.
So Sheriff Bruce made a quick conclusion. To him, no injuries meant no fall. Fred had to be lying.
What you see here, Andrew, this is...
We went back to Cottonwood Creek with the sheriff in May 2014. That's the same month Leslie died.
We got a late snowstorm this year.
A spring storm had just blanketed the woods and rocks.
I have to say, I'm honestly nervous just standing here. This is very steep.
It's a sheer drop-off.
It was up here, where they had posed for pictures, that Sheriff Bruce showed me what he thought were key pieces to their puzzle.
The evidence here at the scene makes us believe that something entirely different happened.
They found trampled bushes, what they thought looked like scuff marks, and a pair of broken glasses that turned out to be Fred's.
There was evidence of a struggle in there, and that's where Fred's mangled glasses were found.
Sheriff Bruce formed a theory that after snapping those photos, Fred and Leslie got into a physical fight.
We think that at that point, I think anyway, that she was able to break free of his grasp at that point, and she ran back this way and down, paralleling this path that goes down and eventually meets up with the stream.
You think he chased after her?
I think he paralleled her down that road till he got to the point where he could easily intercept her as she's going down by the stream.
If your theory is right, that is almost like she was being hunted.
It's almost like a hare and a wolf.
And according to Bruce's theory, Fred chased his wife right into the shallow pool where she was found.
That's where he held her under the water and drowned her, and then placed her right by the submerged log.
But Bruce admits investigators lack some evidence to back up that scenario.
What about footprints? There were no footprints in the mud?
No, and by that time we had investigators in here, and it had been tracked up pretty good.
So the evidence was ruined, essentially,
yeah.
if there was evidence.
Right.
The sheriff and agents from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, the CBI, worked together, investigating what they now thought was a homicide. They went down to where the Mullers lived in Wall, Texas, to poke around in Fred's life, but they couldn't find anyone to say anything bad about him.
We found that the interviews were largely unproductive.
So you were hitting walls?
In Wall, Texas, which is an outlying community outside of San Angelo. It's a pretty closed community.
And inside that community, none of Leslie's friends or family doubted Fred and couldn't understand why folks up in Colorado were asking questions.
Yeah, people love Dad. That's why he had an immense amount of support.
And then, 10 months after Leslie's death, Fred Muller got an invitation from the CBI. An agent wanted Fred to come back up to Colorado for a talk.
You know, he casually mentioned, like, oh yeah, I'm going up to Colorado. They wanted me back up there. And he's just saying, like, you know, I don't know what they're doing either, but it's just, we gotta cooperate. They're doing their job. Let's just get past it so we can move on.
I just wanted to, first, Fred, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Again, he shared his recollections about that day at the vacation home.
It was a beautiful day, and it went to hell. There's so many things I wish I had done differently.
And again, described what happened to Leslie after she posed for that last photo.
She was flailing in the air, screaming, and I was screaming, and she hit, and never made another peep. Crazily enough.
If Fred's account of the accident was the same, the tone of this interview was different. The CBI agent made it clear they didn't believe his story.
And, you know, I want to take this opportunity to ask you everything that's making me think that this may not have been an accident.
Ask me anything you want.
They questioned Fred about those broken glasses found at the scene.
And I'm just going to say it. I'm thinking you two had an argument by this bush.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. My wife and I did not have an argument anywhere that day. That was the best day of our lives until that accident.
The best day of their lives? The agent clearly suspected there had been trouble in the Mullers' marriage, a suggestion Fred coolly dismissed.
Yeah, so I can see after 27 years the two of you grow apart.
No.
And you don't
I think
know.
we made a hell of a good pair.
And you don't know quite how to deal with that.
Or one could say that after 27 years we were looking forward to retirement.
And Fred insisted that on the day she died, he found her more attractive than ever.
She was beautiful, and she knew that. And I would tell her that. She became more beautiful from being already beautiful in my eyes, became more beautiful as she became older. And we had a very, that's probably none of your business, we had a very active sex life, and we got along great. And if y'all did a good autopsy, you would know that. You would know
What are you
that.
trying to tell me?
That we made love that morning.
But even as the seemingly confident Fred grew clearly irritated, the agent wasn't deterred. What about those scratches on his face the day Leslie died?
So these vertical scratches, you're saying you got from bushes?
Bushes or
the-
that ground, or running down this hill, falling a few times, which I did fall, but it had to have been from some of that. There's no other explanation.
Okay. Well,
That's,
it kind of goes
that's
along-
factual.
There was no altercation up there.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Because
Look
it looks
underneath
like
her
see this-
fingernails if you think there's something underneath her nails that's missing off my face. It
There
didn't
was
happen.
no-
There was no altercation. Write it down. None.
For now, it seemed that was all the agents could do. Document Fred's story and let him leave.
And I'm sorry to be a crude open book.
Time is 11:23. I'm turning off the recording.
Investigators had their theories, but did they have a case? Fred went home to Texas, where his family thought that would be the end of it.
His entire philosophy through all of this was, it was an accident, I'm telling the truth.
And
so
he wanted to cooperate. He wanted to help them see that.
But investigators hadn't seen that. Not at all. And if Fred couldn't answer their questions, they'd head back to Cottonwood Creek and hope that the water could.
Coming up, Fred has always said that water carried Leslie away to here where her body was found. Now, investigators put that story to the test.
We had to go back and try to duplicate the water flow as it was on the evening of the event. They said there was no way that her body could have ended up under that log unless it had been placed there.
When Dateline continues. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here
now.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Time went by, and the Muellers didn't hear anything from the Colorado investigators. The kids assumed the sheriff and his team had finally decided to believe their dad, too.
We didn't hear from them for 3 years after that. And so I thought that, I guess, you know, I guess they finished up their paperwork or whatever they needed to do, and then it was over.
It wasn't over.
I am an open book.
In fact, after Fred's interview with the CBI, investigators kept working. What drove them was their theory about a possible struggle and that curious lack of injuries on Leslie's body. But the sheriff knew they needed more, and he put that photo of Leslie behind his desk.
She was my constant reminder, and that photo was what was the nudge that kept me going on this case.
Investigators decided to zero in on one aspect of Fred's story. Was it really possible for Leslie's body to float from where he said she fell to where she was found, 150 feet and 3 waterfalls downstream?
When we brought in the really top-notch water flow experts, we had to go back and try to duplicate the water flow as it was on the evening of the event.
In August 2009, 15 months after Leslie died, investigators headed up to Cottonwood Creek to conduct some tests. They dressed a woman around Leslie's size in similar clothing to what she wore the day she died, and positioned the female stand-in on the rock ledge where Fred said Leslie landed before sliding into the water.
The forensic people tried to float her from that location where he alleged that she fell. The water barely touched her body.
So investigators put her in the water to see what would happen.
She was then moved into the very center of that stream, and it wouldn't budge her.
Finally, they went down to the pool where Leslie was found.
They then put her in a wetsuit, which gives her buoyancy.
She was able to float, but unassisted, she had a hard time making it all the way to the log where Leslie's body had been pinned. This meant something big to the investigators.
So it belied what he told us about this raging torrent tearing her away from his view.
They tried it all again with a mannequin, and again. What they saw did not match what Fred recalled. In the deeper pools, the mannequin sank, and it got stuck at the falls.
Each time, she had to be physically moved over the lip of those waterfalls. The stream would not move her.
Did you feel like because this case was hard enough as it was, that this testing had to be just as perfect as it could be?
Of course, with no witnesses, we're dealing strictly with circumstantial evidence. And circumstantial evidence is often enough to get you a conviction, but we knew we had to have a lot of it.
To investigators, these tests confirmed their suspicions. To them, Fred's story of Leslie's accident was impossible.
They said there was no way that her body could have ended up under that log unless it had been placed there, that the forces of nature would not have put her under there.
But were these tests enough to make a full-fledged criminal case? The first person they'd have to convince was the local district attorney.
He was quickly brought on board as to what we were investigating and what our thoughts were.
It turned out to be a hard sell.
For whatever reason, we could never pique his interest. He never said no, but I didn't find the enthusiasm.
Even after those tests, the DA wasn't ready to press charges. Months went by, then a year. Leslie's picture was still there, right behind Sheriff Bruce's desk, but the investigators weren't about to shelve their case.
Are there things happening? Are the wheels turning?
It was constantly on our radar screen that there were things yet to be done, but the months did run on.
All this time, Fred was a free man in Texas.
His business ventures were moving on, and at home, we were all saying Fred Muller believes he got away with murder.
But Sheriff Bruce says Fred Muller may have underestimated the Hinsdale County Sheriff's Department.
I think that was what he thought. He was going to get some kind of bumbling buffoon to show up, and he was going to walk away on this.
What do you say to someone who says you're a small town sheriff who got tunnel vision, who focused on this rich outsider and just like a dog with a bone would not let go?
Well, I'd say they're wrong, and I've got thick skin. We did the right thing.
They kept working and testing and poking around, not sure if it would ever amount to anything. As the years moved on, investigators were continuing to build a case against Fred, though his children were unaware their father was under such intense suspicion. They were trying hard to remember the happy moments with their mother and put the Colorado tragedy behind them.
What became of the cabin that held so many memories for all of you?
I think after the accident, it wasn't going to be a happy place for us anymore, and so Dad decided to sell the place shortly after Mom died.
I would imagine that whole area is just kind of bittersweet now. And
yeah. Unfortunately, it's a beautiful area. It's just not for us.
For the Muller children, life seemed to be stabilizing. Amanda was settling in with her husband, Ariel was in college, and Alex, a high school student, was dreaming of a career in the Navy. But as Alex said, his dad was having a harder time of it.
He married Mom when he was 18 or 19. He depended so much on my mother, and then all of a sudden be kind of just cast adrift.
Eventually, Fred's counselors and friends suggested he was ready to meet someone new.
He finally started getting back on his feet and started thinking about moving on, and he met Wendy.
Wendy and Fred were introduced through old family friends.
She came into a very tough situation, but she brought my dad out of a very dark place. You know, she saved his life essentially because he was so depressed.
After 2 years as a widower, Fred married Wendy.
She was really great and understanding and helped him move forward.
A fresh start, such a long way from Fred's tough grilling in Colorado. He had good reason to think it was all over.
There were times where we were real frustrated. When they say the wheels of justice turn slow, we felt like they were turning too slow this time.
all the while, as the years are passing, you're looking at Leslie's photo in your office every day.
Yes, I am.
Is that keeping you going, focused?
Absolutely.
Then, in 2011, 2.5 years after Leslie's death, a new DA took office, and the sheriff lobbied him to take action.
We were able to get 30 minutes of his time and say, here's what we're looking at, here's what we think occurred. He said, let's go.
The DA assembled a team to look into the case. Matthew Durkin, a deputy Colorado State Attorney General, came on board. He was later joined by Ryan Brackley, on loan from the Boulder County DA.
What was your first impression?
Very tough case.
They combed through the case file, Fred's statements, Leslie's autopsy, and all those tests conducted at the creek.
This location was a breathtakingly beautiful place in the middle of nowhere. It was the perfect place to commit a murder where nobody would see you.
Coming up, For the Mueller kids, a shock.
I was just like, why? And they said, oh, well, we can't tell you that.
A new chapter opens, but nothing in this case will go the way anyone thinks. When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In 2011, Fred Mueller was happily remarried and running his successful business in Texas. But up in Lake City, Colorado, there was a new DA, and he assembled a team to look into the mysterious death of Mueller's first wife, Leslie. They began to see what the sheriff had suspected from the start.
The defendant's story did not match up with the landscape, the scene, and all of the other evidence that the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was able to develop.
At what point did you finally, all of you, say, we got enough, let's go get him?
I think it was when we felt like we had tested this thing to death, that we had absolutely everything we could possibly put together to take to the jury.
February 6, 2012, just over 3.5 years since Leslie Mueller died. On Monday, Fred was at his office when a Texas Ranger showed up with an arrest warrant in hand. Sheriff Ron Bruce, down from Colorado, stood a few feet away.
He looked at us almost in shock, and he said, I can't believe you people are taking this serious.
How was that for you to finally make that arrest?
It felt great. It felt great. And at that point, I said, Leslie, we're going to make this right.
Alex was in school when he was suddenly pulled out of class.
You know, there's some Texas Rangers here to talk to me, and I kind of asked, you know, what's going on? Why are you really here? Your father's been arrested.
Did you say anything back to them when they told you?
Like, why? And they said, oh, well, we can't tell you that. It's just, we just have some great proof. And I said, well, it took you 4 years. What exactly are you doing? And they said, well, we just can't tell you that.
Did you ever think for 1 second, well, there must be something. He must have done something for him to be arrested, to be going through this?
No, we never doubted his story. We never doubted that. We never thought that he would have done anything wrong or anything to hurt Mom ever. That's something that I can't even fathom, because he would have never done anything like that.
The kids believed the authorities had it in for their dad and trumped up things that weren't true, like that their father showed no emotion after their mother's death.
He was obviously panicked. He was panicking, he was shaking, he had been crying profusely.
Remember, only Alex was in Colorado at the time, and thinking back, he got angry about the way he and his dad were treated.
They separate us like you would with criminals. Separate myself from my dad, put us in separate vehicles.
To the kids, it all pointed to a rush to judgment that turned into an obsession.
If you go into it looking for trouble, you're gonna find it.
We were also, as a family, never informed what they were doing at Cottonwood Creek, that they were paying for experts, doing all kinds of tests on the water and all these different things like that. But this was all like a closely guarded secret that they never felt they should share with either him or the family, of the victim, of my mother.
Fred Muller spent the next year in jail in Gunnison, Colorado, awaiting trial.
He sunk into such a deep depression right after Mom died, and he kind of sank back into it while he was sitting in jail.
And no one could get to him. It was more the fact that
And
he
it
was
didn't
completely
help.
cut off from
Isolated.
his family for a year.
The kids were eager for their dad to take on his accusers. Attorney Roger Sagal was part of Fred's legal team.
After reading through the discovery and the evidence, what were your first thoughts?
Why was this guy arrested for murder? It was my first thought. It was a question from the very beginning as to what evidence did they really have.
He'd soon find out in court. More than 4 years after Leslie drowned in Cottonwood Creek, Fred Muller would stand trial for murder.
Coming up, the prosecution challenges Fred's entire story, including, stunningly, the one thing that never seemed in doubt: his rock-solid marriage.
Fred was telling people that, in fact, the marriage had grown stale and that he did have a wandering eye.
When Dateline continues. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Four and a half years after Leslie Muller's death, her husband Fred's murder trial began in Gunnison, Colorado. Their children and Fred's new wife dropped everything to be in court and to pray that their dad would soon be cleared.
Are you all just anxious for this trial to start?
Yes,
Are you on
definitely.
pins and
I want to
needles?
see why they put us through this. What do they think that they have?
As the trial got underway that frigid January 2013, inside the courtroom, the prosecution felt an icy chill.
Normally when you walk into a courtroom during a murder trial, it's very divided. I walked into that courtroom and everybody was on Fred's side, Leslie's family included. Was that daunting to you at all?
I wouldn't say daunting. It was certainly unique. But we had to stay focused on what we thought, what we needed to do. We believe that the defendant was responsible for his wife's murder.
It would all come down to two competing versions of what happened here. Fred's story, Leslie accidentally went over this cliff and was swept away by the current. Or the prosecution's, that Fred was lying to cover up Leslie's murder.
2 people went on a hike and only 1 person came back.
The prosecution began its case with testimony about Fred's behavior that day. They called Jennifer Sparks, whose house Fred drove to looking for help.
Did you observe him become emotional at any time?
No. She told the jury Fred's lack of emotion concerned her.
What conversation did you have with your husband at that time?
I told him something's not right. Be careful.
Her husband, Justin, testified that Fred's demeanor seemed staged as they drove together to look for Leslie.
Just it sounded like somebody was crying, but there were no tears. He acted like he was very, very upset, and then few seconds later he'd act like we were kind of buddies driving down the road in a car.
The prosecution had hoped to bring the jury up to Cottonwood Creek, but in January, the terrain was virtually impassable with snow and ice. So it was up to the prosecutors to set the scene and show why they thought Fred's story defied common sense and science.
Injuries are going to tell you a story that Leslie Muller was drowned by her husband. Solemnly swear or affirm.
Prosecutors called Michael Golub, the first trained rescuer on the scene.
I'm asking him what happened. Tell me what happened, and he relates that she apparently had fallen off of a waterfall.
Fred told Golub the same thing he'd told investigators. He'd watched Leslie swan dive off the cliff, hitting granite before sliding into the water.
All of a sudden, I was struck with the fact that there was no trauma. Did you see any blood on Leslie Muller? There was no deformities. There was no blood.
Even Leslie's clothing seemed unscathed.
Did you notice any markings, tears, scrapes on the jacket, on the coat? There was none. It was remarkably pristine.
The pathologist who performed Leslie's autopsy was also surprised by the lack of injuries to her body.
Did you observe any injuries to Mrs. Muller that were consistent with breaking a fall?
No, I did not.
Did you observe any consistent with falling on her head and shoulders off a cliff onto granite, as described to you?
No.
And what's more, Investigators found no forensic evidence that Leslie ever hit that rock.
There was no fibers on this rock. There was no blood on this rock. There was no hair on this rock.
This is a very unique case in the sense that the evidence is lack of evidence. There's no evidence.
That's the tough part of the case. What we have is a lot of evidence that what the defendant said is impossible.
And here was the heart of the prosecution's case. Those tests investigators conducted up at the creek, tests they said proved Fred's story was a lie. They showed the jury the video of those tests, pointing out, in one, how the female stand-in wasn't swept downstream, and in another, the mannequin wasn't washed over the waterfall and eventually sank to the bottom.
Are you seeing any sliding of the mannequin into the water?
No.
Any mushing or oozing?
No.
The prosecution's drowning expert was blunt. To her, Fred's story was pure fiction.
The water, there's nothing in that environment, water-wise, that could have gotten her to that spot. A human being had to physically put a body in that position.
So what really happened? In court, the prosecution could only hint at the dramatic story the sheriff told us. His theory of a struggle, a chase, and a drowning. Well, there were no witnesses for any of that, so it never actually was presented as evidence. But an investigator who searched the area where Fred said Leslie fell did testify about finding Fred's broken glasses.
This side was broken. The left-hand side was sticking in the dirt.
Did you see anything on the ground?
4 foot from the glasses, there were what appeared to be scuff marks, as if somebody had slipped and had moved the dirt.
And on the stand, this witness, the coroner,
Yes, I do. Those are the gloves that Leslie was wearing.
tried to connect those scratches on Fred's face to the plastic bumps or nubbins on Leslie's gloves.
To me, those plastic nubbins are a lot more consistent with the scratch marks on Mr. Muller's face than branches and twigs.
However, after a defense objection, the judge ruled the coroner's statement conjecture and told the jury to disregard it. So even though the prosecutors were not allowed to tell the jury how they thought the murder happened, they still had a theory to present for the why.
They were high school sweethearts. He had never abused her to anyone's knowledge. He had no life insurance policy out on her that he was trying to collect. What is the motive?
Fred was telling people, one being an employee of his, another being a close friend, that in fact the marriage had grown stale, that it was the same old between he and Leslie, and that he did have a wandering eye.
And according to the prosecution, his eye had wandered here.
We were very good friends.
Jeannie Barnes, Fred's former assistant, testified that Fred called and texted her a lot outside of work.
Did that ever make you uncomfortable?
A little bit.
And once Fred talked to her about Leslie and divorce.
He had just kind of mentioned that their interest had kind of grown apart.
So, according to the prosecution team, Fred picked an idyllic spot in the middle of nowhere to find a way out of his marriage, and then concocted the story of her fall as a cover.
2 people went up, 1 came back. And we've only got his story. And we know that story is false, through and through.
The defendant has asked people to believe what is impossible. Impossible.
But Fred's lawyers were about to turn the state's case on its head. Those tests at Cottonwood Creek, in fact, any so-called evidence of murder, just didn't hold water at all.
Coming up, defense experts tell the jury the way Leslie died is absolutely clear.
What was it in my opinion? Accident. That's what I would have put on the death certificate.
When Dateline continues.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For 3 cold Colorado weeks, as prosecutors laid out their case for murder, Fred Mueller's defense attorney, Roger Sagel, sat by his side.
How was Fred feeling throughout the trial?
He was nervous. His life was on the line. It was tense. There's no doubt about it, and it was stressful.
Fred's children found it especially hard.
It was the worst experience you can imagine, the worst day of your life. Imagine that being analyzed by a room full of people and drug out publicly and scrutinized. Your personal, private tragedy being exposed to the world and picked apart.
To the siblings, each day in court felt like an unrelenting attack against their family and their father.
You can't react, you can't say anything, you just have to sit there and take it and watch them say all these horrible accusations about my dad.
You're looking for one person to stand up and say, like, this is preposterous. This entire, there is no evidence. He's a good guy. He's never shown any history of violence, and and it was his wife, for goodness sake, and can we just, we're stopping this.
Her grandfather.
Now, Fred's lawyers were ready to push back. Defense co-counsel Mike DeGuerin told the jurors there was an obvious rush to judgment that contaminated the entire investigation.
Kind of an evil suspicion from the get-go.
First responder Michael Golub testified that neighbor Justin Sparks started making accusatory comments while they were still trying to revive Leslie.
Justin at one point turned to me and said something along the lines of, "I never trusted that SOB."
I think that the suspicion started with Mr. Sparks and never stopped.
You think it was somewhat of a snowball effect?
Yeah, I do.
And even though Golub was a prosecution witness, he admitted he personally didn't find anything odd about Fred's behavior that day.
He just kind of seemed to have trouble focusing and seemed panicked. Everyone deals with tragedy different. I felt in the context it seemed appropriate.
But what about that important evidence against Fred, the apparent lack of injuries on Leslie's body?
Did you wonder at all why your mom didn't have more injuries, as some people feel she should?
I don't.
No.
No. You can't say what people are supposed to.
She was bundled up. She was in cold water. We've thought about this more than anyone should ever think about what their mother's body did after she died.
The defense called its own forensic expert, veteran pathologist Werner Spitz. He testified there were some injuries, bruising on her hand, and an apparent small skull fracture that no one else had highlighted.
If you look carefully at this, you would see that there is an area here that is not like it should be.
After looking at the medical examiner's report and Leslie's x-rays, Dr. Spitz said there was no evidence this was a homicide.
What was it in my opinion? Accident. That's what I would have put on the death certificate.
A veteran emergency room doctor backed up Spitz's conclusion, saying not all falls are catastrophic.
I don't see how you could rule out a fall from any of the circumstances or injuries that I've seen.
And then it was time to counter all those prosecution water tests, the backbone of the state's case. The defense saw major problems with those tests and called its own water expert, a hydrologist who'd been measuring current flows for 40 years.
Increase of stream flow, and as a general rule, that increase in stream flow comes in the late afternoon and evening.
The defense expert pointed out that water in the mountains changes constantly. And in 2008, the year Leslie died, there was more snow melt than usual.
Was 2008 a high water year?
It was a tremendously high water year.
Those prosecution tests were done more than a year later and in a different season, not spring, but summer, when the creek's water level is usually lower.
The flows on August 4th and 5th, 2009 were less than the stream flows on May 3rd and May 4th, 2008.
All that so-called evidence that proved Fred's story was impossible, the defense said it was useless.
The testing that you do in 2009 is not necessarily going to be reflective of what did or did not happen in 2008. The bottoms of the creek changes, the walls of the creek can change, there's erosion up creek, and you can see it. As the more times you go up there, you can see every time it seemed a little bit different.
And the defense attacked the state's expert for what it said was another flaw with the mannequin test.
Did not start that test with the mannequin falling from the ledge, right?
Absolutely not.
And therefore, your testing did not account for any kinetic energy that would have been initiated from the fall, correct?
That's correct.
And what about Fred's story? A jumpy dog distracted by a blue jay and a swan dive toward the rocky water? The defense said it was the truth and not at all far-fetched.
It is steep and angular. There's ice on the rocks, it's slippery, so it seemed perfectly plausible that she had fallen and floated.
The defense brought in a canine behavior expert who analyzed that last photo of Leslie and said the young border collie looked spooked and ready to bolt.
The dog is under stress. The dog is pushing back, or he's pushing back from Mrs. Mueller. She's trying to control him with the ear pinch, and the dog is looking totally off in another direction.
To the defense, it was clear Fred's story was entirely plausible, and the prosecution's was not.
Why would he do this? Why would a guy who was married for 27 years, with no history of violence, no history of any sort of domestic disputes, all of a sudden decide on his vacation that he was going to murder his wife with his bare hands? I mean, it just seems that part of the case seems so far-fetched.
Friend after friend arrived from Texas to support Fred. Even his in-laws took the stand. Leslie's own mother, Ginny, vouched for her former son-in-law's character.
All those years, any signs of Fred being abusive or violent to Leslie?
No, I never saw a sign of Fred being violent to anyone.
And each of Fred's children also faced the jury to tell them about their parents' long and happy marriage. Ariel described one nightly routine.
Mom and Dad would walk to the pond that was in front of our house, about 200 yards, holding hands, and they'd be out there for 30 minutes or an hour while the sun would be setting.
Amanda recalled how devastated her father was in the wake of her mother's death.
I know he wasn't sleeping well. He would stay in bed a lot during the day.
he cried all the time.
Also, the color.
And Alex's testimony brought out an emotional response from Fred in court.
Did you ever see your dad able to get over it?
No. I'm looking at him right now and he's not over it.
But what about Fred's former assistant, the woman who'd given prosecutors a semblance of motive? In fact, during cross-examination, the assistant said Fred and his wife showed affection for each other all the time.
She would, if he was at his desk, she would come in, she'd go straight to his desk, she'd give him a kiss, and she would go back to her desk in the back.
The absolute bottom line is there was no affair with Jeannie Barnes, and Fred did not kill his wife, and he certainly did not kill his wife for Jeannie Barnes.
The defense was sure it had shown the jury who Fred really was. The people who knew him best said no way in the world could he have killed his wife. But now it was up to 12 people who didn't know Fred at all to decide whether he did.
Coming up, waiting for a verdict.
The longer it took, the more we were getting nervous.
And then a bombshell.
I was almost in tears.
When Dateline continues. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
After a contentious 5-week-long trial, the murder case against Fred Muller finally went to the jury.
What was it like waiting for that so important verdict?
Butterflies.
Yeah, we were all
tension.
so nervous, but we were also, I think we were all pretty confident in our gut that there's no way that he will not be, acquitted.
Day 1 of deliberations came and went without a verdict. As the waiting spilled into day 2, the defense and prosecution agreed on one thing.
That is the toughest time of the trial, is the waiting. You're literally in this holding pattern.
That's the worst part of any trial, just not knowing what the result was going to be.
Sheriff Bruce was back in his Lake City office, waiting by that photo of Leslie.
I had no concerns. I mean, I thought it was just we were going through the process, and then I'll admit I questioned why it was taking so long, because I thought we had it wasn't a slam dunk, but I thought we had a solid case.
At the courthouse, the jury was still out. 3 days, no decision.
The longer it took, the more we were getting nervous because it seems so clear-cut.
It seemed obvious to us.
It was the 4th day of deliberations when the jurors sent out a note. Everyone gathered in the courtroom to hear what they had to say.
We are at an impasse.
The judge offered them lunch and asked for one more try. Fred's future was in their hands.
Please rise for the jury.
10 minutes later, they'd passed on the free food and were back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do have another note from you folks, and it indicates that we are deadlocked.
Hopelessly so. The judge had no real choice. He declared a mistrial.
It was extremely disappointing.
Very disappointing.
Extremely disappointing because it was not the answer that we thought we deserved, that we did deserve.
Mostly I felt for Fred. Ultimately it's his life that's on trial. And so I felt sad for him that we couldn't get this resolved for him in the form of an acquittal.
In fact, the defense had been very close. 11 of the 12 jurors voted not guilty.
When I heard the jury vote, I was almost in tears. And I thought, how did they miss what we were trying to say?
After the mistrial, the defense argued for his release on bond, and the judge granted it.
I can't wait to be able to give him a hug and to be able to talk to him whenever I want.
Now, 1 full year after losing his freedom, Fred was going to get out of jail. His daughters and new wife Wendy gathered to embrace him. Son Alex, who was traveling, called in for an update.
So we're all at the jail right now, just waiting for your dad.
We hadn't given him a hug in a year. We haven't been able to see him in person in a year.
Got his bag, you're packed, he's ready to go.
I love you guys.
It was so wonderful to get that hug that we had waited for.
Do you remember what you said to him?
I love you. I love you.
I love
Let's
you.
go home. When's the next flight out?
Yeah, come on, let's go home.
It was so emotional. We were all so excited. We finally got to take Dad home.
Home to Texas, but for how long? Fred was only out on bond. He still was charged with murder and had the threat of a retrial hanging over his head.
We were extremely hopeful that they could change their minds and decide not to go forward again.
And we were really hoping for that.
More than just hoping. In fact, the family actually met with prosecutors and lobbied against another trial.
Did that weigh into whether to go to a second trial at all? The fact that this entire family, Leslie's family included, did not want a trial?
Absolutely. We have to consider their position. We have to consider where they're coming from.
Then, one part of the decision was made for them. The judge threw out the most serious charge, first-degree murder. Why? The judge ruled prosecutors didn't have enough evidence to establish premeditation.
We did manage to get an acquittal on the first-degree murder charge.
Prosecutors could still move ahead with second-degree murder, but would they? That 11-1 vote surely made a retrial daunting.
11-1 is not a great outcome for the prosecution's perspective.
But the prosecutor spoke to some of those jurors and found out, to many of them, not guilty didn't mean innocent.
And kind of behind those numbers were a group of people who, by and large, felt that something had happened here, that Fred Moeller was not telling the truth.
Prosecutors weighed it all and made their decision. Fred would stand trial for murder again.
I remember having a moment thinking, I can't do this again. And my mom always would be like, well, you're gonna do it. And I felt like she was, you're gonna be fine and it's gonna be good. Like,
your mom was kind of guiding you
in
through
my head a
in
little
your head.
bit. Mm-hmm. She was always kind of, suck it up, you can do it.
But the second trial would by no means be a carbon copy of the first. With new attorneys and new witnesses, both sides hoped that this time they'd see a different result.
Coming up, the defense comes out swinging.
What the prosecution asks you to believe is that Fred Moeller went from this to a homicidal maniac within seconds.
But then, a defense witness says something that might do Fred more harm than good.
Fred is very successful. He could sell anything.
Would jurors think Fred had sold everyone a lie about what happened to Leslie? When Dateline continues.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
October 2013 felt like a grim Groundhog Day. Fred Moeller again in court, his family supporting him from the gallery.
Did you feel at all like, okay, we know how this works now? were a little stronger this time around.
I did feel that way. We could cut out the extraneous stuff and really focus on the no case.
But there were differences from the first trial. To ensure an untainted jury pool, the case had been moved northeast to suburban Denver, more than 250 miles away from Cottonwood Creek.
And the evidence in this case is that Leslie Mueller did not fall off a cliff.
This time from the prosecution, jurors heard a streamlined version of events and how, according to the state, Fred Mueller told a story that defied logic.
Like most murders, this one is hard to explain. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense how and why this could happen.
The witnesses to that awful day again came forward. Neighbor Jennifer Sparks again told how she thought Fred was acting strangely when he pulled up to her house. And she added this new detail.
He was petting my dog.
And he was squatted down petting that dog?
Yeah, the dog was right here, and he was just petting the dog.
She felt that the defendant's demeanor was oddly calm, that he bent down and petted the dog. She felt like his demeanor was misplaced.
For the prosecution, this trial was a second chance to explain to the jury how Fred's story didn't match up with the landscape.
This area was not vast, it wasn't huge, it was actually quite tight, and it was actually quite small, and making the defendant's statement impossible.
Our primary goal in the second trial was to get that jury to the scene.
The judge considered a visit to Cottonwood Creek, but ruled it was too expensive and impractical to bring the jury that far.
Not being able to do that, we did our best in the second trial to bring the scene to the jury.
This second jury had a new 3D model of Cottonwood Creek to examine and fresh testimony to consider. That apparent small skull fracture of Leslie's that the defense highlighted in the first trial? No way, said the state's new witness, who was an expert in reading x-rays.
Could you determine that there's any evidence of a fall from 20 feet onto a hard granite surface?
I didn't see any evidence of that kind of trauma. I didn't see any other fractures.
Prosecutors hammered home their key points. Leslie had no injuries from a fall, and tests showed she could not have floated downstream, as Fred said she did.
Just doesn't seem as a likely scenario.
So they argued Fred must have drowned her right where she was found, right after a violent struggle.
It was our intention to streamline the second trial as much as possible and focus in on the critical points of the case.
But Fred Mueller also changed things up in this trial. He hired a new powerhouse attorney, Pamela Mackey, who had a roster of high-profile clients, like Kobe Bryant.
What the prosecution asks you to believe is that Fred Mueller went from this to a homicidal maniac within seconds.
Fred's new lawyer argued that the state's case was beyond flimsy.
Their theory that because Leslie Mueller did not suffer any significant injuries in her fall from the ledge, Fred Mueller must have drowned her. That's their case. They won't give you the why of that theory. They won't give you the how.
The defense again criticized the prosecution's recreations and told this jury there was no way anyone could know for sure what the water flow and depth were on the day Leslie died.
If someone measured the actual stream flow of Cottonwood Creek within days or a week of the incident, it would have been informative.
And several new defense witnesses took the stand. There was a biomechanical engineer who'd examined the mannequin used in this test.
Well, frankly, I mean, it's not even right to call it testing.
According to the defense's new expert, the state's test had a big flaw. That dummy couldn't sink or float in water the same way a human does. In fact, it wasn't even designed for this sort of experiment.
As far as buoyancy is concerned, it is not a scientific instrument for determining that. So it's the wrong tool for scientifically probing.
And this time, the defense brought in a memory expert to explain away possible holes in Fred's story. The expert said extremely stressful situations can play tricks with memories. So maybe Fred didn't actually see Leslie fall on her head, as he said he did.
False memories happen to us all the time. That's not a lie, it's just a memory that happens to be incorrect.
But no expert could help the jurors understand how Fred truly felt about his wife of almost 27 years. To wrap up their case, the defense brought up Fred's family to talk about how happy the Mullers had been.
Did you observe anything that led you to believe that your folks were having difficulty in their marriage?
No, never.
Leslie's mother, Ginny, again defended Fred.
I've always had a good relationship with Fred.
But the prosecution's ears perked up when she offered a new detail about her son-in-law.
Yeah, Fred is very successful. He could sell anything. He's a wonderful salesman.
In final statements, the prosecutor used those words against Fred.
What we learned about the defendant yesterday is that he can sell anything, but he can't sell you the impossible. From our perspective, that's what he tried to do, is that he tried to sell the emergency responders, CBI, the sheriff's office, and quite frankly, these juries tried to sell something, a story that was just simply impossible.
Could this jury rise to the challenge and once and for all make sense of what happened at Cottonwood Creek?
Coming up, jurors get the case.
Either you believe crazy story A, that she fell off that cliff and went down 3 waterfalls, or you believe crazy story B, that Fred, who has no history of violence, killed his wife. Both stories are crazy. Which one do you want to go with?
When Dateline continues.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Nice to see you. Hi.
It took more than 5 years, dozens of witnesses, and hundreds of pieces of evidence in 2 Colorado courtrooms to get to this moment. Again, 12 men and women were trying to decide if Leslie Mueller was murdered or a victim of a freak accident.
We all agreed that the accident, the fall, was completely crazy. And I just kept thinking, well, crazy things happen in life all the time.
We spoke to 7 of the 12 jurors.
Either you believe crazy story A, that she fell off that cliff and went down 3 waterfalls, or you believe crazy story B, that Fred, who has no history of violence, killed his wife. Both stories are crazy. Which one do you want to go with?
What were the key pieces of evidence for you, or the lack thereof?
Lack of injuries.
You felt that she should have had more injuries?
Absolutely. I mean, to fall 15 to 20 feet onto a granite platform.
Face first.
And to go down head first down 3 waterfalls and be pulled out and be described as pristine.
Show of hands of who believed Fred's story.
It's kind of
we did take, at one point in time, we all said, all right, let's vote and see who thinks he's lying. And we all raised his hands. Okay, we convicted him of lying.
Right. The question beyond that was, my question is, if we don't believe his story, does that make him guilty? He is not on trial for lying. He's on trial for murder. And I need to know how and why.
The jurors wondered, where was the evidence that Fred drowned her? If he really did kill her, prosecutors never provided any clear explanation of how he did it.
There was no evidence to put him down at the recovery site. There were no footprints in the snow, and there was no defensive wounds on her. If there was a scuffle, I would think she would have some bruises. She would have fought back.
They poured over technical testimony about water in the creek. To them, that flood of data and expert testimony was a complete wash.
You can bring all the experts in and all the water tests, and it's just pointless because they'll always poke a hole in it because it wasn't done May 3rd, 2008.
Like the jury before them, this group's first day of deliberations ended without a verdict.
As the deliberations took longer and longer, it became clear that we needed to be nervous again.
While Sheriff Bruce felt more confident than ever this time around.
I slept well, I ate well, I went about the rest of my normal duties at work here without a whole lot of concern about it, and just expected that phone call to come in and say, we got him.
The 12 jurors returned the next morning, determined to make a fresh start.
Was anyone here consistently thinking about Leslie, the mother, the wife, the doctor?
We had all the pictures up and everything, and I made the comment, like, Leslie, talk to me. Say something, because she can't speak.
She needed us.
After 2 days of intense debate, the 12 jurors thought they were done. They sent out a note, and the judge called everyone into the courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have sent me a final note indicating that you do not believe that you can reach a verdict. Mr. Foreperson, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. I am going to declare the jury deadlocked in this case.
Hopelessly deadlocked. A second jury unable to say for sure if Fred Mueller had killed his wife or not.
When you hear those 2 words again, hung jury.
Crushing. Absolutely crushing.
Disappointment again on both sides.
Do you ever look back and think, you know what, maybe we shouldn't have done this? It wasn't there from the beginning.
Absolutely not.
No.
Both these trials were worthy of prosecution. A woman was murdered, and both the efforts were more than worth it.
So how close was the jury's vote this time? 8 jurors believed Fred was guilty, and 4 voted to acquit.
I have too many questions that are unanswered, therefore I have reasonable doubt.
We just couldn't come to agreement. You know, I was steadfast guilty and he was steadfast not guilty, and we tried to get everybody's impression of what happened or what they thought.
The prosecutors wondered, could one decision by the judge have changed it all?
To this day, I believe that had either one of these juries been able to go to that scene, perhaps it would have been a different result.
And then, 3 weeks after the second mistrial, an announcement. The state dropped all charges against Fred Mueller.
When we finally got the news, it It was like overwhelming with joy. We finally can rest at ease, and my dad can move on with his life, and we can finally just move on and relax.
Fred and his wife Wendy have returned to Texas, where Fred still runs his thriving business. In Colorado, the case officially remains open.
Without any further investigation, without any further witnesses that could come forward to provide some new bit of evidence, at this point the case is just simply remains open.
So Fred will essentially have this hanging over his head potentially forever?
At this point, the case remains open.
Fred told us he's well aware of this legal limbo. He said he wanted to do an interview with Dateline, but is concerned that anything he says could be distorted by the prosecutors and investigators who still believe he did something wrong.
Leslie got to me.
And that picture of Leslie was prominently displayed in Sheriff Ron Bruce's office until he retired in early 2019. He says the photo is still with him.
I think it was just the magnitude of the terrible tragedy that stuck with me and will stay with me the rest of my life.
You get teary-eyed when you talk about this woman you've never even met.
Correct.
Who's not even a member of your family.
Yeah, I do.
What is this connection you feel with her?
I don't have an explanation for this. I can't put a finger on it. But certainly it does truly haunt me. Yeah. I feel like I let her down.
Leslie's family chooses to remember her vividly, not as a victim, but as a cherished wife and mother they lost too soon.
We don't want people to forget about how wonderful of a person she was before the accident and all the great things that she did. All the babies she delivered and lives she saved. You know, she was a great, great person.
With the vacation home the Mullers once loved, long sold, they are making new memories as a family, far from Colorado. And in those magnificent Rockies, seasons change, waters rise and fall, and some believe the secrets of Cottonwood Creek will remain a mystery forever.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
I got a call from Allison, and she told me that he was missing.
They asked, would anyone want to hurt him? I knew that my dad had been on Match.com.
This is not going to end well. This is a crime scene.
Miles of nothing up here. It's an easy place for a man to go missing.
So what do you mean you can't find my brother?
He was the school superintendent, not the type to play hooky.
He really loved teaching and working with kids.
Turns out he wasn't missing. He was dead.
So your missing person case has become a homicide. Correct.
That solved one mystery, but left another. Why would anyone want to kill him? Maybe it had something to do with a woman in his life. He'd broken off his engagement with one.
I just found out was dead this morning. Now I feel like I'm a suspect.
And there was somebody else nobody knew about.
I was lonely, just needed someone to talk to.
Did it also get a little steamy, Mary?
Yes.
Passion and a secret that the wrong person discovered.
Her face looked like she'd seen a ghost, and she said, Sheriff, stay with me. You have a phone call that I think you need to take.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Dennis Murphy.
Winter comes early and stays late in far western New York. The farmlands near Chautauqua Lake, tilled by Amish and Dutch families, are encased in snow and ice for months at a time. But in this place of frozen stillness, the hottest of passions, boiling jealousy, came to call one day. And Tiny Clymer, 1,700 residents in the southwest part of the county, is still shaking off the shock of it all. Joe Jersey was the sheriff of Chautauqua County.
My 35 years in law enforcement, can you ever remember a homicide in Clymer? Never.
It began quite simply. The new school superintendent in town went missing one weekend just a few weeks into the school year in September 2012. Keith Reed, 51 years old, was a longtime educator who'd landed in the sweet spot of his professional career. The up-until-then school principal had applied for the top administrative job in the Clymer district, with his big brother Kevin urging him on.
He says, there's this little school out in Chautauqua County called Clymer. He says, I don't know whether I should apply there. And I said, apply.
You might think a close-knit community like Clymer would be standoffish to newcomers. But parents and students quickly embraced the hands-on Mr. Reed, his eldest daughter, Caitlin.
Greeted the kids in the morning coming off the bus. He talked to them during the day. He was in the hallways. He really loved teaching and working with kids, and he was wonderful at it.
The new superintendent had 3 grown daughters and a painful divorce behind him. But he'd never let life's difficulties distract from his primary role, Dad. Megan is the middle child.
He loved to have fun. He would always dance crazy with us, like pick us up in the air and slide us between his legs and throw us up.
And the old family snapshots, hiking in Hawaii, Disney World, all the Christmases seemed to show a dad over the moon with his 3 girls. Caitlin was a star volleyball player and All-American, and knew without a doubt when her father was in the stands on game days.
You could hear him.
I could. Yeah, everyone could.
Her dad was in a long-term relationship with a single mom named Kimberly Rausch.
He had 3 daughters, and I had 2 boys, and a lot of our time was spent being involved in their sporting events.
They'd been on again, off again for years, but no sooner had they decided to take one of their periodic romantic timeouts from one another than they'd rubber band back together.
A song would come on, and he would pull the car over, take me out of the car, and dance along the side of the road. Being with him was amazing.
And now that his girls were grown, Keith Reed was at long last finding his special place, getting comfortable. He bought a big house in town, a sign that the superintendent wasn't just using Clymer as a career stepping stone.
He found where he wanted to be. Finally, after all years and years of looking, they'd have to pry him out with a bar.
But on Saturday morning, September 22nd, 2012, when Clymer's school principal, Ed Bailey, drove past his friend and colleague's house, he was surprised to see both of Keith's vehicles still in the driveway. The superintendent was meant to be across the state at an educators conference.
I just made a mental note. I was going to be coming back by there, and I thought if both vehicles are there, I'll stop in and see what's going on.
When all looked the same on his return trip, the principal pulled into the drive.
I actually went in the door of the house and yelled his name, and of course there was no answer.
Someone else who started to wonder what was up that Saturday was Caitlin. The two spoke by phone every day.
He didn't answer my phone call on that Saturday, and so I thought that was a little strange, but I was really busy, so just kind of forgot.
By Sunday, his middle daughter, Megan, had become very concerned. She hadn't heard from him either, worrying.
So I was like, okay, answer your phone. It's time to answer your phone. I was confused because he always just answers the first time we call.
That Sunday night, her uncle Kevin, a former FBI agent of 20 years, was being called to the house in Clymer by a school official.
And said, we can't find your brother. I said, what do you mean you can't find my brother? Well, he's supposed to be at a conference in Albany. He didn't check in at the hotel. Both his cars are still at the house. I said, okay, so we're coming.
Kevin was hoping for a simple explanation, that they'd come upon his brother on the property, hurt and maybe unable to get up.
My hope was that he had gone out back. There's a huge tract of land behind his house, and had fallen down and was laying out there and couldn't get home.
But when he walked into the house, the former FBI man didn't like what he saw.
I started looking around, and here's his $600 in his wallet. Suitcase is partially packed. I came back downstairs, said, everybody out. Everybody out. What are you talking about? I said, just go out in the garage. This is not going to end well, and this is a crime scene.
Principal Ed Bailey was taken aback by Kevin's comment.
I mean, I understand we have an issue here that Keith's not where we thought he should be, but what do you mean it's not going to end well?
The principal had called the sheriff's office to report Keith missing. Deputies had responded to the scene.
Nothing added up. He had a bag packed. It looked like he was preparing for his trip, but nothing else that was out of place.
Deputies broke out flashlights and searched the house, the grounds, but no luck. Keith Reed was flat out gone.
And it's really a mystery to them when they leave the house. Huh?
Correct.
Sunday night ended in drenching rain, darker than usual around the house. They hadn't yet figured out why the exterior lights by the garage weren't working. They hadn't talked to the neighbors about some loud voices they'd heard. Where was the school superintendent, Mr. Reed?
This was a man who was responsible and respected. Didn't seem the sort to just take off without telling anyone. As the search continues, police make a startling discovery.
So your missing person case has become a homicide.
Correct. And it was like wow.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment. Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
One down, Mr. Bailey. Don't forget this.
This snippet of cell phone video shows School Superintendent Keith Reed at the end of the first day of school in September 2012. In 3 weeks' time, the high-profile educator would be reported to the sheriff's office as a missing person.
The school superintendent that everybody loved. The kids loved him. He was there every morning greeting them as they got off the bus.
Keith's last known whereabouts was dinner with a friend on Friday night. A security camera caught him leaving the restaurant around 8:30 p.m. The next day, he was a no-show at a big state educators conference across the state. His brother Kevin Reed, a former FBI agent, had a bad feeling about things when he arrived at his brother's house Sunday night.
I went right into FBI mode. I didn't have time to get emotional.
His brother, grounded, stable, reliable, was no one's candidate to just one day go missing. especially not then. Why, just a few weeks before, he'd had the moment every dad lives for, walking his eldest daughter, Caitlin, down the aisle.
It was one of the most momentous days of his life. He was just, I've never seen him that happy.
At the reception, he'd even busted out his signature dance moves.
He lived it up on the dance floor.
He was a very happy guy in
Yeah, he was.
August 2012, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But now, as dawn broke a month later, Monday morning, September 24th, Keith Reed had vanished. The sheriff's people were dispatched again to do a daylight search of the grounds. It wasn't long before a canine handler reported back. Keith Reed, his body had been found.
Immediately, the dog and he found the body in the shrubs.
Keith's girlfriend, Kimberly, was driving to a new job that morning when she got the news. She couldn't believe what she was hearing.
He's dead. They found him. And I just started crying and I said, no, that's not possible.
But tucked into the hedgerow about 50 feet from his driveway lay Keith Reed's body. He had been shot 3 times, twice in the back, once in the chest, all at close range.
It was like wow. How could this happen? Who could have done this? Why would they do it?
Those same questions were soon roaring through the halls at Keith's school. Principal Ed Bailey had gotten the news from the sheriff's office.
I just about dropped the phone. Just couldn't believe it.
We're talking about Keith Reed.
Yeah, my friend.
Along with the shock in the community came an unnerving question. Given the national climate of school-related shootings, could Keith Reed have been targeted because of his work leading the district? An angry student, a disgruntled parent? Was any of that even remotely possible?
I'm thinking and going back through, did he have any enemies? Who possibly could have been upset enough or crazy enough to do something like this? You know?
Did you come up with any possibilities?
Well, there was one incident that I know that the family was very upset with him.
School-related beef of some kind?
School-related, but, nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing that should have ever rose to this level.
Neighboring districts were understandably on edge too. Were they next?
My phone blew up from other schools. Are we in danger? Is this the beginning of something bigger? There's a lot of people worried.
And concern only heightened, the sheriff said, when word spread that an unknown man had stopped by Keith's school around noon that Friday, asking to see Mr. Reed.
He had told them that he was applying for a job as a substitute teacher, that he came in from Connecticut looking for work.
The man seen here was captured on school surveillance cameras. Was this visitor a piece of the puzzle? Detectives didn't know, but given the potential nightmare of schools and children in jeopardy, it was more important than ever for the sheriff to have all hands on deck at the crime scene. David Foley was county district attorney at the time, and he was there when a door-to-door canvass turned up a critical clue for the timeline.
A neighbor couple had heard gunshots, 3 gunshots, Friday evening, somewhere around 9 p.m.
On the property itself, though, detectives found themselves frustratingly short of clues. But they did recover in the grass a soggy piece of paper that looked like a receipt. It would be work for the lab to figure out. And around the garage, investigators took note of something perplexing. 3 exterior lights, the bulbs, were missing.
Why are the bulbs gone? This is odd. This is really odd.
So somebody had done some planning.
Ring the doorbell, can't see who's out there, flips the lights on, nothing happens. Opens the door, there's his assailant.
So the shooting of the superintendent for a grievance unknown became one theory to pursue. But detectives were about to hear a story that would make them look at the crime scene in a completely different way, something more traditional. Was it possible that Keith Reed was the victim of a bad romance? As it happened, a candidate for a suspect, someone on again, off again, was about to pull into the drive.
Coming up, angry texts put a girlfriend in the hot seat.
I just found out he was dead this morning, and now I feel like I'm a suspect.
When Dateline continues.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it at night.
The body of Keith Reed, the admired school superintendent, had been found in a hedge by his house. He'd been shot 3 times. Keith's brother Kevin, a law enforcement veteran, had caravanned to the house Monday morning with his 80-year-old parents, expecting to search for a missing person. The sheriff broke the news.
So now I've got my mother wanting to go and cover him up with a blanket because he's cold. Try that sometime. It's a crime scene, Mom. You can't go up there. It's tough.
As the Reed family struggled to make sense of the horror, investigators would put the question to Keith's daughters. Did they know of anyone who had a reason to hurt their dad?
We could not think of anyone to tell them. No one.
Everyone was just, no.
But a name had occurred to their Uncle Kevin. Of the leads to sort through, he suggested investigators look at Keith's on-again, off-again girlfriend of many years, Kimberly Rausch.
Well, I said, first thing you need to do is talk to Kimberly.
And where did that come from in you?
Experience and knowing the relationship.
The investigators learned from Kevin and others that the superintendent's relationship with Kimberly had at times been rocky. They'd been engaged to be married, but Keith recently called off the wedding.
By the time summer was over, he said, no, we're not doing this.
Was this what the crime scene was all about? A deadly confrontation between a man and his lover upset over a canceled wedding. Kimberly, who was almost 2 hours away, raced to the house.
I said, Kevin, what happened? I said, did he have a heart attack or something? And he said, no, somebody shot him. And I just started sobbing, and I started to go down to my knees in the road.
Investigator Randy Boland was assigned to talk to her.
She is crying and very, very, very emotional. So I immediately go and speak to her, but I give her some moments.
But in the investigator's eyes, Kimberly quickly went from grieving girlfriend to potential suspect. He asked for her phone.
I said, okay, is there a reason why? I just was kind of shocked.
It turns out that Keith had asked Kimberly to join him at the educators' conference that weekend. She said they'd never finalized the plan, but she'd been mad at him for not returning her calls.
She gets very upset in her text messages back. Like, I can't believe you're not talking to me. And they're like half violent. Like, why are you not calling me?
Really flaming stuff, huh?
Yeah.
And something else. In Keith's bedroom upstairs, crime scene analysts noticed this picture frame. It was toppled over and taken apart on a bookcase. Whatever picture had been in it was gone.
You can put a story together with that pretty easy, huh?
The pieces of the puzzle were just starting to come together.
Investigator Boland brought Kimberly in for a formal taped interview. She was read her rights.
I'm still in shock. I barely have my head around that he was killed, and now I feel like I'm going right from that into, are you the one that killed him?
I just found out was dead this morning, and then I show up and I found out he was shot, and now I feel like I'm a suspect.
Kimberly told Investigator Boland she'd been 3 hours away at her parents' house at the time they believed Keith was shot. She admitted that while she did get angry with him, she would never hurt him.
Never in a million years, no matter what he said or did I ever consider or conceive the thought of harming him or hurting him or living without him.
I remember feeling absolutely terrified, and I thought, I have 2 little boys at home. I need to get home. They don't even know he's gone.
But through some of your messages, you've displayed that you
People say things in anger.
Angry. You know what I mean?
Oh, have I been angry? You bet I've been angry. Anybody would be in certain situations. That doesn't make them a killer.
But had there been a trigger leading up to Friday night? The investigator saw in Kimberly's text messages that she was intent on getting back from Reed a high school diploma, something she thought might be at his house.
Oh yeah, I used the F word, and I said, I'm sure you're there with another woman, and I don't even care. I just need my diploma. Why won't you just pick your phone up?
You think I'm gonna show up and shoot him over my missing diploma I can't find? I would just go there, look through the bins, find it, take it, and leave.
But what about that picture frame? Detectives thought it might have been toppled over during a fight.
No, we've never broken pictures of each other, so I really had no idea what they were talking about.
Investigator Boland confronted Kimberly with a working theory. Thinking Keith was away, she stormed over to his house with a male friend to get her diploma back. Only Keith was still home, an unhappy surprise.
There's an issue here where there's 2 males going at it. Did you see something you didn't want to see?
I wasn't
Seriously.
there.
Not at all.
Not at all.
They were thinking I was guilty of this, and I loved him so much I could never have even thought of doing anything like that.
The nearly 3-hour-long interview was over. Kimberly was still in the crosshairs, and the thought was terrifying to her.
Am I gonna go to jail for something I didn't do?
But Investigator Boland had his doubts that she had anything to do with Keith Reed's death.
She didn't leave my suspect list, but at the same time, she seemed genuine that she would never do something like this.
Meanwhile, there'd been a very puzzling development in the investigation. The Sunday night the superintendent was reported missing, the cops had asked the phone company to ping Keith Reed's cell phone to ask it the technological question, "Where are you?" The phone answered back electronically, "I'm in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania."
This man is dead in the hedges by his house, and his phone is in Harrisburg, PA?
Yes.
Hours away.
Hours away.
A school superintendent dead at his home. His phone more than 200 miles away. What was going on?
Coming up, things get way more complicated when a second woman makes a phone call to the sheriff.
I don't know.
Okay, just relax. She was very, very upset.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville, from Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Of the many details concerning the homicide of Well-Like School Superintendent Keith Reed, perhaps none was more perplexing than the murdered man's cell phone. Why was the phone company reporting its location as Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, 4 hours southeast of the crime scene?
I thought maybe it was a mistake. No one knew of anyone that he would know in Harrisburg.
In the hours after Keith's body was found, relatives frantically called that phone, desperate to get a voice on the other end. The sheriff was shocked on Monday when one of them hit pay dirt.
He said, I just called Keith Reed's phone and somebody answered it. I said, what?
That's a holy cow moment.
Oh, yeah.
But it turns out the person saying hello was a construction foreman on a bridge near Harrisburg. The phone had been found on some scaffolding, which suggested to detectives someone in a car had tried to toss the phone into the river.
It landed on a bridge deck that had been set up to do repairs to the bridge. It was a very lucky break for us.
What are the odds?
1 in a billion.
While this recovered cell phone was on its way to the FBI lab, crime scene analysts spent the next day at Keith Reed's house, scouring the property for clues. District Attorney David Foley knew the Clymer community, on edge about a school-related shooting, was anxious for the case to be solved. But an arrest looked a long ways off.
Be nice to announce an arrest very quickly, but you can't. You can't calm people down, can you?
No.
But then, Wednesday afternoon, something totally out of the blue happened that turned the investigation upside down. The sheriff was in a closed-door meeting when his secretary interrupted.
I thought it was a family emergency. Her face looked like she'd seen a ghost, and she said, Sheriff, you have a phone call that I think you need to take.
A panic-stricken woman was on the phone. She needed to talk to the sheriff immediately. The sheriff returned to his office so he could take the phone call.
I don't know.
Okay, just relax.
Sorry.
Her name was Mary Taglianetti. She was calling from Virginia. No one in Keith Reed's life, including his daughter Megan, had ever heard of her.
Does that name mean anything to you? This Mary woman?
Not at all.
Anybody in the family? Did it ring a bell?
No.
Megan's older sister Caitlin didn't know the name either, but would soon realize this Mary was a woman her dad had taken to dinner back in 2010 during an off period with Kimberly.
I remember him saying that he was going out to dinner, but yeah, no, nothing ever came from it.
But now this Mary was on the phone.
She was very, very upset.
Hey, stay with me. Relax. This is going to be okay. Relax.
I kept her on the phone purposely as long as I could, and while we were talking, I had my staff scrambling to get somebody in law enforcement to her home.
Almost 400 miles south, officers in Virginia brought Mary to an interview room. She was the second woman in 3 days investigators were speaking to about the murder of the superintendent.
I'm glad they have these here. I just might need them.
Oh, okay.
Mary says she and Keith first developed a relationship on Match.com. She'd separated from her husband and had moved with her 4 children to upstate New York. After 11 years of marriage, she says she was trying to figure out how to get back into the dating game.
I was lonely and just needed someone to talk to, friends.
Mary says she was intrigued by the superintendent and responded when he sent her a message saying hello.
And I said, yeah, you're really good looking. But we started talking and we had some things in common, and then he asked if he could call me.
They talked on and off for a couple of months, she says. Keith, who always had a soft spot for someone in need, provided emotional support as she struggled to find her footing as a newly separated woman.
I kind of felt lost. You know, I didn't know what to do or where to go next, and he was great. He was really encouraging.
It was sometime in the summer of 2010, she told the detectives, that she met her online match for their one and only date.
He took me to dinner and we had a night together. And
it was little more than a one-night stand. Mary says she decided to try to make things work with her husband. Keith reconciled with his girlfriend.
We both just kind of said good luck to each other.
So it was like a handshake and goodbye, huh?
Pretty much, yeah.
But a couple of years later, Mary says, her marriage was once again coming undone. In the spring of 2012, she tried to friend Keith on Facebook. He didn't accept the request, but the superintendent did write her a message.
He sent me a message back asking me how I was, and I told him that I wasn't happy and things weren't going too well.
She says they started calling each other on the occasional evening. Keith, struggling with his relationship, and Mary, lonely in hers, confided in each other.
Was that something nice in your life at that time, Mary?
Yes. It was,
what was it doing
for you? It was a piece of happiness. Like I felt a little more fulfilled.
But she says their phone conversations did at times get sexual.
Was it hi, how are you, but did it also get a little steamy, Mary?
Yes.
Still, it hardly seemed like a big deal relationship. Could a single date and some suggestive phone calls really add up to murder? In Mary's mind, yes, but she hadn't called the sheriff to confess to the crime, nor had she called to point her finger at a potentially jealous girlfriend. No, Mary had someone else entirely in mind, and the clue to who killed the superintendent could be found on his computer.
Coming up, the secret comes out.
It was this long thing about don't you dare contact my wife ever again. And if you do, you're going to be sorry.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it. We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The internet had given renewed life to the cyber relationship between school superintendent Keith Reed and Mary Taglianetti. Now Mary would explain to detectives in Virginia why she feared their amorous digital trail had led to his death.
I'm trying to give you everything that I can.
Mary had met her husband, Rob Taglianetti, in college. He was an historian with the Marines. She was mostly a stay-at-home mom to their 4 kids. She told detectives that their 11 years together had been difficult at times. But something had happened that August which pushed the marriage to the brink. She was at the doctor's when her husband discovered an email. His wife thanking Reed for the previous night's phone sex.
He said, do you mind telling me who Keith Reed is?
You knew what he'd come across, huh?
Yes.
Mary, who had struggled through the pain of separation once, now decided to try to keep her family together.
I was really thinking about the kids, and I just thought, you know, they deserve to be in their home with their father and the mother.
But her husband was adamant, she says. If he was going to stay, there was a condition attached. She'd have to hand over her passwords. Mary told detectives he later logged on to her email account and fired off a blistering message to Reed.
But it was this long thing about, don't you dare contact my wife ever again. And if you do, you're going to be sorry because I have the emails and I'll post it all over your school.
The superintendent responded simply and directly. Back off, stay away from me, or I'll take action and tell your wife the same.
And that should have been the end of things.
It should have been the end of things.
But it wasn't.
No.
After reading Keith's email, Mary said Rob started getting dressed. She asked him where he was going.
And he said, where do you think I'm going? I said, you're going to go see Keith? And he said, well, I guess you know me.
Does he take off in the car?
He leaves late, 11 o'clock at night.
That all happened, she said, the night before investigators suspected Keith Reed had been killed.
I had thought in my mind, like, there's no way he's going to go all the way up there just to try to beat this guy up.
That's what you thought this was, confrontation, a fist fight?
Oh, yeah. He had gotten in fist fights before.
For the past few years, Mary says, she had been concerned about her husband's tripwire anger.
He would have episodes where I would be afraid of him, or the children would be afraid of him.
It had caused their separation 2 years before, and now she worried her husband had lost all perspective.
I hear you saying it may have been a love triangle only in Rob's mind.
Yes.
That was not what was going on.
No, it was more like a connective friendship, and it was flirting.
She says she emailed Keith several warnings and tried to reach her husband throughout the next day, but her calls went straight to voicemail.
I was just thinking I was going to get a phone call from the police saying your husband was acting like an idiot, but I didn't hear anything from anybody.
Mary says Rob returned home Saturday morning, telling her Keith had been out of town.
Instantly, I was like, oh, good. I was so happy, like I was so relieved.
Relieved, she told the detectives, until 4 days later, when she ran an internet search to see what her husband could have found out about the superintendent.
There it was. Keith's picture saying 51-year-old Keith Reed shot to death.
I couldn't believe it. Like, I lost my breath and I was shocked. And I knew right away that it had to be Rob.
To investigators looking for the killer in upstate New York, Mary's husband made more than a lot of sense. There was Keith Reed's cell phone found off this bridge in Pennsylvania.
Harrisburg is on the way to Virginia. See, now that makes sense too, that piece of the puzzle.
And something else clicked. Remember that man who'd appeared at Clymer Central School asking to speak to the superintendent? Investigators sent a freeze frame from the school security cameras down to the interview room in Virginia.
Does this look like him? Yes. That's him? Yes. Okay.
Mary identifies those stills as being her husband, so we know that it's him in the school.
Now authorities had a suspect, but where was he? Mary said that a few days after her husband returned, he told her he got a new job and had quit his position as an historian at the Marine base in Quantico. Rob, she said, had also packed up some things and taken off, leaving behind a cryptic note about going on a camping trip to clear his head. At the time, it hadn't made sense to her.
I didn't understand why he didn't want to take us. You know, if he's going to take a couple of weeks off for vacation, why wouldn't he take his family?
But now everything added up. The authorities issued a BOLO, a be on the lookout for Anthony Rob Taglianetti. A manhunt was underway.
We are actively looking for this individual to pick him up for questioning. and we'd consider him to be armed and dangerous.
Where are you? Where are the children?
We were at a hotel. They were worried that he was going to try to come back and look for us.
As the authorities searched for Rob Taglianetti, Keith Reed's family up in New York State gathered to say their goodbyes. The church in his hometown was too small for the hundreds of mourners, all the people whose lives the educator had touched. Brother Kevin was a pallbearer.
Did you speak that day at the service?
I couldn't. My son had to hold me up.
You were a wreck at that point, huh?
Oh, yeah, completely.
Keith's 3 daughters, though, did find the strength to speak. Years before, they'd almost lost their father in a motorcycle accident. He'd persevered. Now they were determined to make him proud.
I knew that he wouldn't want us to be sad and depressed. I knew he would want it to be a celebration of his life.
It was that same afternoon that Taglianetti's gold Buick was spotted speeding down a road near a national park in Virginia.
Make the plate, pull it over, and take him into custody without incident.
Anthony Rob Taglianetti was charged with the second-degree murder of Keith Reed. To the prosecutor, the theory of a jealous husband killing his perceived rival connected all the dots. But wait, the defense said, the real story of who was to blame had yet to be heard. Rob Taglianetti was merely the puppet, the defense would argue. It was his wife, Mary, a cunning and manipulative woman who had pulled the strings.
All she wanted was to be with Keith Reed, which means she's got to get rid of Rob Taglianetti. She's got to get him out of the picture.
Coming up, an angry husband, or as the defense argued, a scheming wife.
This is a story about manipulation and exploitation.
When Dateline continues. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they informed.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A little more than a year after the killing of the popular school superintendent Keith Reed, Rob Taglianetti went on trial for second-degree murder. He pleaded not guilty.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
the prosecutor told the jury that this case was about an explicit email that provoked a husband to kill.
He sought out Keith Reed and shot him to death.
The prosecutor laid out his case. Taglianetti caught here on tape at the superintendent's school the day of the murder. A gold Buick like Taglianetti spotted in Reed's driveway that afternoon. And that soaked piece of paper found on Reed's lawn? It was an ATM receipt linked to Taglianetti's bank account.
What a look-at-me detail, huh?
Wonderful.
There were more incendiary emails, too. A flurry of them, the prosecutor said, sent to Keith Reed the night before the murder. Capital letter stuff, exclamation points.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to take care of you. You don't mess with me and my family.
And all but say goodnight forensic evidence found in Taglianetti's car. In a case under the driver's seat lay a .357 revolver. It was wrapped in a printout of his wife's steamy email. And on the gun itself,
we had Keith Reed's blood not only on the barrel, but in the barrel. That was the gun that was pressed up against Keith Reed's back.
And a big surprise found on Taglianetti's laptop, the prosecution said. An exit strategy. Hours before his arrest, Rob Taglianetti bought a one-way ticket to Israel.
His ultimate idea was to get out of the country.
But as convincing as the prosecution's case appeared, defense attorney Ned Barone told the jury it was not at all what it seemed.
This is a story about manipulation and exploitation.
Rob Taglianetti, he said, was a U.S. Marine with a sterling record, a devoted husband who loved his wife and wanted nothing more than to keep his family together. His wife Mary, on the other hand, was a master manipulator, he said, dead set on destroying the marriage any way she could.
Rob Taglianetti, she wanted out of her life. Keith Reed, she wanted to be with him. She did whatever she needed to do to accomplish both those ends.
Take Rob's discovery of his wife's sexual email. The defense suggested Mary left that email open on purpose. Why? Maybe because a confrontation between the two men was her goal. Why else, he said, would she not have alerted the authorities to her husband's impending showdown with the superintendent?
If you're really worried of what your husband's going to do to another individual, wouldn't you call the officials? Wouldn't you call the police? She waits literally days to call law enforcement.
Mary Taglianetti, a prosecution witness, says she's appalled by the defense's theory and finds it preposterous. How was killing Keith Reed and getting her husband thrown in prison supposed to solve any problems?
I didn't do anything of that on purpose.
Did you willingly provoke him, as the attorney suggested, even leaving open that email to light the torch?
No. I wished I would have never left that email open.
Because that's the story the jury is hearing about you, that you're driving the events.
Yeah, it's not true at all.
But the defense attorney went even further. Maybe those blistering emails from Taglianetti to Reed had really been written by Mary. While she denies it, he implied it could be a way for her to frame her husband, to show that he left the house with murder on his mind.
There's no corroborating evidence whatsoever of Mary's testimony that Rob authored those emails.
To try to prove that point, the defense attorney cited a phrase in one of those messages that he said Rob Taglianetti would never have used.
A Marine doesn't refer to himself as a former Marine. Once a Marine, always a Marine.
As for what did happen on Keith Reed's property the night he was killed, the defense did not concede that Rob Taglianetti was there. But if he had been, he said, maybe the superintendent was the aggressor. After all, he argued, it was his reputation that was at stake if the phone sex with Mary was exposed.
When someone's confronted with that situation, who knows what they could do?
No, there were just too many unanswered questions to justify a guilty verdict, the defense told the jury during closing arguments.
The prosecutor has failed to establish this case and every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt.
All rise.
But it didn't take the jury long, just 3 hours, to come to its decision.
How did the jury find the defendant? The jury finds him guilty.
Guilty of the second-degree murder of school superintendent Keith Reed. Rob Taglianetti received 25 years to life in prison. He is appealing his case and declined to interview with Dateline. Outside, Kevin Reed embraced his niece, a brother and father killed by the husband of a woman he had dinner with one time in his life. A woman they're convinced Keith believed to be single. So overwhelming.
I thought I would feel relief or happy, but it wasn't. It was tough.
Among those thinking about Keith Reed's family is Mary Taglianetti.
My heart goes out to them almost every day. And it's a tragedy, and my heart breaks.
The Reed family is far from the only victim in this case. Kimberly Rausch had nothing whatsoever to do with the crime, yet she says she had to endure being questioned as a suspect while simultaneously struggling with the grief of losing a man she loved and admired.
He's an incredible man who loved life. His girls always came first. He was a wonderful father figure to my children as well.
Keith Reed's 3 daughters now face a future without their dad. He won't be there to walk the 2 younger girls down the aisle, or be a loving granddad to their children, or take their daily phone calls.
When do you miss your dad the most, Mary?
When I drive home from work, I always grab my phone to call him. It's just hard without that person there that I talk to so often.
It has been close to impossible for his family to understand it. A devoted educator who did so much good for so many students ripped from their lives for something so mundane. Some online flirtation, a single dinner date, more flirtation 2 years later, and then 3 quick shots.
It was a complete waste. Lives of kids he could have helped. Who knows what path they would have taken if they had contact with him.
The homicide brewed in cyberspace may sound perfectly modern, but the combustibles are as timeless as the winter fields here. 1 woman, 2 men, and a jealousy that was all-consuming.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us. Ashley was a wild and funny Texan who everyone seemed to love.
Caring, loving, compassionate.
So why did she have this strange premonition?
Ashley always felt like she was going to die young.
The call came on Black Friday.
She stood at Ashley's apartment's on fire.
When the coroner pulled up, my heart broke.
And this fire was no accident.
They had conducted surveillance at Ashley's apartment.
They're going back to the place where Ashley worked?
Yes, sir.
They were going after tens of thousands of dollars.
But was money the only motive? Or was there something else?
There were a lot of rumors going around that ended up being true.
Couldn't believe that somebody could do that to her. Just pure evil.
Here's Keith Morrison with Black Friday.
A hot August night in Texas, 2014. The lone figure knew where to go, knew where the store kept the cash, grabbed $18,000, and was gone. But it was only money, and no one got hurt. Not that time, anyway. The story begins here in Fort Worth, Texas, which turned out to be the perfect growing up place for a rough and tumble free spirit named Ashley Harris.
I was around 10 when she was born, and so the perfect age to pretend she was my baby.
Melissa Hill is Ashley's eldest sister.
She marched to a beat of a different drum. She would wear just things that did not match. Her hair was didn't seem combed, you know.
So she was never the little princess type?
No, no.
There were 3 girls in the family. Ashley was the baby. Their mom, Monica, remembers how Ashley loved sports and music and art and bingo.
It was our mom and daughter bonding time, and she'd just get all giddy and excited.
By the time she got to high school, Ashley had lots of friends, even a boyfriend. And she was devoted to her two dads, her father, Tommy, and her stepfather, Chuck, both retired police officers. Didn't she talk at one point about getting into actually your line of work?
She was interested in policing. I think that she took a unique interest in it.
But after high school, she ended up working, for a short time, at Blockbuster Video. And that's where she met a customer named Laura Love.
And I walked around the store for a little bit and just kept looking at her because she's so beautiful.
Laura wanted to meet the girl behind the counter. They became friends. And then, something more.
We hung out for a few months, for like 8 months, before it ever really got there.
By that she means she and Ashley fell in love.
It was a lot of growing up. She had to work through her feelings. Being gay isn't necessarily an easy thing, and it definitely wasn't easy 14, 15 years ago.
Oh no, it wasn't. Was there a coming out period during which she sort of...
I believe it was 2004. She came over to the house and she goes, "Mama, I got something to tell you. And Chuck, I just want you to know that I was gay." And I said, "Well, Ashley, I already knew it, but you need to give me some space. I need some time."
So Monica took some time, prayed about it, came to this conclusion.
I can't imagine God giving me this child and living with her and raising her, that he would want me to stop loving her.
Wouldn't make any sense at all. Yet, for a long while, Monica wasn't comfortable with Ashley's new relationship, though Laura said she and Ashley were good together.
She was just always very giving and very, "What else can I do for you to make you happy?"
The romance lasted more than 3 years, and then it was over. But they remained friends. And Laura remembers how happy Ashley was when she started working at American Eagle Outfitters at the Hewlin Mall in Fort Worth.
Oh, she loved it.
She was an assistant manager, and good at it, said her boss, Chris Cravey.
Just her personality, caring, loving, compassionate. She just loved life.
Yeah.
And she loved taking videos of her life, lots of them at work.
I'm extremely tired, and this right here is not even helping. Look at my eyes. It's horrible.
She had this laugh. It was so infectious.
They weren't all like that, however. Employee Lindsay Green said another assistant manager, Carter, was very different from Ashley.
She taught me how to love myself to a point. Carter just taught me work-related things.
Not a jokester.
Right.
But Ashley, polar opposite, and popular.
This is what Cole looks like. I'm so hood.
So work was going well. Her love life? Not so much. And then one night, Ashley went out with friends, and April Moffat was there.
And I was their waitress, and she was having a bad night, and I was trying to pull her out of her shell. She wasn't having it, so I just, fine.
April gave up on her grumpy customer. Until months later, they connected on social media. They met for a dog walk. Ashley brought her dog, Nala. April brought Cooper. And everyone clicked. What was it like when you first started going out with her?
She has a magnetic, force to her. It's hard to not instantly love her.
So by the summer of 2014, life was good for Ashley. Her social life, her job, though she did hit a bump of sorts in August when someone stole 18 grand from the store safe.
And it was Ashley who realized the theft had occurred and reported it to you.
Correct.
She even helped ID the suspects. With her interest in police work, Ashley thought she might have a calling here.
She wanted to go on to loss prevention and work for our home office at American Eagle.
She was 31. She had all kinds of plans. But on the morning after Thanksgiving, Black Friday, the biggest shopping day of the year, Chris Cravey's phone rang at home.
It was our other assistant manager saying, Chris, Ashley's apartment's on fire and we can't get her on the phone. I threw clothes on as fast as I could get, started driving to Fort Worth and followed the smoke trail and the sirens.
Coming up, no one would have guessed where that trail would eventually lead.
We were asking if we could talk to Ashley or where she was at. They just said that she's unavailable right now.
When Dateline continues.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
It was the morning after Thanksgiving, Black Friday. Laura Love had only one thing on her mind.
Black Friday was my favorite day of the year. I love to shop and save money.
But Laura's Black Friday was about to turn very dark indeed.
I got a call from a friend of ours, and she said Ashley's apartment's on fire.
Ashley's friends arrived at her apartment parking lot to something like chaos.
There was multiple police cars. Crime scene was there.
Fort Worth Detective Jerry Cedillo and his partner Ernie Pate sped over there too.
There was a crowd that was starting to gather. Next thing you know, we have about 40 to 50 friends and family and coworkers. And then we had residents that were just, looking from balconies, so we had quite a crowd out here.
By now, firefighters had squelched the flames, and the detectives walked up the steps to Ashley's door.
When you went into that apartment, what was that like?
It was very disturbing.
A woman's lifeless body was lying face down on the bedroom floor.
We waited until she was turned over and we got a good look at her face, and she was also identified by some of the tattoos.
And then they knew. The victim had her name tattooed on her rib cage, Ashley Harris. Outside, Ashley's friends were totally in the dark.
We were asking if we could talk to Ashley or where she was at. They just said that she's unavailable right now.
Ashley's boss, Chris Cravey, had just arrived and was trying to get some answers.
For a couple hours, we just assumed that she was being taken care of.
And while they waited for information, investigators were realizing this was no accident.
It was obvious that she had been beaten due to the amount of blood that we found. And then we observed that her arms were bound behind her back and her ankles were also bound.
It looked, said the detectives, like Ashley had been fighting back against a truly vicious attack.
She had been beaten and possibly tortured. We later discovered that her neck had been slit.
Not only that, the fire looked suspicious. So, veteran arson investigator Wallace Hood was called to the scene.
Now I noticed that there was fire damage on the bed, and I also noticed that there was some fire damage to the victim, and I also saw what looked like a bottle of alcohol.
Fire damage actually on the victim, so like somebody set fire to her.
It looked like there was some burn marks on her.
What did you ultimately determine about the fire and how it got started?
There were several points of origin, and that's an indicator of intentionally set fire.
Sure. So somebody took that rubbing alcohol, poured it here, poured it over there, poured it here.
Yes, sir.
Chris Cravey, standing in the crowd outside, watched his worst fears roll up in front of Ashley's apartment.
I think it hit me like a sack of bricks once I saw them start taping it off for a crime scene. And when the coroner pulled up, my heart broke. I lost it.
And then the detectives, looking very stern, came outside to ask some pointed questions. Did someone know something? See something?
At that point, the police start shuffling us into the office. And they tell us that even if we try to leave, we could be arrested.
I mean, that told you something very bad happened in there.
Yeah.
One person not in the crowd that morning was Ashley's girlfriend, April Moffett. About 1 p.m., April got a text from one of Ashley's neighbors.
Hey, have you checked on your girl? There was a fire in her apartment. And immediately, I thought, Nala, Ashley's dog.
April assumed Ashley wasn't at home.
I was like, holy crap.
And then she got a message from another friend saying simply, call me.
And I called her and I said, where's Ashley? Where's Nala? And she was like, Nala's fine. And I was like, well, where is Ashley? And she was like, Ashley's gone. And it didn't register.
Yeah, like gone? What do you mean gone?
Yeah. And then I said, well, is Ashley okay? She said, no, April, she's dead. And I was sitting on my bed and I threw my phone on the ground. Like, that's not real.
When reality settled in, April and all of Ashley's family and friends and even the police had to wonder, who would do such a thing to such a good, sweet person? Ashley Harris had no enemies, did she?
Coming up.
I saw a vehicle parked there that I'd never seen before.
But someone had seen it before.
I said, I know whose car y'all are asking about.
When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Ashley's mother and stepfather were out of town when the news began arriving in awful, jagged bits. First they heard about the fire, and Monica prayed Ashley wasn't hurt. And then Ashley's father, Tommy Harris, called.
I saw Chuck getting off the phone, and I saw him wiping his tears. And I knew that my prayer wasn't answered.
Chuck couldn't reach Ashley's sister, so he left a message.
And not 2 minutes later, my husband called me. And he said, "Where are you? I need to come to you." And I said, "What is wrong with my mom? What happened to my mom?" And he said, "It's not your mom, it's Ashley." And I mean, it just kind of was like a blow.
Back in Fort Worth, police were still rounding up people gathered outside Ashley's apartment. Not among them was April. April, in fact, hadn't seen Ashley for a few days. Their romance had hit a bit of a bump.
That night, we talked briefly about me coming over after I got off work, but then I went home.
But someone else was there. Her name was Alexis Torres.
Alexis Torres was the last person to see Ashley alive and was the actual last person to leave her apartment.
That is certainly somebody you'd want to talk to.
Obviously, yes, sir.
Alexis said she and Ashley had gone to an early Thanksgiving dinner with friends in Ashley's complex.
So you had Thanksgiving dinner, and that was
think it was around 12.
Sure. And then hung around for the afternoon.
Yes.
But Ashley had to work that night.
So Ashley's shift was supposed to be from 7 p.m. until 3 a.m. And Alexis agreed to come over during the time that she was working to basically take care of Ashley's dog.
Then Alexis told the police, and later us, that she went back one more time after Ashley got home from work. How long did you stay?
I stayed for an hour.
That would make it 4 a.m. If Alexis was telling the truth, the police had the beginnings of a timeline. But before they could check her story, or anyone else's for that matter, a neighbor gave them more to work with. An ex-cop named Steve Lee had noticed something about 6:30 that morning.
So you're out here on deck having a cigarette. What'd you see?
Saw a vehicle parked there that I'd never seen before.
What was that vehicle?
It was a black older Infiniti sedan.
To the observant ex-cop, that seemed worth noting.
Did it stay there for a long time?
It was there when I left for work at about 7:40.
Detectives also talked to a neighbor who lived directly below Ashley. He had heard noises, heavy breathing, coming from Ashley's apartment just before 8 a.m.
A few minutes later, the fire alarm started going off. Water started coming down into his apartment.
And that's when the neighbors saw a black Infiniti G35 driving away. Armed with this new information, Cedillo went back to Alexis Torres.
I asked her if she knew anyone or if Ashley knew anyone that drove a Infiniti G35. I never gave her a color, I simply asked her about a G35.
Alexis said, no.
And after he was done asking me questions, I walked outside and sat down on the brick. And I believe it was Chris that was there.
That would be Chris Cravey, Ashley's boss at American Eagle. Alexis told him that police were asking about an Infiniti sedan, and Chris made a beeline for Detective Cedillo.
I approached him and I said, I know whose car y'all are asking about.
And he says, I just want to make you aware that I have a former employee that did drive a Infiniti G35.
Her name, he said, was Carter Cervantes, that business-like assistant manager who worked with Ashley.
So then I asked him, what color is the GN35 that she drove? And he mentions that it's a black one.
What was that like to hear that?
Well, it beats hearing the color red or white.
And by the way, Chris told Detective Cedillo, Carter left American Eagle because she was fired. Cedillo filed that away and sorted through the crime scene and talked to witnesses in a day that began at 8:30 that morning didn't end until 1 a.m.
Did you get any sleep?
No, sir, I didn't.
The story about Carter Cervantes and her black Infiniti was just bugging him.
Well, I'm thinking about the case, and I'm thinking, where do I go from here?
Might have tossed and turned all night thinking about that. But something inside him said, nope.
I'm not going to be able to get any sleep. I might as well go back out there and see what I can find.
Wouldn't be his first wild goose chase. He had Carter's address, so wee hours of Saturday morning he drove over there, and what do you know?
I saw a black Infiniti backed in right in front of their apartment.
But he didn't knock on her door.
I was going to go ahead and basically sit here and watch the vehicle to see if it moved.
For more than 4 hours, he sat in his car, cold but patient. And then about 8 a.m. Saturday, he saw the lights of the Infiniti flash, as if somebody was unlocking it remotely.
I see the male enter the driver's seat of the vehicle. I then see a female enter the passenger side of the black Infiniti.
They drove off. The detective followed. And after a few minutes, the Infiniti pulled into, of all places, the Hulen Mall.
So there they are. They're going back to the place where Ashley worked, where the American Eagle was.
Yes, sir.
But what would they be doing there?
Well, that was the million-dollar question.
Coming up. I asked him, what are you doing here at the mall? He said that he had dropped his girlfriend off to pick up some papers.
A routine errand or something else? When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
On the Saturday morning after Black Friday 2014, homicide detective Jerry Cedillo followed a black Infiniti into the parking lot of the Hulen Mall. He watched as the passenger, a woman dressed in darkest clothes, headed inside. She fit the description he'd been given of 25-year-old Carter Cervantes, a former co-worker of Ashley Harris. The male driver stayed in the car, so Cedillo called his partner Ernie Pate, asked him to check up on the guy.
And when I approached the car, then the person identified themselves as David Mallory.
David Mallory was Carter's live-in boyfriend. He too was a former employee of American Eagle.
I asked him, what are you doing here at the mall? He said that he had dropped his girlfriend off to pick up some papers at Aeropostale, where she was a manager.
So perhaps it was just that. David giving Carter a ride to pick up some paperwork at her new job at Aeropostale. Cedillo decided to go inside. The mall was open, but the stores were still closed.
And I happened to go up to Aeropostale, and there is a manager that's actually in there working, and I was able to confirm that Carter Cervantes did not work for him, and he doesn't even know who she is.
Well, so much for that story.
Yes, sir.
Cedillo turned his attention to finding Carter Cervantes. No luck. You didn't see her at all in there?
No, sir.
Did anybody see her?
No, sir.
So, Cedillo had a disgruntled employee coming back to the mall where she'd been fired. Her boyfriend was telling lies about a job she didn't have. And a car that looked like hers had been spotted at the scene of a murder. Detective Pate still had David Mallory out in the parking lot and was looking for a reason to hold him.
He said that he had a driver's license, but he didn't have his driver's license with him.
Reason enough. He arrested Mallory and brought him in for questioning. But Carter seemed to have vanished, wasn't anywhere in the mall. But then police went to her apartment complex, and there she was.
Where was she in the apartment complex?
Well, she initially was in the laundry room.
Calm as you please, she agreed to answer questions without a lawyer down at the station.
Do you go by Carter or Carol?
Carter.
Somehow she'd switched her dark clothes for bright pink scrubs.
So how did you end up in Fort Worth?
I had a job opportunity with American Eagle Outfitters.
Oh yes, Carter's American Eagle connection. Detective Cedillo had already heard a thing or two about that. Carter had worked at the Fort Worth store for about 4 months and was businesslike, but unlike Ashley, she wasn't a very friendly assistant manager. She did, however, make an impression on some younger clerks, like Liza Schoenthal.
Carter was very smart, very deep. She was good at reading people and knowing how to converse with them. You could tell that she was well educated. She just had a lot more to her than most sales retail managers do.
But Detective Cedillo knew something else about Carter and David Mallory. Something very important. Remember that burglary at American Eagle 3 months earlier? Carter and David Mallory were the primary suspects, and Ashley Harris was the one who discovered the money missing.
And when Ashley came in to open the store, she found the safe open.
Ashley knew it was Carter who closed the night before, and when she showed her boss the security video view of the burglary,
She pointed at the monitor and she said, "That's David Mallory." So I said, "Who's David Mallory?" And they said, "It's Carter's boyfriend."
the math was easy. Ashley figured Carter set up the burglary and David carried it out. Carter got fired. David sort of disappeared. And both heard that it was Ashley who identified them. They hadn't been charged, not yet. But
the case was basically actively being investigated when this happened.
And now, 3 months later, here was Carter talking to the police, who were growing suspicious that she and her boyfriend were connected to Ashley's murder.
Why am I here?
Well,
Cedillo started off easy.
So were you raised in Amarillo or just...
No, I'm originally from Lubbock.
Is your family still there?
Yes.
Mom, dad, brothers, sisters, or what?
I don't have any brothers, but I do have 2 sisters, and they all still live in Lubbock.
So have you seen your mom and dad in a while?
No, I talk to them every day on text message and Snapchat, but I haven't been home.
More friendly questions.
And where did you go to school?
West Texas A&M University.
Cedillo asked about Thanksgiving. Small talk.
What did you make?
I made turkey, and there was stuffing and mashed potatoes and green bean casserole, and this cabbage bacon salad that my mom really likes to make, but I don't think David liked it very much.
Except this wasn't really small talk. Detective Cedillo was paying close attention.
All right, so let's start with this morning.
Okay.
All right?
This morning.
Okay, what time do you get up?
About 7:30,
Okay.
7:45.
And then what happens then?
And then we talked, and I went back to sleep. And when I woke up, he wasn't there.
Okay.
He'd heard enough.
I know that's a lie.
No, it's not.
You know why I know it's a lie?
Why do you know it's
Because
a lie?
I saw you come out of your apartment and get in the passenger seat of that car, and I saw him drive out of there. That's why I know it's a lie.
Cedillo was tough,
Your car was
but Carter Cervantes wasn't giving an inch.
Coming up.
There's an actual human grave that's been dug.
Fresh grave.
Fresh grave.
When Dateline continues. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So let it snow. Oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was late Saturday morning, the day after Black Friday. 25-year-old Carter Cervantes was talking to detectives and lying through her teeth.
I know what I did this morning. I know where I was. I know where I went.
Detective Cedillo certainly knew where she went, the Hewlin Mall. But she kept insisting she'd been at home all morning.
You're about to make the biggest mistake of your life. You understand me?
And she still wouldn't confess to it.
She wouldn't budge.
I got up, I went and put the laundry in, and I went and checked my email. That's all. You found me on my apartment complex.
Then, when the detective stepped out of the room, she did something interesting, maybe incriminating.
She took a drink, puts the bottle down. She picks it up again, and before she can take the second drink, she stops midair, spills water on herself, puts the bottle down, and just stares at it for about 10 to 15 seconds. She then reaches over and grabs a tissue from the table and starts wiping down the bottle, and then wipes down the mouthpiece.
What did that say to you?
Well, that she was afraid that we were going to obtain her DNA from the bottle.
After that, police let her go. David Mallory, too. But detectives had a theory cooking, that Carter and David killed Ashley out of revenge for being fired for the burglary. But They also wanted Ashley's keys to the American Eagle because they were planning to rob the store again. Those keys were the only thing missing from the murder scene. And when store manager Chris Cravey looked at his surveillance video from earlier that morning, he told police what they wanted to hear.
Describe what you saw on the videotape.
Somebody dressed in dark clothes with their face wrapped walk right up to the store and try to get in with keys.
That, he said, was Carter trying to pull off another, bigger burglary. Police just knew. One day after killing Ashley and taking her keys, Carter was trying to break into American Eagle, where this time tens of thousands of dollars, the Black Friday profits, were in the safe. But the key didn't fit, because after Ashley was murdered, Chris Cravey changed the locks.
I wasn't going to take any chance on whether it be a deposit or them harming somebody else in the store. We needed to lock them out.
The detectives pulled the surveillance video. And look at this. Carter slipping away from the mall, having already changed from her sweat clothes into pink scrubs. Had to be trying to fool potential trackers, they thought. This was after she would have spotted police talking to David in the parking lot. And then she walked all the way home. Over the next few days, police got a warrant for Carter and David's cell phones. That camera app. So useful.
Well, we learned that they had conducted surveillance at Ashley's apartment weeks before that. They had a picture of her apartment, her actual door to her apartment, and they had pictures of her vehicle, the white Dodge Ram pickup.
In early December 2014, Carter Cervantes and David Mallory were arrested and charged with the murder of Ashley Harris. Cold comfort for Ashley's sister.
It's just such a loss, and it's so pointless. I just don't understand how people could do that.
They were tried separately, but the cases against them were virtually identical.
Do you recognize this disc?
Assistant DA Kevin Rousseau led the prosecution.
On State's Exhibit 1,
Ashley Diener assisted. From the witness stand, Detective Cedillo helped lay out the case.
Were you also able to conduct a search of her apartment and her vehicle and things like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you find there a receipt that proved to be helpful?
That's correct.
The sales receipt showed some odd purchases on Carter's credit card.
She had purchased 2 shovels. She had purchased a tarp. She had purchased gloves.
Why was that significant? Because of a discovery way out in the Texas scrub, a discovery worthy of a horror movie. And the key to finding it was right there on Carter and David's cell phones.
They would text each other longitude and latitude coordinates, and it led us to a remote area near Abilene.
What was there?
As soon as we got to where the spot says you're there, we look up and there's an actual human grave that's been dug.
Fresh grave?
Fresh grave.
Prosecutors believed the original plan was to kidnap Ashley, kill her, and put her body in that grave. She was killed in her apartment, the prosecutors thought, because she fought so hard.
What is that?
This is a Glock 19 semi-automatic pistol.
In fact, investigators believed Ashley Harris was pistol whipped. So when this Glock 19 was found in the black Infiniti, Prosecutor Diener had it tested. The results were both sad and conclusive.
It came back positive with Ashley's DNA on the gun, so that was very significant.
There was blood adjacent to her bed and blood spattered on the bed. This was not an easy death.
Hearing all this was so hard on Ashley's mother, Monica, and loved ones like April.
I thought I could handle it. Nope. So I went out and I went back into the room where Monica was, and she was consoling me. And she shouldn't be consoling me.
The brutality of the murder was never far from the prosecutors' minds.
I just thought how painful and how awful the last few minutes of her life would have been in this order. And absolutely terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
State's Exhibit 31.
But even that, they said, even that appeared to be part of the plan. This wasn't just about robbery or even revenge, said Prosecutor Rousseau.
It was discussions that Carter Cervantes had with people where she expressed certain I guess you can call them fantasies involving killing people.
Liza Schoenthal remembers one such discussion at work.
It was just us, and we were folding clothes, and she mentioned that she had thought about killing someone before and whether or not she could watch them dying.
As if the murder wasn't shocking enough, prosecutors were pretty sure Ashley's murder was a thrill kill, planned by a sadistic young woman who thought she was smarter than everyone else. But tiny, meek Carter Cervantes admitted none of that. She still had a plan, concocted all by herself, to explain why she too was a victim.
Coming up, a vicious killer?
You wanted to see the death penalty. Death penalty was what I wanted.
Or a young woman forced into a life of crime?
What do you think?
I was screaming.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
When people talk about the trial of Carter Cervantes, this is what they remember.
Say your name for the record, please.
My name is Carter Carol Cervantes.
Against the advice of her attorneys, Carter Cervantes took the stand. Gone was that criminal mastermind. Here sat a helpless victim.
She gets up on the stand, and it was insane.
Carter said it was all her boyfriend, David Mallory, controlling every aspect of her life.
I was very afraid of David.
How afraid of him were you?
I thought he was going to kill me.
This is where Carter's defense truly began. She told the jury she was a woman enslaved by her sadistic lover.
He was telling me what to drink, what to eat, and he made me have sex with him in the movie theater.
And he had that gun, the Glock, she said, used it like a threat, and it scared her.
I did not feel comfortable with that weapon.
She told the jury she was asleep at home when Ashley was being murdered. She didn't know where David had gone. But somehow he wound up with a set of American Eagle keys.
Gave me some gloves, told me to put them on, and then he handed me a set of American Eagle keys. And he said, go in and open the gate and bring me that fat ass deposit.
And then, she said, he pulled out the Glock.
And he just pointed it at me.
Pointed it at you?
Yes, across his body. I shook my head that I wasn't going to do it. And he said, you don't understand. There's somebody sitting outside your parents' house right now. If you don't go in, I'm going to kill them, and then I'm going to kill you.
So that's why she tried to rob the store. She said it was that or be killed. Just a couple of hours before she showed up on this security video, she said, David made it very clear to her just how far he would go to make sure, absolutely sure, that she would do what he demanded.
Somebody pushed me down right when I got into the apartment.
During the night, before the break-in attempt, she said, David brought strange men into their apartment. She heard an angry voice above her.
He said, I'll make her follow directions.
And then her story got even more harrowing.
They took off my sweatpants and pulled them down to my ankles. And they raped me.
Raped twice, she said, sobbing, by 2 different men.
Were you in pain?
Yeah. I was screaming.
Prosecutors Kevin Rousseau and Ashley Diener seemed as taken aback as the rest of the courtroom.
I know what I think. This is not true.
And they needed to regroup fast.
This is the biggest lie she's ever told. We know that, but you never know what the jury's thinking.
Carter had an explanation for just about everything. Even that moment during her interrogation when she wiped the bottle. She wasn't wiping off her DNA. No. She said the smell from the bottle reminded her of being raped.
And I was telling myself, it's just water, it's not them. But I could still smell it.
She said that she suddenly was overcome with the smell of semen in the air, and it had something to do with drinking out of this bottle of water. And I thought, now that took some work. That is one heck of a lie.
And it was at that point that I put my pen down and said, I am not writing this. I am not going to write this down.
His voice dripping with sarcasm. Prosecutor Rousseau took her story apart. He showed the jury a picture.
Is that the gun that you're talking about that you were very uncomfortable with being in your apartment?
Yes.
That's the one that's laying there beside you while you're having your morning coffee?
Yes.
And then he drilled down into the heart of Carter's story. Just who were those mysterious rapists?
They all spoke in a way that I would describe as ghetto violence.
Okay. So, in your mind, these are black people, black men?
No, sir. I did not say that.
But, said the prosecutor, that's exactly what she was suggesting.
If she was going to try to play that card, I was going to make her spell it out.
Is Ebonics a term that is commonly associated with African Americans in this country?
I don't know where Ebonics is commonly associated with. I associate it with a certain type of speech that I also associate with the word ghetto.
But if she was hoping to play to some random juror's racial bias, she guessed wrong. The jurors didn't believe it. Not for a second. They found her guilty in less than 2 hours. As for David Mallory, his attorneys argued he had nothing to do with the murder. He was involved with Carter, yes, but not with any killing. The jury didn't buy that either, rendering a guilty verdict in no time at all. The verdicts were some consolation for those who loved Ashley Harris.
I still miss her. She saw the best in everybody. Even when you couldn't see it, she could see it. She had such a big heart. And this world is worse off. At least mine is.
Both David Mallory and Carter Cervantes received mandatory sentences of life in prison with no possibility of parole. It wasn't enough for Ashley's mom and stepdad.
You wanted to see the death penalty.
Death penalty was what I wanted. It's what Monica wanted, but it wasn't to be.
And now they cling to memories of their Ashley.
Tell me about the last time you saw your daughter, physically, in person.
It was November.
8/14. About a week before she died, Ashley had invited Monica to play bingo. Monica was busy, almost said no, but something told her to stop what she was doing and go. And oh, is she glad she did.
And I walk into the bingo hall, and oh my God, there sat that little girl of mine. And I smile at her, and I walk over, and I kiss this side of her neck, and I tell her how much I love her.
You remember every syllable, every moment of that day, don't you?
Yes.
2:56. These days, Monica is making new memories at the bingo parlor. Remember how skittish she was around Ashley's girlfriends at first? No longer. Now, they're family.
Have a good weekend.
When Monica and I go and get our nails done, they always say, "Oh, your daughter's so pretty." She never corrects them. As far as she's concerned, she gained several daughters.
And when they're all together, Ashley is there too.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
We're agonizing for these last 2 years. Initially, it was panic, and then it turned into torment. I was concerned that she was hurt somewhere. I felt so helpless.
Kelly Bordeaux was always there for others.
She liked to help people that needed help.
There for her friends. There for her country.
This was a good fit for her, the Army?
She wanted to be an officer.
Her personal life was a little more complicated. She was estranged from her husband.
Were they talking divorce?
Kelly was. Mike wasn't.
Had a new boyfriend.
She was pretty fun. She's easy to talk to.
And lately, she seemed to have an admirer.
Did he ask Kelly for her phone number?
Yeah.
When she suddenly vanished, hundreds joined the search, including this perfect stranger.
I said I'd like to see if I could solve this.
He was suspicious about one of the men in Kelly's life.
It's like, dude, I can tell you're lying.
But getting the truth wouldn't be easy.
I had to get into his mind, see what he was about.
What you were involved in was psychological warfare.
Mm-hmm. He knows where she's at.
After a young soldier's mysterious disappearance, one man's personal battle to find her.
Do you think he's finally going to reveal to you?
Oh, I know he is.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Andrea Canning with Deep in the Woods.
It's closed now. Just a decrepit old shack with only the weeds for company. The good times are long gone, back when it was a watering hole for some of the soldiers based at nearby Fort Bragg. Famous for billiards, beer, and karaoke, it was once a popular little pub called Froggy Bottoms. And it was where Private First Class Kelly Bordeaux planned to unwind one Friday night back in April 2012. Friday the 13th. Kelly was just 23, a mere 5'1", and barely 100 pounds, but she could hold her own with anybody. To her older siblings, Matt and Olivia, Kelly was always the perfect combination of tough and sweet.
Bouncy, bubbly, happy, and just trying to have a good time.
I think she was always working to get better. She had a driven personality.
Kelly also had a big heart. She was warm and generous, always putting others first.
She liked to help people that she saw needed help. She wanted them to be better because she could help them to be better.
Kelly grew up in Florida and enlisted in the Army when she was 22.
You just wait till I see you. I'm not playing with you at all.
After basic training, the Army sent her to Fayetteville, North Carolina. At Fort Bragg, Kelly trained as an Army medic, one of the most demanding jobs in the military.
I think it gave her an opportunity to do something better with her life, and she wanted to help people.
And what was it about being an Army medic? That's an intense job.
It was something that would push her to her limits. I want to make a career out of it. I want to do my 20 years. She's like, I really want, this to be something.
So she would have possibly made a life out of the military.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
That was the plan.
Kelly's professional life was on track, but her personal life was complicated. Kelly had a husband named Mike Bordeaux. They got married in 2010 before she joined the service, but later separated. After some time apart, the couple decided to give it another shot. So when the Army sent Kelly to North Carolina, she asked Mike to come with her.
Why did Kelly want to save the marriage?
I think she didn't want to see it as a failure. She said, I'm going to give it 3 months where I am going to make this work.
But Kelly couldn't make it work. Despite her efforts, the marriage was on the rocks.
She bought him a one-way plane ticket to Florida, and he left.
And did she actually use the word divorce?
I remember in the text message very clear, like, listen, Mike, I've done everything I can for the last 3 months to try to make this work. I can't do this anymore. Like, this is it.
During her initial separation from Mike, Kelly started seeing someone else. A guy from her hometown of St. Cloud, Florida, named Justin Thompson.
She was just fun. She's easy to talk to. She just always laughing and loving. She never met anything wrong to anybody.
Kelly had an knack for making people happy.
Mm-hmm. She was inviting to everyone. If you were there.
But when Mike ultimately moved out, Kelly asked Justin to move in.
Were you in love with Kelly?
Yeah, we were in love. I don't want to be like we were going to get married and have kids because I don't know what was going to happen, but I know that was our intentions, is to further our relationship.
Was home wherever Kelly was?
Yeah.
In early April of 2012, Justin visited Fayetteville to get acquainted with his future home. The couple also hit Froggy Bottoms. Then Justin returned to Florida. He'd be back in 2 weeks, this time for good. Meanwhile, that Friday the 13th, Kelly decided to go to the bar alone. She texted her sister Olivia before she left that night and sent this selfie.
Did she say if she was going with anybody?
No, she's like, I'm gonna go sing karaoke and just not think about work, not think about Mike, just kind of trying to get away from all that and relax.
Kelly also texted Justin about her plans. Justin says he wasn't happy that Kelly had gone out alone in a new town she didn't know.
I didn't feel like her life was in danger. I just didn't feel like that was a good environment.
What wasn't a good environment?
The Fayetteville area, her by herself, we don't know anybody there. So if something was to happen, nobody's going to call you to say, hey, Kelly hasn't came home in a while. Nobody knows anything.
But throughout the evening, Kelly and Justin kept in touch, texting frequently. Everything seemed fine, he said. Olivia, meanwhile, went to bed early.
The next morning, did you try to call her or text her?
Probably at some point, I probably texted her and just said, hey, how was last night or whatever. But it wasn't uncommon for us to not talk for a day or two. And I just remember, just let her chill this weekend.
But Justin said he did wake up to a text from Kelly sent around 1:30 a.m. He says there was something strange about it.
The verbiage, the way she talks, it doesn't make sense. I made it home, I'm safe, I'll call you tomorrow. Why would you not be safe? Why would you text me, I made it home, I'm safe? Call me, I'll call you tomorrow. I'm like, that makes no sense.
Did you try calling her then?
Yeah.
And
it was dead.
So what are you thinking?
It was bad. I knew it was bad.
What had happened to Kelly Bordeaux? When we come back.
What were some of the scenarios that were running through your mind?
That somebody was holding her somewhere.
And then police turn their attention to Kelly's estranged husband.
Were they talking divorce?
Kelly was, Mike was.
When Dateline continues. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Saturday, the morning after. Kelly Bordeaux had been out of touch for hours. Her boyfriend, Justin Thompson, knew something was wrong. What was supposed to be a day off was now turning into a day of dread. Not a call, text, or tweet from her, he says.
I remember talking to my mom. I was like, I don't want to start a storm, but I'm really worried about it. Because I knew something bad happened.
Why did you jump to that conclusion so fast?
If you talk to somebody every day and then you can't get a hold of them, it's not good.
Saturday came and went. Still nothing from Kelly. So on Sunday, Justin, now frantic, phoned the Fayetteville Police Department, urging them to start searching.
Nobody would help me. I called them several times.
Police policy required a family member to call in and provide more personal details on Kelly before they could start searching. So the next day, Justin decided to call the Army base instead.
I asked him if they showed up, and I said it's important. If she didn't show up, you need to go to her house And then they got back on the phone and said she didn't show up.
Army investigators and Fayetteville police went to Kelly's apartment.
They got inside.
Mm-hmm.
No Kelly.
No Kelly.
Is that when everybody starts taking this
Yeah,
really
that's when it
seriously?
started to panic, yeah.
Word spread like wildfire as Fort Bragg called Kelly's estranged husband Mike, who then phoned her sister Olivia. Reliable Kelly had missed roll call and wasn't at home.
I was like, what the hell? So then I started Facebook messaging her, texting her, calling her like crazy. I started trying to find anybody that I knew that was in the Army with her. I'm like, have you seen her? Did you go out with her on Friday? And I was just trying everything.
Everything led to nothing. No leads, no clues, no Kelly.
What were some of the scenarios that were running through your mind?
Just that somebody was holding her somewhere, you know.
Kidnapping kind of thing?
Yeah, I thought that. I was more concerned that she was hurt somewhere and she wasn't able to get to us, so we have to get to her.
Olivia, Matt, and Mike immediately made plans to all meet in Fayetteville. By now, the Fayetteville PD was all over the case. One of the investigators assigned was veteran homicide detective Mike Ballard.
We knew this could be an endangered person.
Why the homicide unit when she's barely been missing?
Kelly Bordeaux was not a problem soldier. Always contacted her family, her friends, and then she just disappears off the face of the earth.
Breaking news in the case of Kelly Bordeaux, the Fort Bragg soldier missing since Saturday.
The disappearance of the beautiful young Army medic was now big news and covered extensively by local media, like NBC station WRAL-TV.
Right now, it's still a missing person case. There is a lot that is not known at this time.
Olivia and Mike arrived in Fayetteville, where they took a grim meeting at police headquarters.
What did you tell them?
That we were hoping for the best but preparing for the worst, and they should do the same thing too.
I remember that at one point that the detectives were trying to take us back to talk to us more, and we were walking into a room and it said homicide on the door. And I was like, I'm not going in there. And they were like, no, this is just the best room. And I was like, that's not happening. I was like, I'm not letting that thought in. I was like, I have to stay positive.
This is an out of character thing to happen to my sister. It's not something that it's not something she would do.
Olivia quickly became a mainstay on every media outlet in the area.
I just want my sister back, you know? I just want to talk to her.
Mike Bordeaux also went on camera to plead for his wife's return.
Please let her come home. Just let her come home.
The public, police, and military response was intense. It seemed like the whole town turned out to look for Kelly.
Most of us are military, prior military, or spouses, so we are very driven to find one of our own.
Search teams numbering in the hundreds combed the fields and thick forests surrounding Fayetteville.
I searched basically every day I was there, sun up to sundown for the most part. And then it's just searching.
This volunteer group started at Kelly's apartment, but just like police, their search turned up nothing.
Detectives were also combing through Kelly's background, her habits, and most importantly, her circle of family and friends.
Everybody's a suspect until we eliminate you.
You started with Mike Bordeaux?
Mike Bordeaux.
Kelly's estranged husband?
Right. And he told me during the interview that they were having some problems, and that's what threw me off when he would get on TV. There was no issues.
Me and her love each other very much. And I just appreciate everyone out here helping, looking for her.
He wasn't being consistent.
Were they talking divorce?
Kelly was. Mike wasn't.
Did you see that as a possible motive?
Yeah, we had to eliminate Mike Bordeaux.
Mike insisted he was in Florida when Kelly went missing in Fayetteville. Even so, police still considered him the primary person of interest.
Has her husband been questioned by detectives? We've had conversation with Mr. Bordeaux.
Police also needed to have a conversation with Kelly's boyfriend, Justin Thompson. Little did they know that Justin had a huge new lead waiting for them about the night Kelly disappeared.
Coming up, a new possible suspect.
He is the last person that's seen with Kelly. That was very concerning to us.
Why something in his past would trigger even more alarm bells.
It certainly was a red flag.
When Dateline continues.
Let's go.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Police have just told us they have no new leads.
nothing.
No
Kelly
leads.
Bordeaux.
Missing Fort Bragg
soldier Kelly Bordeaux.
What happened to Kelly Bordeaux?
It was now national news. Suddenly, quiet little Fayetteville was ground zero for a massive search for a missing Army medic.
Detectives say information in this case keeps pointing them to look in this area near where she was last seen.
Kelly Bordeaux had been missing some 72 hours. The chances of finding her were growing slimmer by the day.
Investigators have combed through just about every area here in Fayetteville, as well as in Cumberland County.
600 miles away in Florida, Kelly's boyfriend, Justin Thompson, was talking to detectives, telling them he was home the weekend Kelly disappeared.
He was right where he said. We checked his phone. Everything checked out with Justin.
Justin told detectives something else, another name to check out. When he and Kelly visited Froggy Bottoms the week before she disappeared, they met a chatty guy who worked there named Nick Holbert.
He just started talking to us at that point. You get vibes from people sometimes. I could see it. He's weird.
But he says Kelly, being Kelly, asked Holbert if he wanted to join them for a game of pool. Holbert hung out with them until Justin and Kelly decided to head home for the night.
Did he ask Kelly for her phone number?
Yeah.
And
she gave it to him because he worked there. So it's always good to have somebody that, that works at the bar as a friend.
That Friday the 13th, when Kelly decided to go back to the bar by herself, Justin told detectives she wasn't really alone. He said she arranged to get a ride from Nick Holbert.
I just said, just watch out. Be careful around him.
this guy really stuck in your mind.
Yeah, he's weird. I don't know what she was doing.
Did you say maybe you shouldn't
I said it.
go?
I said it, but I wasn't adamant about it. I'm not going to tell her no 1,000 times on text message.
Kelly made it safely to the bar, where she texted Justin throughout the night. But then there was that last, rather odd text he received. Justin was sure Holbert had something to do with Kelly's disappearance and sent the text to cover his tracks.
She went out with this kid, and she was supposed to come home, and she didn't come home with that kid.
So detectives went to Froggy Bottoms, where they found Nick Holbert. They discovered he was down on his luck, living in the woods behind the bar. They searched his campsite and his car. Not one clue. Holbert also agreed to an interview at the police station, where he told detectives, yes, he picked up Kelly on Friday the 13th and later dropped her off at the entrance to her apartment complex.
Since Friday night, no contact with her whatsoever. You don't know where she's at. Well, what do you know about her?
None, really. I'd known her for, what, 6 hours altogether?
Holbert was fully cooperative, didn't duck one question.
If you knocked her down in the car, I need to know about that.
No, I did not.
Not even touched her?
No.
So they let him go. If Nick Holbert was a suspect, he certainly wasn't acting like one. He joined search teams looking for Kelly and even spoke on local TV expressing his concern.
She seemed like a really nice and cool person, and I mean, I hate that she's missing.
But Fayetteville police weren't buying Holbert's story. And now he too was a person of interest along with Kelly's husband, Mike Bordeaux. Remember, Mike said he was home in Florida when she went missing, which detectives needed to confirm.
Family put him there. Friday night, friends put him there. His alibi checked out.
So now, detectives and District Attorney Billy West zeroed in on the last person seen with Kelly.
Everything kept coming back to Nicholas Holbert as the prime suspect.
So investigators dug into Holbert's background and discovered something rather disturbing.
He was a registered sex offender and served time in a penitentiary for that.
It certainly was a red flag, the fact that he had a prior sex offense, and he is the last person that's seen with Kelly. That was very, very concerning to us.
The DA didn't have any evidence to arrest Holbert for Kelly's disappearance, but he did discover Holbert was violating the terms of his parole.
He was a prior sex offender, and he was not registered properly, and he was placed in jail.
Sex offender Nicholas Holbert.
Right where detectives wanted him. Now they could watch Holbert, see if he blabbed to a cellmate about what happened to Kelly. They also questioned him twice, even took him back to Froggy Bottoms to jog his memory. But Holbert stuck to his same, though sometimes inconsistent, story.
You caught him in lies, but you couldn't crack him.
Exactly.
By now, Olivia and Matt had left Fayetteville and gone home.
I remember feeling defeated. We came up here thinking that something was going to happen, and it didn't.
I don't know, I felt like I didn't sleep for a couple weeks. It's just 24/7 thinking about what happened.
Detectives and the DA seemed so close to an answer. They even had their prime suspect in custody. But weeks passed, months. Holbert stopped talking.
You couldn't arrest him.
We needed her body. We needed to find Kelly Bordeaux.
Little did police know it would take some 2 years to finally unravel the mystery. But they were about to get help they never imagined. Deep in the forest, a secret investigation was underway. A man on a mission to bring Kelly home.
Coming up, why a perfect stranger cared so much about Kelly.
She needed to be found.
Who he believed had taken her, and his risky scheme to get the man to talk.
He buys that?
Hook, line, and sinker.
When Dateline continues. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Autumn 2012. Kelly Bordeaux had been missing for months. The searches continued, but were winding down, and so was hope. Privately, many around town felt Kelly would never be found. But in the forest outside Fayetteville, there was someone still secretly searching for her. No one knew, not police, not even Kelly's family. His name was David Marshburn. He didn't know Kelly, but had an intense interest in her case from the day she disappeared.
She was in the military. You just don't up and disappear. She was a young female. That's not right.
Marshburn is both a bounty hunter and private investigator. His specialty? Finding people, dead or alive.
I knew she wasn't alive, and then she needed to be found.
She seemed like a really nice.
Remember that TV interview Nick Holbert did? Marshburn saw it too.
When I'm watching him, it's like, dude, I can tell you're lying. He did it. He knows where she's at. He killed her.
And Marshburn was also convinced he could find Kelly Bordeaux. Operating on his own time and own dime, Marshburn started carefully researching the details of Kelly's disappearance.
I don't know what the hell got into me to do it. I mean, I just did it.
To bring some answers to her family.
Yeah, I love doing it. I love helping a family out.
Marshburn was convinced Holbert had buried Kelly close to the Froggy Bottoms bar, somewhere in the thick forest surrounding Fayetteville.
How daunting of a task was it?
It's like, I don't know, taking a rock no bigger than this and just throwing it out here and saying, go find it. And you miss it by an inch, you might as well have missed it by a mile, because it's not that easy to find something.
Marshburn needed help, so several months into his very private search, he added 2 new members to his team, an assistant named Marcia Ward, and a specially trained search dog with a keen sense of smell named Kaz.
He's trained on tracking, trailing, whatever you want, what odor you want.
Including buried bodies. Together, Marshburn, Marcia, and Kaz slogged through ponds, fields, forests, thousands of acres, and searched for months. But no trace of Kelly.
I got really frustrated and disappointed. And I'm at my wit's end.
Then came an unlikely break. In May 2013, Nick Holbert was released from jail after being locked up on that parole violation. If Holbert was happy, David Marshburn was thrilled, because now he could deal with him face to face. So just a day after his release, Marshburn pulled up to the house where Holbert was staying.
Well, I've never talked to a killer. Have you?
I work for Dateline.
Wait. I'll tell you what.
What were you nervous about? That he would try to hurt you, or just that the stakes are high here?
Sort of like a starstruck. You know what I mean? You're like, wow, it's happening.
Marshburn took a deep breath and knocked on the door.
And he answered the door. And I said, hey, Nick, I'm David Marshburn. I'm a private investigator. I'm here to try and find Kelly Bordeaux. And I think you can help me.
His strategy was simple. Trick Holbert into thinking that he was an ally.
It was basically telling him, I'm your angel, I'm your help. Let me help you.
Help him how, though?
For people to see the light that he was not guilty.
And he buys that?
Hook, line, and sinker.
So now, the bounty hunter and the prime suspect talked. Over the next few months, Marshburn gradually started to win Holbert's confidence, coaxing him to confess about what really happened to Kelly Bordeaux.
I had to get into his mind and see what he was about.
Did you think that he was going to just confess to you?
I knew that. I didn't know how I was going to get it out of him.
At this point, police were aware of David Marshburn and his DIY investigation.
Did you take David Marshburn seriously?
Absolutely. He came to us and wanted to befriend Nick Holbert.
What did you think of that?
Hey, go for it. We can't tell him what to do.
Marshburn, remember, is a private eye, not a police officer. And unlike detectives, he could try tactics that were, to say the least, unorthodox. A few months after they met, Marshburn told Holbert that the DA was ready to cut a deal if he confessed. Marshburn even presented Holbert with this very attractive plea bargain agreement.
It would be something like manslaughter, and he would do 3 or 4 years, and he would go to a mental hospital.
The so-called deal was completely bogus.
You'll see, I put a fake judge on there. It was Justin F. Case, Honorable Justin F. Case, just in case.
Did he believe it?
Yeah, he believed it to a point, but then he threw it back at me after looking at it for about 5 minutes, said, no, they'll just take it back.
Marshburn thought that wasn't exactly the reaction of an innocent man. Now, he was fully convinced Nick Holbert had killed Kelly, but he needed to get Holbert to reveal where he buried her body.
How can I be his friend? And I had to do some things, say some crap that I just didn't believe, but I had to do it to play the part.
Marshburn bought Holbert countless meals, beers, even hired him to do odd jobs, slowly becoming a BFF, or maybe more of a frenemy. But Marshburn said he paid a high price, as he practically abandoned his wife and young son.
I didn't do any family stuff. If we were eating somewhere and Nick picked up the phone and called and said, hey, I need cigarettes, man, I need some money, I'd get up and I'd leave. And I'd go straight to him and do what I had to do and come back.
Were you obsessed?
When I have somebody I'm hunting down, I don't stop till I get them.
Isn't that being obsessed?
I don't know, I'm dedicated. I'm
Get
not
the answers
gonna
you
stop
need.
until I do get the answer or the answer comes.
But Holbert still wasn't providing any answers about Kelly, who had now been missing some 18 months. By this time, Marshburn had spent thousands of hours and some $40,000 trying to crack Holbert. He was losing hope and considered quitting, or even trying something drastic.
At times I wanted to just take Nick and cut his fingers off and say, you tell me or I'm gonna chop another one off. I wanted to torture him because I knew he knew.
You really would have done that?
Oh, yeah. I hated him that bad. I just despised him.
Marshburn didn't resort to torture, but he did need a new tactic. Something that would make Holbert finally share his deadly secret.
Coming up, Marshburn finds a new pressure point.
That was his Achilles heel.
But will it work? When Dateline continues.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
Is in fact the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There were still a few flyers scattered around Fayetteville. But nearly 2 years after Kelly Bordeaux had mysteriously vanished, the investigation had cooled. New crimes now took priority. Kelly's family still visited Fayetteville periodically to keep the case alive, somehow never losing hope.
People would ask, how do you keep thinking she's alive? I was like, well, until you can prove otherwise, why should I believe it? I was like, I'd rather believe the better scenario.
How did you have that hope that it would happen?
Because the other avenue wasn't one I wanted to go down.
Back in Florida, Kelly's boyfriend, Justin Thompson, had been living in limbo with a bad case of survivor's guilt.
I could have done more. Somehow I should have done better. I feel should have told her no, don't go. I should have tried to argue about it. I don't know.
What was the waiting like and the not knowing?
Terrible. Just like slams on the brakes. In your life, you can't do anything. I honestly didn't think we'd ever find her.
Really?
What was going to change?
But little did Justin know, things were about to change. Up in Fayetteville, private investigator David Marshburn had befriended Nick Holbert, the prime suspect in Kelly's disappearance. Marshburn was working practically 24/7 to get a confession, chasing every clue Holbert dropped.
We'd go talk to him, and then we would go out and try and figure it out. We knew we were going on wild goose chases. We had to do it. I mean, what else you got?
Marshburn needed to turn up the heat on Holbert and had an idea.
Nick was always worried that law enforcement was watching.
That was his Achilles heel.
So I knew that was a weakness.
Which Marshburn exploited by enlisting a friend who owned a vehicle that looked like an unmarked police car. He had him park near Holbert's house and conduct surveillance. Fake surveillance.
It worked like a charm because he saw him right out the gate when he come outside and got paranoid.
So paranoid that Marshburn tried yet another trick to push Holbert to give it up. He had his wife pose as a paralegal and draw up phony indictment papers charging Holbert with Kelly's murder.
I took one of his old charges, changed who the detective was, changed the charges. He was being indicted. And I got Cece, my paralegal person on the phone.
Who's your wife?
Who's helping me. The plan was working good, and he was worried.
Holbert took one look at the indictment papers and went into a panic. Sensing Nick was near his breaking point, Marshburn reminded him about that sweetheart plea deal if he confessed. So they took a ride to Froggy Bottoms, back to where it all began.
I said, look, Nick, you're fixing to be indicted on this. They evidently got evidence. You need to get me to where Kelly's at. And he's standing there just looking straight down. And it feels like he's imaging all this stuff going on of what he done.
Do you think he's finally going to reveal to you?
Oh, I know he is.
This is it?
This is it. Oh yeah, I had chills.
Marshburn then applied one last bit of pressure, his own ticking clock of sorts, to push Holbert over the edge.
So I pick up this stick figured if I'd sit there and snap it, that it would ring in his mind, hey, I'm on a time limit, the clock's ticking. And I start snapping the twigs off of it. And finally I got to that last little piece off of it. And he said something like, okay, I'm ready.
Ready to confess. Finally, after a year-long cat and mouse game, Holbert revealed to Marshburn that he killed Kelly Bordeaux. They got back in the van, and Holbert directed Marshburn to a remote area where he remembered burying the body.
And then he said, right here. So we pulled down this path.
Are you getting nervous?
No, I'm excited I'm gonna find her. And I took Kaz, and me and Kaz try and find her.
Marshburn and Kaz spent the next several hours combing through the thick woods, trying to get a scent of Kelly's grave.
We searched till almost dark. And Kaz starts laying down, and so we start digging. Can't find nothing.
What is that telling you, though?
Thinking we're close.
But not close enough. Holbert couldn't remember exactly where he buried Kelly's body. It was almost dark. Everybody was exhausted. So Marshburn reluctantly called it a day. But he didn't take Holbert home.
I give him a hotel room, and I tell him I'm gonna be back in the morning.
Did you worry that he might get spooked and take off?
I was worried he was gonna kill himself.
And take the secrets of Kelly's grave to his own.
Coming up, an excruciating few hours.
I couldn't sleep that night. Marsh couldn't sleep.
In the morning, one final search, and at long last, a sign.
All of a sudden, he starts whimpering, and he stops.
After 2 long years, are all questions about to be answered? When Dateline continues.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a long night in North Carolina. Nick Holbert was holed up in a hotel. While a few miles away, David Marshburn was wide awake, wondering, worrying, hoping that tomorrow would be the day that he could finally bring Kelly Bordeaux home.
I couldn't sleep that night. Marsh couldn't sleep. I mean, we were just all excited for the next day. So the next day comes, we go pick him up, and he's real quiet.
He, of course, was Nick Holbert, who was now back in the forest outside Fayetteville. It was May 14th, 2014. 2 years of searching had now come down to this one sweltering spring morning. But Holbert still couldn't remember exactly where he had buried Kelly's body and went off searching in a different direction.
We're standing there, I'm like, darn it, I cannot figure this out. And all of a sudden I looked over to my left and there's some clearing over here and there's the sun coming down.
Then, in that very same spot, Kaz seemed to pick up a scent.
All of a sudden he starts crawling to it, like whimpering, crawling. And he stops. That was our spot.
They carefully pushed a metal rod into the ground. The soil was loose, like a hole had been dug and filled in. It was at that moment Marshburn was overwhelmed with emotion.
At that time I said, baby girl, you going home. You going home, baby girl. So, sorry. I get emotional.
Had you even seen her yet? You just knew?
We just knew.
But they had to be sure, so now the grim task of digging began.
We found a little piece of a jacket. When we pulled that jacket back, that's when we stopped. We said, well, this is her. I mean, this is it.
Throughout the day, Marshburn had been texting Fayetteville police about his progress. Now, minutes after finding Kelly's body, he sent them something definitive and dreadful.
A photo. What appears to be a human bone. The place he's digging. And at that time, we contacted him and said, hey, cease and desist on digging, don't do nothing else.
Police rushed to the scene, and soon Detective Jeff Locklear was interrogating Holbert on camera.
Well, where you want to start from? The very beginning?
Holbert told the whole horrible story. How he took Kelly to the bar and they hung out. Then later, said Holbert, someone there told Kelly about his prior sex offense. She got upset and swore at him in the empty parking lot.
And I just snapped and zoned out and hit her. Knocked her out.
Holbert said he took Kelly to his campsite where she woke up and started screaming.
And I hit her again, knocked her out again. You know, I mean, she was dead.
Holbert said he then took Kelly's body deep into the woods and buried her.
You okay with going back there, Nick? I don't really want to.
Holbert was then taken downtown and arrested.
This morning, detectives with the Fayetteville Police Department Homicide Unit recovered what we believe to be the remains of Private First Class Kelly Bordeaux.
By now, Kelly's family had gotten the news.
Matt called me and he was like, hey, you need to come to Mom's now. They found Kelly. And I just remember dropping to the floor and I was like, I'll be right there.
And then it's like a sense of relief instead of just wondering what if.
Olivia called Kelly's boyfriend, Justin Thompson.
As soon as she called, I knew they found her. I was just so grateful. Honestly, I was just so happy that she was found. I can't say happy.
Relieved?
Yeah, I guess I was relieved. I was like sad again, all over again. Now we're gonna have to do the funeral thing.
2 weeks later, they paid their final respects. The funeral in Florida was such big news, it was actually televised.
Aim. Fire.
Kelly Bordeaux was just 23.
Everybody rise, please.
Just over a year later came a measure of justice.
Are you in fact guilty of each of these crimes?
Yes, sir.
Facing the possibility of the death penalty, Nick Holbert pleaded guilty to kidnapping and killing Kelly in exchange for a life sentence.
I wanted my sister. I didn't want her body. I wanted her. And so I was like, you know, what happens to Nicholas Holbert isn't gonna change what he's done. Whether he says he's sorry, whether, it doesn't matter.
For David Marshburn, his remarkable work was done. Case closed, justice served. Kelly Bordeaux was finally home. But he says solving her case left him with mixed emotions.
Once we got finished, we were depressed. It was a depression like you would not believe, because we went for 2 years nonstop, Kelly, 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 Kelly.
Do you think this case ever would have been solved without you?
No. I don't think that Nick would have ever told anyone unless they were his friend. But he did tell me.
For the family of Kelly Bordeaux, the loss, the pain, the sorrow never goes away. But David Marshburn at least gave them a chance to heal.
He ended a suffering for my family where we're sitting here agonizing for these last 2 years. He was the one that was able to come in and end that for us and to make it to where you can try to start rebuilding and doing things that will make Kelly proud and to live your life.
The family also had something for David Marshburn, a very special gift from Kelly.
Kelly's dog tags, which that's a great honor in itself.
This is a very important thing
Yeah.
for a soldier.
I'll always have these. These will stay with me forever.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
What'd you hear?
Laughing, almost screaming.
You heard screaming?
I've known those kids their whole life. I don't believe for a minute that they made any of that up.
Like screaming noises or something else?
Like laughing, screaming.
They believe their father killed their mother.
They found her in the bedroom, a young mom stabbed to death.
I could see her fighting for her life.
I was so distraught. She was gone.
She was your wife, the mother of your children.
It's awful. I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Her ex had been to visit the day she died, a trip with the kids, and just like that, he was suspect number one.
They had no evidence.
I was absolutely flabbergasted.
How could anyone think this?
Police said they were a key to the mystery, his own young children.
She says she peeks through the mail slot.
She looks in the mail slot, yes.
Daddy wasn't in the living room. He was still upstairs.
Ideas were planted in their minds. We're going to prove that he's innocent.
2 children on the stand. What did they see?
That was the hardest day because I loved them so much. I didn't do this.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Dennis Murphy with What They Saw.
Ready, Sam? Got it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dennis, I think you're good to go.
All right. Jared, thanks for sitting down with us.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Did you take a butcher knife and plunge it into Sierra's neck and kill her?
No.
While the kids were waiting outside?
Absolutely not.
That did not happen?
No.
Credibility. The reliability of years-old memories. There's a lot of that ahead because this is the story of a murder. June 8th, 2012, Columbus, Georgia. It was an apartment maintenance man who found her. She'd been stabbed to death upstairs in the bedroom. In the kitchen sink, a butcher knife. The victim was Sierra Ingram, a 28-year-old nurse and mother. Her good friend, Kendra Smith, says she hadn't been answering her phone for days.
At first I thought, you know, why didn't I go down there? Well, I knew something was wrong.
Police would later estimate that Sierra had been dead in her apartment for nearly a week.
I think I was so distraught that she was gone But I don't really think that at the time I put a lot of thought into like who did it or why.
Apartment managers told the arriving officers that Sierra had small children. So one of the detectives' first questions was, where are the kids now? And that led to a bigger question, one all homicide inspectors ask. What is the backstory here? What was this victim's life all about? They began piecing together the story of Sierra and Jared.
She was your wife, the mother of your children. What do you think about her end, the brutality of it?
It's awful. I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Sierra, already the mother of a young boy, met Jared Ingram when they both enlisted in the Army in the early 2000s. He and a friend cozied up to the pretty young recruit and tried to get her attention.
We started talking about how none of the soldiers who got off the last bus looked like they were going to make it. And she stood up and she challenged me and she said, I'm going to be at the top of the class. And I said, okay. And I asked her if she wanted to go out that weekend.
Now, you had a momentous early date. Is that too nosy a question? You know what I'm referring to, huh?
I do. Our first date, we
conceived a child.
Yes.
Were you okay with that?
Yeah, I was okay and I was excited. I'd always wanted to be a father.
Sierra and Jared, intimate strangers, decided to make a go of it when the Army forced them into a quick decision: get married or be stationed apart.
When we got in the cab to go to get our marriage license, the cab driver mentioned to us that she was also a licensed pastor. So she drove us to her church. We got married on the steps.
You got married by your cab driver?
We got married by our cab driver.
One-stop shopping.
Yep.
The Army, as the Army does, moved them about. They tried to build a happy home, had another child, but Jared acknowledged they weren't good at living together.
Once we got married, we actually had our first argument that evening.
On the 10 scale, how active an argument was this?
A good 8. But that set the tone for the rest of the relationship. That was every night.
Why don't you guys just shake hands and say, see you later? It's been nice.
The kids, mainly.
They decided co-parenting was the arrangement that worked best for them. They divorced in 2009 and shared custody. By then, they'd both left the military. Sierra had become a nurse. Her friend and co-worker at the hospital, Samela Payne, says the main thing keeping Sierra in Georgia was being near her ex.
She didn't want the children to be without their father. She tried her best to co-parent. And like, you understand that she didn't have anybody here.
So she'd sacrifice her short-term happiness.
Right.
For the kids.
For her children. That's the type of mother she was.
Her friend Kendra lived in Tennessee, but they were as close as could be.
When did you talk? End of the day? Start of the day? Middle of the day?
All day. We were single moms dealing with, you know, our exes, and she was my support system, and hopefully she thought of me as hers.
By June 2012, Sierra decided it was time for a fresh start. She made a plan to move home to Indiana to be near her family. Their kids, ages 6 and 7, would stay with Jared for the summer and join her later.
Was she dating again?
Yes, she was, absolutely. She was young, so of course, you know, she didn't want to be alone, you know.
In fact, even before the move to Indiana, she'd already met a guy online who lived up there. He was going to help her move.
He was going to come down to Georgia. He had made plans, bought a plane ticket.
And that brings us back to Sierra's apartment and the bloody bedroom. As Sierra's moving day approached, Kendra noticed her friend's daily texts and phone calls had stopped completely.
I didn't talk to her on the 2nd. So on the 3rd, I messaged her and got nothing. So I was like, okay, she's busy, called her. Then on the 4th, started getting worried some more.
You wondered, you know, is she ditching me here, huh?
I thought, okay, she dropped her phone in the toilet. But then you think about, okay, well, there's other phones in the world, or send me an email, hey, I'm not ignoring you.
Samela was worried too. She'd helped plan a goodbye party for Sierra at the hospital, but Sierra never showed up.
I remember sitting around the table, all the coworkers, looking at each other.
And you fully expected she was going to walk in the door, huh?
I wanted her to, but I knew something was wrong.
Samela was at work on June 8th when Sierra's brother called her with the news.
I answered the phone, and he told me, we just found Sierra dead. I don't remember nothing else after that.
Jared says he got a call that afternoon as well. There was crime scene tape up at his ex-wife's apartment. The coroner was there too. He says he feared the worst and went to go talk to the children just 6 and 7 years old.
We said a prayer, I told them, no matter what happens, I love you very much. I didn't tell them any details, but I told them, something might be going on with Mommy. We don't know yet. Asked them if they had any questions.
Did they?
Yes. My son asked me if he could have some candy. And
did he know his mom was dead?
He didn't know. I didn't know. We, at this point, only had assumptions and worries and fears.
Assumptions, worries, fears. And that was just day one.
When we come back, the investigation begins.
I see an officer approaching me with his gun drawn, and he raised it up and he said, "Don't move."
Police have some questions for Jared.
You're the last one that I know of to see her. Now, is there something that you want to talk to me about?
And for the man Sierra had met online.
This is Sergeant Dayton with the police department in Columbus, Georgia.
What's going on, officer? Oh my God.
When Dateline continues.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
So let it snow, oh say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sierra Ingram was dead, stabbed 3 times in the neck, and left to die at the foot of her bed. Her ex-husband Jared was tending to their 2 children when a police officer reached him on the phone.
He asked me if the kids were okay. I said, yes, they're fine. He said they're going to send some officers out to talk to me, and they're sending a counselor to talk to the kids.
Moments later, Jared saw a woman he assumed was that counselor in his front yard.
As I approached, I can see out of my peripheral vision, an officer approaching me with his gun drawn. And he raised it up and he said, don't move. And so I put my hands up, he pressed me against the wall and put my hands behind my back and cuffed me.
Before he could get his bearings, Jared says his kids were whisked off in an SUV. Jared okayed a search of his home and was taken to the police station for an interview.
I'm Detective Lyon.
The conversation started amicably. Jared said the last time he'd seen Sierra was 6 days before. He and the kids had stopped by to pick up some toys before her move to Indiana.
Kids went in, gave her a hug, they ran right upstairs and started playing with some of their toys and watching TV and stuff.
How long were you there for?
Seemed like a couple hours.
He said they hadn't talked since.
That wasn't unusual. We didn't call each other a whole lot when the other one had the kids usually. She wasn't like one of those that wanted to call every day.
Detectives wanted to know about the state of Jared and Sierra's relationship. How had they been getting along? He said they hadn't had any issues lately, but admitted things between them were strained.
What's been the problem?
No problem. Once we broke up, I felt like, there was no reason to have an argument with her anymore after that.
They also asked Jared how he felt about Sierra's decision to move to Indiana.
I didn't feel any kind of way about it, really.
Did she ask you?
No.
So she just said, I'm leaving.
Yeah, but that was her.
After about an hour, the interview took a turn when detectives hit Jared with a revelation. As far as they could tell, no one had heard from Sierra since Jared's visit with the kids, meaning Jared was quite possibly the last person known to have seen Sierra alive.
I feel like you're more than insinuating that I'm responsible for Sierra's death.
I don't know. Right now, I don't. The only thing I know is that you were the last one that I know of to see her. And so far, you're the last one I know that was there. Now, is there something that you want to talk to me about? Are you sure about that?
I'm sure.
The detective told Jared that as they were speaking, officers were spooling through the video cameras at Sierra's apartment complex.
What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling like I can't wait until you get finished with the rest of that videotape.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm feeling scared until you do. That's what I'm feeling right now.
Now, why would you be scared?
Because if I was the last one that saw her alive, then
exactly.
You could put it on me.
Well, I'm not going to put something on anybody. I'm going to take the evidence for what it's worth.
And a look at some of the evidence made it seem unlikely that Jared could have done it. The murder was brutal, bloody, and Jared's two small children had been there with him the whole time. Though Jared did mention that as they readied to leave the apartment, the kids went outside first.
We went outside to the car while I was talking to her, and I came outside and she came outside, and that was it. It wasn't like a long period of time.
Did detectives really think Jared had something to do with his ex-wife's murder? Or were they just pressing him because he was the ex-husband? They ended the interview on friendly terms.
I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate you being cooperative.
I appreciate you guys so much.
It had been a very long night. Jared says he was just desperate to hug his kids who'd lost their mother.
You can see why you became a figure of interest here.
When I step back and put myself in the shoes of the police officers, absolutely. They show up at Sierra's house, they find her body, they pick me up.
Back at the crime scene, investigators look for clues to fill in the story. Could it have been a botched robbery? It was hard to tell if anything had been taken. The apartment was in such disarray with moving boxes. And there were no signs of a forced entry. But there was an attempt to clean up the scene with bleach. And they did find a man's watch tucked into the sheets of Sierra's bed. Who could that belong to? What about this guy she'd met online, the man flying in to help her move?
This is Sergeant Deaton with the police department in Columbus, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
His name was Ryan Morgan. Detectives got him on the line.
Were you supposed to come here to help her move?
Yes, I was. And then about a week before, she quit texting me.
Ryan thought he'd been ghosted, said that he'd canceled his plane ticket.
And I just texted her back. I said, hey, thanks a lot for the thoughtful
Detectives didn't tell him right away why they were calling.
What's going on, officer? If you don't mind me asking, because I'm like, well, what's happened?
She was killed. The reason you didn't hear anything from her was she was murdered.
You gotta be me.
No.
Holy
Was that genuine surprise?
oh my God.
Of course, they'd have to check out Ryan's story and pick through every detail of the last day of Sierra's life. That meant talking to her children. What did they see? What did they hear?
Coming up,
Daddy wasn't in the living room. He was still upstairs.
that final family visit. What was happening inside their mother's apartment?
What'd you hear?
Laughing, a little screaming.
You heard screaming?
Oh.
Screaming noises or something else?
Like laughing, screaming.
When Dateline continues. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Kendra Smith felt she'd found a kindred spirit when she met Sierra Ingram. Losing her was awful.
Every day I'd get in my car, I'd cry all the way to work because I talked to her every day on my way to work. You know, every day on my way home. I mean, I'd just be in tears all the way home.
Samela Payne felt hollowed out when she heard. Her good friend, fellow nurse, gone just like that.
So you were going to be friends for life no matter where
Absolutely.
each of you traveled to, huh?
Absolutely. We were family.
The day after she got the news, Samela drove to Sierra's home. She just had to see the place with her own eyes.
You went to the scene?
I went to the scene because I just still did not want to believe that she was gone.
So everything's yellow taped and closed off, right?
I was in denial that my friend was gone.
She spoke to an officer who was there guarding the crime scene.
What did you talk to him about?
Any and everything that I could remember that she would tell me and what she was going through.
And what Samela said about her conversations with Sierra caught the officer's ear, because it certainly didn't match Jared's story. This post-divorce relationship was more than just a little strained. Samela says Sierra had long confided in her that it was tumultuous.
She would tell me how he would break her computers, break TVs.
Just, I'm mad at you, bang, here's one for your computer?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The way the stories went, Jared would lash out if he couldn't get his way.
Did he ever get physical with her, Sam, as far as you knew?
She told me that, yes.
But you didn't see any bruising or scratches or anything like that, huh?
No, if she did, she would hide it.
Huh.
She's the type that want to be strong. She didn't want you to be upset or worried about her.
As for Jared, he told us any stories about abuse in his relationship with Sierra just weren't true.
Were there any hands-on altercations here? Her on you, you on her?
Absolutely not. She threw some things, small things, not like a remote control.
Jared told us anyone who knew Sierra well knew that she wouldn't put up with abuse.
She was a very fierce woman. She had her way. She's not going to let you tell her any different, and she's very determined. I couldn't see her being in an abusive relationship.
Of course, he says he and Sierra had plenty of scorching disagreements during their marriage. But once they split, the drama ended. And he says they shared responsibility for the kids amicably.
Co-parenting, and very successfully. I think the biggest issue we ever had was that when she cut my son's hair. I didn't really like that. He had a big puffy afro, and it was really cute on him, and I liked it.
But given what investigators had heard, they were now very focused on Jared. Did he have any opportunity to murder his ex? What were the kids into?
Jared said he put the kids in the car and went back inside Sierra's place to get the last of their things. 2 kids sitting in the backseat of a car, a boy and a girl aged 6 and 7. What did they see? What did they hear in the next few moments of their lives? And importantly, what would they say about it?
The police talked to the children the day they discovered Sierra's body.
What grade are you in?
Kindergarten.
The kids confirmed that for at least some period of time, Mom and Dad had been inside the apartment without them.
Why would Daddy leave you and your brother in the car? You don't know?
You never leave us in the car.
Here they are talking to a forensic interviewer a few days later.
Why do you think Dad made you stay in the car?
Maybe he's doing something.
Jared's 6-year-old daughter says she got restless and did what 6-year-olds do. She says she got out of the car and went to the door, lifted the mail slot, and peered inside. She told investigators she saw her dad.
What was he doing?
I forgot.
I mean, was he standing? Was he sitting? Was he...
He was standing.
Was he just standing there doing nothing? Did he have something in his hand?
No, he was just standing there doing nothing.
She says he told her to go back to the car, but she says she peeked in again. Investigators were interested in what she saw and what she says she heard.
Mom was still laughing. But she sounded like she was somewhere. Daddy wasn't in the living room. He was still upstairs. Mom was still laughing though.
Her brother says he got out of the car too, and he also heard the laughter. Or was it something else?
What'd you hear?
Laughing, screaming.
You heard screaming?
Oh.
Yeah. Tell me, did you hear, were they just saying, like, screaming noises or something else?
Like laughing, screaming.
Yeah.
screaming. What in the world was going on inside Sierra's home while the children waited outside?
Coming up.
If you're asking, did I think he did it, it was an absolute no.
A new relationship for Jared and new questions about those interviews with the children.
Those statements that come out later are, in my opinion, conditioning.
What do you mean?
I mean that the police are suggesting something for the children to say.
When Dateline continues.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the weeks following Sierra's murder, investigators compiled their evidence. There were those police interviews with the children. And they had Sierra's cell records, showing her phone went silent around the time Jared was at her apartment. There wasn't a single phone call or text after 6:39 p.m. on June 2nd. And the only wisp of a lead, that guy from Indiana who was going to help Sierra move.
She was murdered.
You gotta be me.
Well, his alibi checked out, and that left one person, Jared. So on July 1st, a month after Sierra's murder,
I was leaving to go to work, and then people started getting out of their cars and putting their hands up like this, saying, don't move, you're under arrest.
Jared was charged with murder and spent the next 15 months in jail before posting bond and being released. By then, he'd lost custody of his son and daughter. They'd moved to Indiana to be with Sierra's mom.
Are the kids taking your phone calls? Because I'm sure you're trying to reach them.
At this point, a part of my bond agreement is that I cannot speak with anyone in Sierra's family, including my children. So
that's a whole area of your life that's gone
no
away.
Contact. Yes.
Jared says he started attending church and began reaching out to old friends, like Katie Duke, a girl he knew from high school band days.
I always had a thing for him, even in high school. But it was just not good timing. It never was.
This wasn't exactly great timing either. After all, Jared was accused of murdering his ex-wife.
What did you think?
If you're asking, did I think he did it, it was an absolute no. Why would they even think this? And how could it have possibly come to this?
And you're saying that because of the guy you knew, the character of the man.
The character, just how could it possibly, anyone think this?
Their relationship grew from a friendship into something more.
How'd you decide you're going to get married?
We started talking about it, and it was a lot of back and forth, because with something like this hanging over your head, do you wait till everything is over and then get married? That sounds sensible, right?
Katie disagreed.
I basically told him, I'm ready, I'll marry you,
They began their married life together in a kind of limbo, waiting for Jared to go on trial. He still hadn't been indicted. What was taking so long? Jared and Katie kept their anguish quiet.
A lot of people in the church didn't even know his story, right?
No.
Then, January 2017, 4.5 years after the murder, the indictment came down and a trial date was set. No more secrets now.
What did you think when you heard?
In my mind, initially, it was just, it's impossible.
Debbie Duke is Katie's mom. Laura Duff and Jim O'Donnell are church friends.
Did you ever think, my goodness, this young man's a killer?
No.
Debbie?
Mm-mm.
Not for a second. The very notion that somebody could consider Jared capable of this was beyond my belief. There's just simply no way I could apply my brain to that.
The support wasn't just moral. The church friends offered to help any way they could.
We had 2 or 3 people come up and says, what can we do? I'm like, well, pray. But one of them said, well, come on, there's something we could do. What about all that paperwork? Couldn't you use help with that? And I'm like, that would be wonderful.
That paperwork was the case against Jared. Mounds of documents, police reports, audio and video recordings. And to mount a defense, they would need to understand it.
My lawyer was very good, but he has a small practice, just him and his wife. And so as far as legwork, there's not 100 paralegals going around to do legal research for him.
Jared and Katie transformed their kitchen into a war room. And those church friends became legal assistants of sorts. They vowed to be objective.
I was a true believer in Jared's character, okay?
But if the evidence had persuaded you otherwise...
Had the evidence persuaded me otherwise, I would have gone with the evidence.
The ad hoc church team divvied up the work. Jim, a software whiz, took a crack at the cell phone records.
And it took me some study and everything to try to figure this out, but it came down to numbers, simple math.
According to the cell records, Sierra was alive and on her phone at 6:39 p.m. 3 minutes later, 6:42 p.m., Jared's cell records indicate he is still at Sierra's apartment. And 26 minutes after that, Jared's phone pings off a tower that the friends estimate is a good 15 to 20-minute drive away from Sierra's apartment.
There's not enough time here for him to have committed the crime.
And the telephone traffic persuades us of that?
Yes. The math doesn't work. It just simply doesn't work.
At least by their calculations. Then Jared's supporters looked at the bloody crime scene photos, which raised more questions in their minds.
How do you walk out of an apartment without completely showering, changing your clothes, and doing all that? That would add even more time.
Because tick-tock, he's got to get to that other tower.
Absolutely.
He wasn't wet, and he didn't change clothes, and there were none of his clothes ever found with any evidence on them.
The friends then turned to those interviews with the kids, and they transcribed every word, including the interview where Jared's son says he heard screaming.
What'd you hear?
Laughing, a little screaming.
You heard screaming?
Oh.
They noticed that interview took place 5 days after Sierra's body was found. But in the police file, the friends found an earlier interview. The son's story about what he heard on that occasion was completely different. Here's that interview.
Did you hear anything when Daddy was inside?
I didn't hear nothing.
Jared's supporters wondered where his son could have gotten the idea of screaming. The first time it comes up on the tapes is in a question from police just hours after they found Sierra's body.
Was Mama screaming or Daddy screaming and hollering? Nobody was screaming or nothing?
There's absolutely nothing incriminating about their initial testimonies.
Those statements that come out later are, in my opinion, conditioning.
What do you mean?
I mean that the police are suggesting something for the children to say. And if you suggest something to a child of that age who's impressionable, it's possible that they may say, yeah, I guess it could have been that.
And there was something else Laura picked up on.
I could hear it, one of the investigators whispering under their breath, trying to tell the children to say something on their recorded interviews.
You remember that? Say yes. I mean, do you remember that?
Was the officer putting words in his mouth? It's hard to say. But the children would speak about that day again, this time in court, where they'd be the chief witnesses against their father.
Coming up.
What does the little girl see?
She sees her father standing. He is changing his shirt, and he has a white bottle beside him.
2 young witnesses with powerful stories to tell.
Were those children coached to give details of their story?
Never.
When Dateline continues.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
These
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the spring of 2018, nearly 6 years after Sierra Ingram was brutally murdered, Jared Ingram entered a Muskogee County courtroom in Columbus, Georgia, to stand trial as her accused killer. But he wasn't alone.
You're behind your husband in the church pews there in the courtroom, huh?
Yeah.
Was it important you show solidarity, that you have a lot of people?
We felt so, yes. We invited anybody to come and just let the jury see how much Jared is loved and how much support and love that he has sitting behind him.
Muskogee County District Attorney Julia Slater and her team hoped the jury would be persuaded not by Jared's supporters, but rather by the cold, hard facts of the case.
Is it your belief that Jared Ingram murdered his ex-wife Sierra?
Yes.
Well, the kids are waiting in the car.
Yes.
And the motivation for this crime was what?
He did not want Sierra to move with the children to Indiana and would do anything to prevent that.
The prosecution called friends like Samela Payne, who testified that Sierra told her numerous times that Jared was threatening, violent.
Was that unnerving for you?
No, because I wanted justice for Sierra. It's too long. It had been too long. I just had to do what I had, my part.
He's sitting there?
Yeah, to the left of me.
You couldn't look at him?
No, I was too disgusted. I hate him. I hate to say that, but I do. And I just didn't look.
The prosecution said Jared had another motive, to the tune of nearly $13,000 in back child support payments. The prosecution also argued that the forensic evidence pointed squarely at Jared Ingram. Police found Jared's fingerprint on Sierra's cell phone, a cell phone last used about the same time Jared's cell phone placed him at her apartment.
So did he have enough time to do this?
Yes, he certainly had enough time. We know that his phone was at the apartment at the time that her phone went silent. There's enough time to have killed her. He knew where the bleach was. He could get to the bleach, do the cleanup that he attempted to do.
And we're not talking about extensive cleanup here, are we?
No, we are not.
A little bleach here, a little bleach there, right?
Throwing bleach a few places in the apartment, trying to clean her up a little bit.
Jared Ingram steadfastly maintained to anyone who would listen that he had not killed Sierra. But the prosecution found someone who said Jared told him a different story.
He would tell me about how he killed his ex-wife and told me all how he did it and all that.
A confession. Jacques Gilchrist testified that Jared confided in him when they shared a cell at the county jail. He detailed Jared's words in this police recording.
They say he just snapped. They say he had stabbed her in the neck or something like that.
This witness was able to give details. This particular person who was in jail at the time of the murder, no way that he would have known any of this information unless he received it from someone who knew it.
But the star witnesses for the prosecution were Jared's own children.
You hadn't seen them in years at this point.
That's correct.
They even look the same to you?
No.
Are you making eye contact with them? You trying to send them any messages?
I'm looking at them. They're not making any eye contact with me. I did mouth, "I love you." And that was about all that I thought I could get away with.
The children, then 12 and 13 years old, told the jury with clear-eyed detail what happened that last day they saw their mother alive. And the details were more damning than ever, as when Jared's daughter testified about peeking through that mail slot.
What does the little girl see?
She sees her father standing. He is changing his shirt, and he has a white bottle beside him on the floor that she doesn't know. She doesn't know what it is. but a white bottle beside him.
A white bottle, bleach, a change of clothes. Those sounded like new elements.
Were those children coached to give details of their story?
Never.
Was it different years later than it had been at the beginning?
There were more details years later, and there were some things that were clarified. But no, the children were never coached. They were forensically interviewed intentionally so that they would not have ideas put in their heads, and they were never coached with what to say on the stand.
Are you persuaded that little girl saw her father changing his clothing and doing a cleanup?
Absolutely.
And that the little boy heard screams?
Absolutely.
Heard his mother's dying declaration, as it were?
Yes. So sad that they had to see and hear that. But yes, that's what they saw and heard.
But there was another version of what happened that day, and the jury was about to weigh the credibility of that storyteller.
Coming up.
Why'd you take the stand?
I'd been waiting 6 years to be able to stand up in front of a jury and stand up in front of a judge and say, I didn't do this.
Who would the jury believe? The children or their father?
What if this jury says you're guilty? What if?
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
"12 jurors sitting in judgment of Jarrett Ingram." So, back to where we began.
Did you take a butcher knife and plunge it into Sierra's neck and kill her?
No.
While the kids were waiting
not.
outside?
Absolutely not.
Pour bleach on her?
No.
That did not happen?
No.
And that's been the story for your life for the last, what, how many years now?
6 years.
It had been 6 years since the crime, 6 years of suspicion. But Jarrett's attorney, Mike Reynolds, says it had taken investigators mere hours to come to a conclusion.
You get domestic cases, we get a lot of them, and there's almost an automatic that you go to the deceased's former spouse or current spouse. And that's my man, we're gonna make it fit.
And the defense argued there wasn't a shred of physical evidence linking Jarrett to the actual murder. No DNA, no prints on the possible murder weapon, nothing. In that bloody scene at Sierra's apartment, all the prosecution pointed to was Jarrett's fingerprint on her cell phone.
He was over at that townhouse quite a bit. It would not have been uncommon for his fingerprints to be all over this place.
Jarrett says sure, he used Sierra's phone that day.
I just remember my daughter handed me the phone saying that it was her older brother in Indiana and that he wanted to talk to me.
And they weren't worried at all about that jailhouse snitch.
He was totally not credible, as most snitches are not. Because if you talk with any jurors, they don't believe them. I mean, you don't call somebody and talk about another crime unless you expect to get something out of it.
They live right here.
But what about the kids and their ever-important stories? The defense questioned the new details. Dad changing his shirt, the white bottle of what could have been bleach.
You're saying that the cops in this case are seeding the story. They're coaching the kids.
I absolutely think that they were asking leading questions that were leading them to conclusions that they didn't originally have.
Jarrett's attorney was confident the jurors would understand the facts if they heard from Jarrett directly.
I knew that he was going to make a good witness, most particularly because he was well-spoken.
You took the stand, always risky, rarely advised, but you did it.
There was no question.
Why? Why'd you take the stand?
I'd been waiting 6 years to be able to stand up in front of a jury and stand up in front of a judge and say, I didn't do this.
But it exposes you to aggressive cross-examination by the prosecutor.
It does, and that was rough. It seemed like he was doing everything in his power to kind of get a rise out of me.
Provoke you so the jury could?
Exactly. Show the jury the monster.
Jarrett faced the prosecutor's questions for more than a dozen hours over 3 days.
So this is a poor set of facts.